Hello? There we go. Okay, I was about to say, oh god. What's up, Conker? Ugh. Alrighty, so 30 days till Citizencon, folks. We are gonna try to stream every single one of them till the lead up for the VR Citizen watch party. Again, we are trying to raise money for the Bar Citizen party that we are taking the mobile VR cockpit down to in Austin, Texas. So, with that being said, be sure to hit the commands to know more and find out more about them. If you're watching this as a VOD or somewhere else as a highlight, well, drop over to the Twitch page and you can hit go fund me. You can hit !Citizencon. We have a whole slew of stuff like matching, letting everybody know that I'm matching up to $500 in donations so that we could try to reach $4,500 by next month, as well as a bunch of sub goals for all those people here in the Twitch chat. 60 subs. We have a LTI MTC vehicle, 90 subs. We have a LTI Kruger L21 Wolf, and then we have the RSI Meteor at 120 subs. So if you can't donate directly, but you're able to give a Twitch Prime, or you're able to subscribe or give gift donations on Twitch, well, that's going to help us regardless, and we have rewards for everybody there. With that being said, you guys are incredible. And yeah. Let's see here. There's one more command that I created. Matching when you reach $4,500. There's some sort of, oh yeah, that's right. I have this plan here. Right. So do I have goals? Did I set up goals? There you go. Okay, nope, that is not. All right, we need to adjust goals. Give me 1 sec. I knew that there was one of them that I forgot. Goals. Boom. Edit. All right. That. Okay, so now let's try that again. So, we have goals for the next month. We want to raise $1,000. We are currently at $3,500 out of $4,500 on the GoFundMe. So, step one, match up to the, oh, hang on. I got to change that. $500 of own money. Hang on. I was almost ready with everything. This is what I spent the past few days planning out and why I haven't been streaming. God damn it. Okay. Step 5. Oh, hang on. That's percentage sign. There we go. 500. Okay, so the goals are to raise $1,000. Currently at 35 of 4,500. The first step, match up 500 of my own money. Match goals: $4,000 equals rental van for the event unlocked. Able to take to VR Citizen to any event. 4,500 full booth goal for event unlocked, and then VKB Omni Hotas set giveaway, which I already own, and then at $5,000 we have extra giveaway extras for the event unlocked. I want to buy a Quest 3 and give it away at the headset or at the event. So you guys can help me reach these goals by just donating, Twitch priming, subscribing, just watching and being awesome. So with that being said, we're gonna get into some Star Citizen tonight. Now, with that being said, let's get into it, shall we? I think I gotta update my Star Citizen launcher, and I gotta download. I want to download PTU on the VR rig. See if we could possibly get some thing. Yeah, see if we can get some Marina Commander testing and stuff, maybe in VR, you know? So, yeah, welcome.
Hello there.
But yeah, how you doing, Conqueror? Managed to complete tier 5 on all corps on your alt count. Jesus. Well, they did give you enough time for it. Fun detected will be disabled. And one of those red armors that way with consoles coming this update. Losing it is not a real issue anymore. I don't know if they will let us replace it with those consoles. I don't know if that. Did somebody get? I'll do it in a second. 30-day. Come by the Twitch channel to hang out while we stream. Big day. All right, but yeah, congrats, Conqueror, man. Video of these fireworks, and I'm gonna use them and splice them together in my new big intro that I'm gonna be making for the stream. So, currently, much faster. Cargo ship is full and waves of enemy just fly cargo ship back. Each mission is worth 450 SCU. I was about to say, is that like a bug? Everybody says that there was more cargo on the actual thing. And no enemies show up? Okay, yeah, so it is bugged out then. Wonderful.
Hello there.
All right. Well, what we're going to do tonight, I think, is get the PTU downloaded on the mobile rig and get that ready for tomorrow, because I think we'll have access to the Apollo. Maybe everybody does. If not, we can find people that do. And then we could try VR out on the Arena Commander in the new PTU patch. That'll have all the... we could do loadout tests in VR because they adjusted the ballistic damage and stuff. So that could be cool as well. And then, yeah, we are just going to try to stream every single day and count down towards Citizencon. With that being said, we got to start stretching out content. So tonight, after we get rolling for a little bit, and there's some people in the chat, we'll probably swap over to the Benoit interview, the 3-hour-long Star Citizen live episode that came out today, and we'll just watch that on stream for 3 hours. While they just kind of hang out and make some food and stuff. So, thank you guys for dropping by, hanging out, and doing the voodoo that you do. All right, all right. All right, I'm gonna get my water and yeah, get the lighting and stuff worked on. You guys enjoy the music. BRB. Actually, hang on. Let me adjust cameras.
Hello there.
All right, there we go. All right, cool, cool, cool. BRB.
Hello there.
Have a look under history in the contractors.
Well, the history will be locked up or just be logged
Yeah,
in
it's
and
only
out.
showing the most recent one.
Oh,
So there's a console command. No, Snarf. It's a CIG. Yeah, overdrive in-game console command. Yeah.
Hello there.
Let me know when you're ready for me to share.
Give me just a sec here.
Sharing again.
Hello there.
Yes, ArcCorp. Yes. Yeah, it should be overdrive intel. Okay.
Okay, okay. So, how's everybody doing? All right. We are downloading the PTU on the mobile computer. We will check that out later, maybe in VR, get Arena Commander pulled up and do the testing for ballistics and stuff. So, yeah. That actually might be a perfect video to get done for tonight. One of the big things that we're going to do is watch the new Benoit interview thing. That 3-hour-long SCL. What I'll probably do is just put that on my screen to the left while I edit stuff, possibly. That might be what we do. I'll see if I could route the audio so you guys don't hear my editing. Okay, okay. So let's see here. All right, all right, all right. I guess let's just get going. I had so many plans, but oh, you know what? Let me fix this here. So, okay, so this font settings need to be font size. $30. Well, great. Let's toggle first one moderates view. Oh, all right. Well, I can't adjust that apparently. What I might be able to do. Hang on. Let me grab a screenshot of this. File. Save as. Chat font size. Reply issue. Cannot change font size.
Anytime there's fireworks in Star Citizen, get footage. Either you dancing in the cargo bay or you
Doesn't match
at it from a port, like wherever you can. Get footage.
selected size. Okay, cool, cool. There we go. Okay, cool. Now I have that for later. I can send the right people. Okay, cool, cool. So, let's see here. All right, let me swap over. All right, display settings. Here we go. That one. Duplicate on 2 and 4. Yeah. Okay, got all of that. Armor. All right, cool. Now let me go over there.
Hello there.
All right. Okay. Oh, god damn it. I gotta go get all my audio stuff. Hang on. Okay. Okay. Ah, shit. Hang on. I think I gotta restart everything because the audio got all messed up. Give me just 1 sec. I'm gonna restart the streaming computer. No, the gaming computer. Oh, but yeah, how you doing? Hello? How you doing, Gremlin? Hope you're well. Hanging in there? Glad to hear it, man. Hopeful for DLSS4 support soon. They had that Vulcan. Vulcan Tech preview is on right now, isn't it? You actually might check that out as well. had read that in the Discord. Yep, yep. Okay, okay. All right. So I think we can do
Have it there. It has the
this, yeah. That doesn't seem right. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Okay, well, first of all, yeah, we will test that. Okay, so that's the mobile cockpit feed. So we could do iRacing and VR Citizen again. Notice how it's all smooth. We fixed the NDI broadcasting issue. But this, oh, I need to hit the button. Hang on. Boom, okay. Okay, how does everything look? Is everything visible? Me, yes, gotcha. I think I'm gonna move this up a little bit. Something like that. All right, cool, cool. I think that'll work. Okay, okay. Okay. How we looking? Move that over to there. All right. Where is my... music is playing somewhere, but not for me. Hang on, let me look at this. Okay, I think everything's ready. Ah. Game got knocked up there. All right, there we go. I was about to say, I'm hearing way too much of me. I mean, I want to hear me, but not too much. Kind of an asshole. All right, that mouse needs to be on one. Okay, okay. Where is... Oh, there it is. I said, give me this. All right, and launch. Okay. Well, I think it is time for some VR Citizen. I got a pretty solid 62 FPS at the moment. Okay, most of the time. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Oh, let's see here. Virtual desktop does not like Star Citizen, but I've been forcing the issue. Yeah, I tried it on my rig. I used to have those older VR methods that worked nicely, but recent Windows updates or GPU driver updates, I just can't get it to work and run with OBS and stream it at the same time. I might be able to brute force it with this, but I don't think I could transmit the signal, you know? But speaking of this, hang on, let me show you. I'm thumbing over as if you guys can see it. But let me remind everybody that we are 30 days away from the Citizencon watch party. Hang on one sec. So, in 30 days, we'll be trying to take our mobile cockpit down to Austin, Texas for the Citizencon Bar Citizen Watch Party. There'll be CIG devs, there'll be a LAN party, there'll be a podcast. I think Meyer is going to be there. I think Astropub is going to be there. So I'm going to be there. So if you guys are interested at all, drop by the Twitch channel and then hit the commands. We have the Citizencon Bar Citizen. Oh yeah, we have the Citizencon command. That'll take you to the actual website to reserve tickets for the event. We have the GoFundMe link to where you can help donate, and I am matching $500 towards donations in. That will help us rent the van and actually make a nice booth and help make the event as good as possible, right? Now, if you're watching on Twitch and saying, well, what about me? Well, don't worry. We have prizes for those that are wanting to get in on the action and donate through Twitch, donate through gift subs, donate through Twitch Prime, and all that jazz like that. So, with that being said, thank you so much for all the support in the Voodoo that you do. And yeah, I hope to see you guys there. With that being said, let's just get into the PU and hang out for a while. That's the plan for tonight. We got a lot of plans. We're going to try to stream every single day for the next 30 days. And yeah, part of that is going to be getting, you know, hang on, I'm trying to find a thing here. We're basically going to, oh, Mozzie's up in here? Hang on here. Oh, not accepting new players. All right, well, fine. I'll go to a 30 player pop server. Looks good. But anyway, so the plan is we're going to check out the PTU. We're going to take a look at the Apollo tomorrow. And then I think we're going to load up Arena Commander and then test out the new ballistic shooting differences and test loadouts in VR. So there you go. If it wasn't in Texas, I'm from there. Ain't nothing that convinced me that weather is worth it. Yeah, it's hot, but it'll be in October, so it'll actually be pretty nice. It'll be like the 1 or 2 weeks of the year where it actually feels decent out. So, but yeah, thank you guys for dropping by, hanging out, and watching. And if you're, watching this on YouTube, whether it's live or, after the fact as a VOD, thank you for liking, subscribing, wherever you are. So let's get in there. Oh, and sub goals, by the way, if we hit 60 subs, you guys get an LTI buggy type ship. If you hit 90 subs, somebody gets an L21 Wolf. And if we hit 120 subs, well, we're giving away the Meteor. So plenty of action for everybody everywhere. Speaking of action, let's get into it. Oh, speaking of, actually, I need to holler at my dude. Yo. Okay, cool. Had to holler at a buddy who's online. Alrighty. Beautiful, beautiful Hurston. So we were here trying to film some stuff involving, you know, selling and cargo and doing the new trading app, but yeah, that didn't work out so well. The guy never responded back, so can't really make a video about that. But we can just hang out and kind of just chill and, you know, do whatever.
Hello there.
One of the things we'll do here in a few hours is we're gonna pop up that Benoit Star Citizen live video, and we're gonna watch that. So that'll be fun. Oh boy. It's always right. Excuse me. It's always something, huh? I've heard that NPCs are spawning quite rapidly everywhere. Also that the NPCs aren't spawning in the cargo missions.
Hey there.
Oh, wait. This way. So yeah, if we wanted, no, wait, huh? Oh, that way. So yeah, if we wanted, oh, that's right, it goes around left. I was like, where's the left? There's, this is here now. This wall is here. Right, right. 127Ks are fully loaded ships. And it's, so it's not loaded. So, okay. So from what I hear, the 127Ks aren't loaded fully with mission cargo, but any cargo. But since you're turning in the mission, you get full credit for like 500 SCU. Yeah. And the enemies aren't spawning for those missions. So you literally just fly up to it and then take it and then turn it in. Yeah. No, I think, what is it? Some people, oh yeah. They're easier. They're okay, so it's literally the same, if not more, loading and unloading time for less going back out in between missions and potential failures, because you still have to unload every single SCU, and now there's 500. So they're now a deliver X boxes instead of specific type, but yes, 500 SCU. Gotcha. So is that a bug, or because I hear that the enemies aren't spawning for that mission as well, and you just go take them?
Now arriving. Kisa Spaceport. Please watch your step when disembarking the train.
Yeah, no enemies. Not sure if the cargo is a bug where the mission is changed to reflect it properly. Well, beforehand it would only spawn mission cargo and there'd only be like 12 of it. Now it's just spawning a full load of regular cargo. Okay, so I don't think so. Here's what I noticed, right? When I was doing the mission and I found cargo outside of the ship and I smartedly put it onto the ship before I walked onto it. As soon as you walk onto the ship, that's when the mission parameters ping whatever is inside. And I basically figured out exactly how they coded it because I, bugged it out. You put more cargo on before you walk inside. As soon as you walk inside, it takes an itemized list of how many cargo it is, and then it makes that the objective, right? Just in case players do something like this, right? So it doesn't change if you put cargo in after, right? But if you put it in before, that's when it queries. So ergo, if the mission is bugged, no enemies are spawning, and all of the ships are filled with 500 SCU of cargo, whenever you walk into that cargo ship, it will query your mission and give you 500 SCU to turn in. So there's not a mission bug. The wording on the mission changed from deliver XSE of corundium, so now it's just box count. Okay. Interesting. So if the mission, well, now wait a minute. How sure? Because the mission wording was different between companies already. So are you sure that you're not looking at a different corporation? Yep. Okay. Just making sure.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle
All right.
retrieval system.
New PTU has the new, what do you call it, missions, doesn't it?
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
They're all the same way now? Okay, so they definitely did some changes to them then, if that's the case. All right, we're gonna look at the wolf, then we're gonna spawn the cutlass. We'll go do some, what do you call it? Go do some LBS mission stuff. The, what do you call it? The Onyx missions. Just chill and do some Onyx. But yeah, there's some new Onyx mission stuff in the, PTU, I hear. Why is this here? Why am I in the extra large? All right, fine. Are there any storage or gun rack stuff in the Merlin? Well, not Merlin, but interesting that they chose to have this panel open, but I love it. Thing is, though, I don't want to fly that out there. Do I have ammo and everything? We do. All right, we are good to go for a mission or two. Hang on. All right, I'm gonna drop these mags. Cool. Tractor beam. So yeah, I saw Salty Mike doing the new Onyx missions. I watched a little bit of it, and then I realized that they're like the new missions, so I kind of turned away. But it looks like you're gonna need like mining tools, salvaging tools, and the repair tool for them. Looks like they're doing a lot more cool stuff. So that'll be really, really interesting.
Welcome.
All right.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Hello there.
Let's pull up the Cutlass, and then let's go head to an Onyx facility. Let's go try to find some armor, yeah? Okay. So, 30 days to Citizencon. Are you guys excited? Oh, we got a lot to do. Speaking of doing, remember that we are matching donations. So, I got $500 of my own money on the line here. So let me know if anybody throws down for it, and I will match every donation up to 500 bucks. That'll at least clear the $1,000 mark that we need for the van. Then everything after that is extra. We got 4 weeks, folks. I think we could do it. Careful if you use the same location, because the reload bug is working with it for some people. Oh, the Karna. No, I don't use the Karna. Thank goodness. Yeah, no, I'm more of like a pulse rifle kind of guy. Speaking of, has anybody seen the new Alien Earth series? Me and my buddy started watching that. We were supposed to watch an episode or two tonight, but I passed out, and then he had to go do IT stuff. Emergency call. So, I remember the days. But yeah, new Alien series is incredible.
Landing gear up.
Hello there.
Been hearing about it, but I need to look into it. It's prequel to the Alien movie. Takes like place 3-4 years before it. Alien Weyland-Yutani research vessel crash lands into Earth, and apparently it's got some specimens. Also, there's some other corporation that's trying to get in on the action because it technically landed in their jurisdiction. And in the far dystopia world of Aliens universe, corporations owned entire planets. Sound familiar? All right, let's go farm some armor. Yeah. All right, ad break.
Hello there.
Let's hear. So it's an investigation. Anomaly data. Power usage. So let's just do this one. Quick and easy, get in and out.
Okay, hope you're ready to tackle this one. Just keep your head down and you should be able to get it sorted.
Alrighty then, let's go. So I'm assuming that the mission queries wherever you are and gives you like the nearest one. Because it never gives you one that's like out of your planet's range. Yeah. Ah, good old Aberdeen. Smells like a fart. Oh, we got to go down there. Oh dear. On the dark side too, it's a dark fart. I was about to say, are there no clouds on the other side? But no, you just can't see them because the shadows. Incredible. All right. Yeah, I know, right?
Drive is now off.
It had to be Aberdeen, didn't it? Ugh. Like, yeah, of course. Why would I be able to see anything?
Shield system online.
Alrighty. Turn on the lights. I literally cannot see anything. Okay, there we go. Can I not get some fucking lights on it or something, man? Didn't we learn about lights and putting them on important places?
Hello there.
And it closed by the time I got here. Great. All right, this one then. This one's better anyways.
Landing gear down.
Hello there.
All right, all right.
Your systems are offline.
Okay, we're here. Okay, we got everything we need. Ammo. Yeah, open door. One sec here. Okay. Back to SC grind. Yep. I leveled up a Merc. Okay, so I wanted to start this, marathon or, prep for it and stream SC the past few days. Right? But I actually cut the underside of my tongue. I guess I bit it or cut it on eating some food or something. And it hurts. It hurt to talk. It's still kind of there, but it's healed up enough to where I can actually, discuss things without making it injure itself more. So yeah. So that wasn't fun. And then in the time that happened, I leveled up a Merc with the grenade strat. And I even made my own expo with plus 6 to all projectiles, as well as 1 extra totem, and I could set down 3 totems, and it's incredible. Everything explodes. And I got my second ascendancy, and I got pin unlocked, and everything's great. but at the same time, just the damage needs to go up, and I don't know how to level it past like 80, because there isn't any more points on the guide, because Ziz was doing this build and then he gave up on it. So cool. It blew through the campaign. It was incredible. And I just used the campaign like frostbolt into incendiary shot, basically frost shotgun into actual shotgun, and it, you know, that just blasted the campaign quite nicely. What are we doing? Getting into engineering? All right. Research, engineering. Yeah. All right. Okay, so looking for some armor. I'm the best shot in the world, I'll have you know. We'll get there. We'll get there. This is live? Yes. Gotcha. All right, cool. First try. But yes, this is live, Johnny. We are going to try out the new ones in the PTU. I'm downloading that on the other computer. We'll also check out in VR loadouts for ballistic weaponry in Arena Commander. Man, the flashlight really kind of blows everything out and is a bit too bright if you ask me, when it's like in forward facing position only. Whenever I'm using it to look around in the headset though, it's great. It's like a flashlight attached to my helmet, but like purely locked in the center, it feels like it's just way too bright. Look at that. Want to try out that biomass processor. I watched a little bit, just a little bit of Salty Mike going through those missions. What the fuck? Oh God. Suddenly, worms. What's up, Zero? I hate the torch. Yeah. I wish you could like have a dim setting or like a width or something. But yeah, I saw Salty Mike play a little bit of it and I realized that there are different new missions and stuff. So yeah, I stopped watching and can't wait to try those out. But did you watch them, Johnny? Do they use the new biomass extractor? I saw them doing stuff with these switches. Oh God. Yeah, I know. Why didn't you guys fucking tell me? I left it up. Okay. I need to make that a command. Have it pop up. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we should do that. I need to write myself a note. Hang on. Where's my mouse? There we go. Note to self, make camera appear on Citizencon command. All right, let's go. This is live. This is live. Ow, what the? Okay, I don't have time to read your bull crap. Okay. Now we're rolling. Alright, so I guess let's check this back area first.
Hello there.
It's all wet and ooky. Boy, I'm just such a great shot, aren't I? Dude, those fucking things are shooting through the wall and it's kind of annoying. Oh, God. Okay, cool. Grenade? No, we're fine. I'm just a horrible shot with this setup. Like, the mouse sensitivity on this mouse is not optimal, but if I change it, then it messes with the Razer soft mouse. This is a Logitech mouse, and my desktop mouse is like a Razer mouse, and that requires software, and yeah, it's fucking stupid. So you got to deal with me being a bad shot. All right, we have ammo right here. There's no armor, really? Mini rocket launcher attached to my helmet. Okay, Predator. Let me guess, it's laser guided too from a shoulder mount pod. I do need those, and I do need water and food. Oh, water bottle. Perfect. Perfect. Scavenging off the land. Nice. Okay. That should sate me enough for now. I am going to take this one though. I do like that they're not props. You know? Those are set there by the developers, right? And they're not props, which is usually the case for bottles on desks. So I wonder if they'll respawn back. It's not like a player came and put those on a desk, right? See here, I banned Razer software from my existence because of it making shit go haywire and resulting in itself every... Yeah, no, I really should have, but at the same time, my keyboard lights and all that stuff are powered by it, so I can't. Trust me, I'm totally with you on that one. About to learn... Oh, I was about to Team Rocket you, but I remembered the ears. No, try that out, actually, Justin. I adjusted the sound. It might be good now. We'll see if it's saved.
Prepare for trouble.
See, that's not bad.
Make it double.
That's about right, yeah? That feels good. Oh, fuck yeah. I was about to say, is there like an armory in here? Yeah, let's get some weapons. Oh, damn it. I was supposed to say, I can't carry another weapon.
You ready to get down, get funky with us?
He'd better be. That's what we pay him for, right, Slurms?
Right!
In fact, Slurms has to party all night, every night, or
Or
he's fired.
Rock on!
I really wish that you could. Okay, hang on. Let me see if F right click. Store. There you go. It's really sensitive for me. Like a lot. Dude, come on, man. Right click. Store. Bro. Like, I'm literally just moving it a pixel. There we go. Okay, I think I figured out the technique. Hold. Got it. Okay, so you got to go up left and then right click, and then you can go with the mouse down. So like up left, then right click, then you could now up left, then down. God damn it. Dude, come on. Yes! We grabbed the gun, Mo, you guys. All right, one more off the shelf. Oh, 2 in a row. 2 in a row. You got to celebrate the small things, you guys. Okay, why am I crawling? All right. Okay, beautiful. Success. All right, we have this. Let's go. Nice. What else can we steal? I thought I felt all cool for accessing the storage room through a hole in the thing, but no, that's, you literally just walk in through the front. Okay, armor, here we go. Oracle, Pab Core, Aqua, so those are all crap, yeah? What we'll do is we'll pull them so they leave clutter around, and then maybe they'll respawn. Again, the Oracle and Venture Undersuit base. I'm just being a general asshole and making the server performance degrade. So I wonder if this shit here despawns, if they have like a thing that cleans up trash. We'll actually find out more about that type of process later today in the session when we go and watch. Oh, repair stuff. It's actually full. Cambrio, True Hole Tractor. Do we even have? Okay, yeah, we have full repair stuff. Okay, cool. So anyways, we're going to watch the 3-hour-long Star Citizen live episode later today. And see what Benoit has to say about everything, it seems. Lobby. Okay, so this is back to the lobby. Oh, it's emergency suit. I thought this said emergency exit at first. I was like, where's that going? That this elevator wouldn't. So you got a lot of them. UEE 6th platoon medal damaged. Okay, that's fine. And then we have a 4Rel module for mining. That's really interesting. See, why is my sensitivity different? It feels. Oh God. Alright, well I guess we went through there. Let's get across. Extract hard drive. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. Right. Right, so this is the one where we got to repair, right? So do I even have my salvage and repair, right? So then I just... Like, nobody's actually had to repair, and the fact that you're actually fixing a pipe feels and looks cool. And I can't wait to do shit like this in Star Citizen, in Squadron 42.
Fabrication arrest accepted.
All right. Now you just need to drop that data off somewhere safe.
Process complete. Item successfully.
The fuck was that? Was that machine? That's the same noise that's on the card printer. I don't see why we needed it to be that loud. All right, let's. I was about to say, let's look a little bit more for armor. Oh God. Or just die. Bro. Okay. Gotcha. I guess I'll die. Oh, hello. Man, the pool on this thing. All right, cool. He's dead. All right, cool. We can explore. Oh, fuck me. Fucking hell. Oh boy. All right, you know, I think we're done here. All right, no armor. Huh? Oh, they fucking blew up a barrel on me, those bastards.
You're so dead.
Gotcha, bitch. Okay, see, these missions are cool, but like as soon as you take an injury, like, all right, well, fun's over, let's back it up and get out of here. Go back around this way here. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Woo-hoo. Okay, we're out of there. Easy. So easy.
Hello there.
All right, very good. This place sucks. You have a problem holding your gun? Yeah, I know. And that's the thing. Like I was saying, once you get one fucking injury, like you have to like abandon the place because there's no way to actually treat it and like stock up on medical supplies like it's Tarkov. You just have a medical gun that you could inject drugs in and painkillers to just kind of keep you going. But then you get overdrugged, unlike Tarkov, which lets you inject drugs to really keep going. And yeah, you end up just screwed. So wait a minute, you can have your gun out in the lobby? Oh, but no, I did have my gun out. That was interesting. Was that my... Oh, I guess that was my multi-tool? I do like that there are med beds here. That is nice. Bro. Let me in the med bed. Lie down. Medical care. Wonder if they'll increase the cost of med gel containers for med guns once the changes come out. I believe the beds will require goo from the canisters to heal you. Yeah, no clue. No real comment. Just wish that they'd have fucking, you know, okay, cool. I'm getting all ready for, you know, gameplay. I have my box full of liquid goo for respawning. My boys are going out, and then boom, someone just pad rams you and blows up your entire night and week and month's worth of fucking fun. So, no repercussions, nothing. So again, they're adding a lot of fucking stuff before some really important features come online that I think should be prioritized beforehand. But sure, let's add medical gameplay to the list because we got to sell the Apollo. Before a system to prevent people from abusing said medical gameplay exists. Sure, why not? Where the fuck is the... That's the medical, so opposite side. Ooh, is there anything in front here? There is. An apple. I shall take.
Hello there.
All right. Wonderful. Oh, good. It's still here. Nice. All right. Well, let's go to Everest Harbor and deliver the stuff. Oh, okay, okay. What time is it? How long have we been streaming? About an hour and a half. Once we get to 3 hours, I think that's when we'll swap over and we will watch the Benoit Star Citizen Live video. That is 3 hours long. That'll take us to 6 hour stream, and I think I could safely, comfortably end it there. Oh, we're gonna try to stream every single day as a countdown towards Star Citizen, Citizencon, Bar Citizen, the watch party, all that stuff like that. So, with that in mind, we're gonna try to not stream for as long as sessions.
The scope of my engineering
So, with that being said, thank you, Troubleshooter, for the tier 1 sub. Does it say how many months? Does it? No, I can't read how many months. What's up, 2Cray2Z? 3 fast, 3 30. Okay, that's not even a word. How you doing, buddy?
Landing gear up. Shield system offline.
But yeah, dude, thank you so much, Troubleshooter, for the however many months in a row. I appreciate all the voodoo that you do, and that's the type of support we're looking for to get VR Citizen to Citizencon this year. I'm alive, just sitting around, not sure what I'm going to do tonight. Yeah, I'm just kind of going through the motions. I'm waiting tomorrow. We're going to do big PTU stuff. Downloading it now on the other chair. But yeah, there's no Citizencon this year. Nope, I did not. Citizencon watch party in Austin, Texas. If you don't believe me, hit the command. In fact, I'll do it for you because you guys never fucking do. Boom. Again, we are taking the Cockpit down to Austin, Texas for the Citizencon watch party, which is the only place in America that has a developer studio in the city where the watch parties are happening. Therefore, it is the only official Citizencon event. In America, at least. Okay, let's see here. Get any of the pirate paints this year? I don't care. What do you got to do for them? Don't you normally have to like click on something on a website link that somebody else says for you to do so that you get the paints? Somebody send me the link and yeah, I'll click on them. I'll just buy them. Okay, then no, absolutely none. I'm not buying random paints I'll never use. I'll grind them out for content because I feel like I have to, but I draw the line at buying. Where the hell is the goddamn... Oh. I love how you can't warp all the way around the planet to a space station, but you can fucking do it right below the space station if you guide yourself to a city marker. They released Asgard Skull Crusher paint this year, and it is sick. Interesting. Just worry that there won't be any Squadron 42 at this year's Citizencon. Makes me worry that they might not make their 2026 release. No. If you, we'll watch the thing. There's a full quote from him that they drew their line in the sand and that they are dedicated and committed to that. I think that they want Citizencon to be about Star Citizen, right? because they could easily make it like, you know, entire weeks worth of shows for Squadron 42, which I think they have done and will do whenever it comes out. But that's not the time. He says in the video, when the time is right, you're gonna hear nothing but stuff about Squadron 42. So I think they're still able to commit and make the 2026 deadline. I just don't think it's gonna be early 2026. Probably a summer release if we're lucky. Hopefully we get a date, but I think that they will give us a date closer to Christmas now, if they're saying that. I don't know. We still got a month out, you know? He made a Reddit post replying to people complaining about the lack of Squadron 42 content at the Digital Citizencon this year. And yeah, he said that they are working hard on it. And that is their #1 priority and goal. And they do not want or intend to let it slip. So I still have pretty good hope. They're keeping a pretty fucking tight lip on it, to their detriment, I believe. But if they're gonna let the floodgates open when they know they can because they're confident in the release schedule, then, well, we just have to wait for the floodgates to open.
Landing gear down.
All right, we are here. Probably go do another pipe repair mission. That seems easy enough. Don't get too overwhelmed. We can go check the armor box spot on the left side by the exit again. Absolutely marvelous. It's just... Oh, and they're gone. Okay. All right, let's drop this stupid thing off in this stupid elevator. What? Did I drop the flight data? Where's the flight data? Did I like put it on my person? All I have is this platoon medal that's slightly damaged. Yeah, I have no thing. Did I drop it? Oh, that's the stupidest fucking thing in the goddamn world. All right, well, I guess I'm a bad investigator. All right, goodbye. We'll abandon the mission and sweep it under the rug. Deliver the anomaly data. Yeah, that's weird. Where'd it go? That's not fun. Interesting. It won't let me put ammo on my belt. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. Well, fine. Well, we don't have the data, so screw me, I guess. All right. Energy anomaly data.
Hello there.
Energy anomaly data. All right, track. All right, let's go. We'll go back. Oh, you know what? I don't want this electric sniper rifle. It's not really gonna help me.
You're quitting, eh? Wouldn't be the first wannabe investigator who couldn't hack it, and you won't be the last.
No, don't take off your
Okay,
pants.
Hope you're ready to tackle this one. Just keep your head down, and you should be able to get it sorted.
All right, laser rifle. Then move the laser rifle magazines. Put that there. Come on. All right. Let's see here. That. All right, let's get to the next mission. We'll do one more, maybe two, and then I think we will get comfortable over at the desktop. Ah, shit, I might as well. I could probably get away with watching it here. Yeah, I might as well just post this as a react video to my channel. Give my opinions on the matter. All right, ad break. BRB. Okay, okay. We are back. All right. Okay, let's go to Onyx. What a gorgeous looking game. You know? Okay, we are here. And I can actually see it too, because we come in on the day side. Isn't that wonderful? My God.
Landing gear down.
Is there any, has anybody been around the front? Is there a front entrance?
Landing complete.
Does anybody know? Can you get in from around here? All right, what do we got? Any doors? Doors and corners, good. I was about to say, I don't think that we can get in there from here. Look, yeah, see, this is all unfinished textures. We're not supposed to be here. like, yeah, of course you use the landing pad. We don't have to, you know, make everything look good outside of it. That, to be fair, I think that's just like a missing red stripe or something that is not loaded in or not coded properly. They got the rest of the thing in, including the bolts and shit that hold it, so. But it is funny to see behind, see, look, wait a minute. Why is there stuff inside of this stuff? Oh, okay, that's that inner wall, yeah. Well, it is funny to look inside the curtain. Ugh, even though you gotta jump to do it. Ugh. Let's go. Oh shit. No way, right? This is why we can't have nice things. Because someone will find it and make a snarky comment in a video about it. Bit of exploring. It's about to say, give him, where's my stuff? There we go. Nope. Set dressing. I was about to say, I bet you anything this is all just prop and set dressing stuff. There's no way, right? There's absolutely no way. We're like wasting time, yeah? There's just a big giant waste getting all the way to the end of this long running hall. Right? Right? Yep. Big old waste of time. I kind of don't want to jump down there lest I can't get back up again. So we're just going to stick to the sides here. All right, let's get back to the ship and let's actually get in the facility. Jump and jump. Okay. Is there any way? Nope. All right. Whee! What are these for, do you think? Anti-vehicle girders? Like, they don't really make sense. All right. Quit screwing around. Let's get inside. No, that was for me. All right. Probably like anti-cavalry type defenses, but debris from winds, I can imagine. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Launch complete.
What? In your... Oh. Pisces on windless moons aren't raised like that. Oh, really? Interesting. Need to take a look.
Landing complete.
Also, if you need cargo for the event rewards, let me know. All right. All right. These are all different places, right? So it's not like they're all connected. Now, what do you guys think about that? All of these places have connected loot and inventories, so that you could be like at one, you're at all of them.
Hello there.
That sounds convenient. Especially if they're wanting to split up and make like, 40 of these different places and make it seem like we're going to back to the same one over and over and over. If that's the case, yeah, then just link all the inventories, right? Yeah. Like, does anybody know narratively if we're supposed to be going back to the same facility over and over and over, or are these actually different facilities, but they're just the same layout at each one? And Dr. Droid has been going to each one. It just doesn't make a lot of sense when you try to think. All right, let's stop thinking and let's just start doing. Got him. Free multi-tool. That's convenient. CIG and thinking are seldom related. Okay, you're not wrong. Not wrong. Beautiful artists. You're definitely not wrong there. See, why do some of these have... It's gotta be wrong, right? Like, these are just misplaced assets? Because it's coming through the pipes from above. I was wondering what was up with that. But then again, these are here, suggesting... Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Have these been formed naturally recently? Because that's impossible. If this is implying that the water dripping down has somehow formed stalactites over the last few months or however long this facility's been abandoned for, that's not right. Unless something, like maybe the radiation from the core or something, maybe that's been like altering the speed at which these things grow, because these take centuries, thousands of years, right? Like all of this makes sense. But the ones, you know, through the metal girders. Oh, right, this one. God damn it. Piece of shit. Oh, what the? You're still alive. Oh, God. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Are you guys seeing this? Did you guys know about this? Can't use your mining tools. Okay, see, that's why they're highlightable. What about a grenade? Tractor beam. Kind of like pull them out of, just rip them out of the floor. Okay, okay. Tractor beam. Salvage. Okay. Really? Do I seriously just have 2 tractor beams? Well, I thought I had a mining module, you guys. But I guess not. Well, we can't test that out.
Hello there.
Come on, spawn again. I know you want to. Piece of shit. Okay, god fucking damn it. You. I see you. Just stop moving. All right, we're fine. Okay. Simple. All right, there it is. They're definitely on the other side of that thing. Or right there in front of me. Gotcha. Gotcha. I like how their guns pop up in the sky now. Like it's a Borderlands game. Speaking of, Borderlands 4 is out. How do I have a tier 3 injury already on my arms? I don't even see him. Where are they at? There. Got him. Basically just go chest, and then the next shot will be pretty much by their head. Borderlands 4 looks pretty good. Akin to the second Borderlands. 3 can go eat a puzzle. Alright, cool. Interesting phrase. Yeah, I don't know. Everybody seems to think that 4 is interesting. We were salvaging, not repairing. We were taken away from the pipe. All right, boom. All right, copy data. Not author. Oh. Fuck. Little bitch.
Hello there.
Trying to repair a pipe here, man. God, lay off. It's not even my job. One of you guys should be doing this. I love how I'm not authorized to access that terminal. But this one, oh yeah, this one's the one.
Fabrication arrest
Right.
accepted.
Extraction confirmed.
Beginning fabrication.
Now all you gotta do is bring it to me.
Oh, let me guess. I never stored this fucking disk. Let me fucking guess. Is that what happened last time? The union guys pissed off? You're starting their work. So they think I'm a scav, huh? Is that what you're saying? Fuck. Got him. Hit him in the knee.
Hello there.
Got him. Whew. Somebody shot at me with a laser. All right, I think we're good for now. Ooh, are those water bottles? Yeah, the water bottles are on the table, so they are part of set dressing. This is a different facility. Or they're live set dressing, I guess. Which I like. Gotcha. Kablam! Alright, we're on the side with the exit. So let's just check for war medals and stuff. A pair of pants. That won't exactly help. Oh. That's gonna get really interesting. Alright, cool. Pile of dead. Just how I like them. All stacked on top of each other. All nice like. Nice and stacked like. Some good stacking right there. All right, let's get into this facility, check the armor posts, and then we're out of here. So that was the respawns. I think we got a window here. All right, another Volt electric rifle. Cambrio light tractor beam. So no mining attachment still. Beacon undead Lynx white. Yeah, that's kind of cool. What are the new ones? Are the new ones just called ASD? Pab Lynx arms yellow. Is Lynx the new set? Lynx is an old set, yeah. Work vest. Alright, we're out of here. Wait. Do we have the goddamn thing this time? Yes, we have the data. Alright, let's go turn in the data. Okay, okay. Tier 3 arm injury, not so worse for wear, but definitely took some hits. Does it not automatically? Damn it. Alright. I guess that's just general health and food and water, huh? Actual injury, we gotta hit the button. Alright, cool. Back to Everest Harbor. We can actually turn in the data on the freight elevator. All right. So we get back to Everest Harbor. We'll check out what time it is. We might start the Star Citizen live video and get that going. And yeah, we might just watch that for the rest of the stream because that's going to take a while. So you guys, you know, get your popcorn, get your drinks and snacks. Like, this is going to be a long one. For those that didn't catch it live, well, you can catch it almost live with me reacting to it. So that's just as good, if not better, right? Yeah. All right, let's go.
Launch complete. Landing gear up. Shield system offline.
Okay, okay.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Okay.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Looks like we can warp straight to it.
Quantum drive is now on.
Oh, isn't that handy? I was about to say, you know, that's probably why they want you to warp to a side location and then warp over to Everest. Because, yeah, it won't load in properly quickly enough.
Shield system online.
It doesn't know that you're going to go to Everest Harbor, so, you know, it never actually loads it on your RAM until you actually select and decide to go there, in which case it starts up the process. If you're able to warp straight over there from another moon, that's not enough time for it to load the entire station. Plus all the dumpster cargo around it. Yeah, all the bull crap. Other players' ships, leftover things, exploded cargo missions all over the edges of the station doors. And honestly, that's the reason why there isn't more water bottles set dressing, live set dressing. Each one of those is an extra entity count. And like little just bits and bobs around, as cool as it would be to have it interactable, just that's just massive amounts of extra inventory or entities we just cannot be keeping track of. Okay, pull up the elevator. Reminds me of Eve back in the day. PC could barely handle it. Long live Jita. Yeah, I played Eve a little bit. Got to the point where I bought like a small, medium, like mining ship, like the big flat one with a bunch of lasers. And I went to a place and mined some, and I was like, all right, cool. Now I could use this to make a bunch of money to buy the good ships. And then I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm done. I don't want to grind out to buy the big ships. Grind out to buy the mining ship. And then I was like, all right, yeah, that's fine. No? Okay. That's fine, I guess. Yep, alright, that's pretty flat. Okay, send it down. ASD drive confirm. All right, success. Hang on one sec. BRB. Say, you want to meet at Microtech? I got okay, cargo sitting there. Turn in up to tier 5 for delivery towards there.
Alright, that's some solid work. Couldn't have done it any better myself. I'll contact you again soon.
Oh. Okay. God damn it. Okay. Testing. Hello. Okay. Hang on. Testing. There we go. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, good. Ad break. All right, cool. So really quickly, I'm going to meet a buddy at Microtech, and I'm going to give him all of my cargo so that he can get tier 5 of the rewards. and that'll be fun. No, 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 not the co-pilot seat. All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Do you want to mess around with the Kruger Wolf, by the way? I could throw it into your hangar.
I flew one already. I love it. I was actually
It's
about
so
to
beautiful,
upgrade my
dude.
Suilan. I was about to upgrade my Suilan to it.
Yeah, oh, that's a perfect upgrade to the Suyin, because that's like $90 or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's perfect.
I found out how agile it was. I don't like the guns on it though.
They have buffed ballistics by like 20% across the board in the PTU.
Oh, okay.
So like, Meteor and Kruger can actually, you know, have some bite to it.
Nice.
So yeah, like, and that also means ballistic cannon loadouts are on the menu.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was.
And I was like, okay, I'm really interested in testing that out. So
Yeah,
I'm down whenever you are. Eventually.
Attrition 3s and some ballistic cannons on my MSR.
All right, I am
turret.
heading out of what do you call it, Hurston, going over to Tressler now, and then I need to. All my cargo's at the planet.
Babbage.
So
Is that Babbage?
at Babbage.
Okay.
So I'll meet you there.
I'll go to Babbage. That's fine.
And then do you know what the cargo? Do you even know what the event is?
The pirate one?
It's the supply drive.
Yeah, for Microtech. And
Yeah. So like basically, they had the fallout of. There's that backstory of all the medic stuff is going haywire, and people, not us, not players, we're not people, but regular people in the Star Citizen universe, they're having their medical. When they respawn, it's not working properly, and like there's big panic across the Empire. This is the tech that we stole off the Van Duel mothership that we killed for the first time in the Squadron 42 prologue in the Battle of Vega 6 years ago in the timeline that we are currently in. So this tech we stole from the Van Duel, and it worked great for like, you know, a decade or 6 years or so, and then now it's just breaking in, you know, like a 20% or 10% failure rate of people not coming back. Not us, of course.
No,
but,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is probably the most consistent I've seen. As far as updates for this game.
Yeah, no, like one every month. Why am I not going? I typed a new Babbage. It didn't stick. All right, hang on.
I literally just spawned my ship, and it's up sideways in my hangar.
Some things don't change. I love it. Like it has been like the most best performance like in a long time.
Yeah.
Like you could have like an hours long session with you and the mates now. That is possible and consistently do it.
Yeah.
But there's still just the fucking. There's a 3 hour long Star Citizen live video with Benoit talking about all the like bugs and bug fixing and just stuff. So highly recommend just throw that in the background when you're prepping or some shit in the kitchen. They just released that like yesterday. All right, on the way to Microtech. So yeah, basically they need. They were trying to have Dr. Jorrit, or they. So the Emperor was like, all right, fine, medical initiative to help solve all the respawn rate issues, and we're big bucks to contractors and science facilities doing it. And there's the links or whatever science outpost that you could turn in stuff to in the patch ago, or you could go to Pyro and explore Dr. Jorrit's worm facilities where he was doing irradiated worm
still haven't
testing.
done that yet.
But we can get you out over there sometimes when you get. We got it down to a science, and nobody's doing it anymore.
Yeah.
So, anyways, so everybody now, since we discovered and exposed Dr. Jorrit, everybody's all like, oh, you can't be doing that. We need actual results, not some crazy scientist doing it. And taking the money of the taxpayers. So new initiative. Everybody get cargo, and then that helps science somehow. I don't know. You don't ask me. I don't. It's the cargo event is for the Second Life supply drive for the health initiative. Apparently, scientists need a bunch of copper, corundum, and Beryllium. What was the third one? I don't even remember.
When is the pirate stuff going on?
The pirate is this week, Pirate Week or Pirate Month. They always have this around this time of year. And by that, they just have some special pirate skins they want to sell you. And usually like a little...
They got me.
They got you. I haven't looked at it. Everybody says it's like, it's a pretty good one. It's like, don't be telling me that. Usually I don't even care about these.
I got a Mercury Star Runner skin.
Oh, okay.
Skin. It's like a gunmetal skin. I just like it.
You're gonna get tier 5 rewards for Microtech. Oh, have you joined my server, by the way?
Server? Yeah. What do you mean?
In Star Citizen.
No.
Let me invite you to party. I'm still on my way to Microtech.
Sorry, your server. Yeah, I'm in your server.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I literally just stepped away from my PC as soon as you sent that. Give me 1 second.
No, you're good. Take your time. I'm gonna invite when you need. But yeah, you're gonna get a tier 5 reward, so you'll get access to like 4 different skins for free.
You don't want them?
No, I've done tier 5 on all planets.
Oh jeez.
You have to get 2600 SCU of cargo. It's literally a whole weekend for tier 5 of. You get to tier 4 rewards, right? At like 1400 cargo. To get to tier 6, it takes 2600. So it's more than it's a little bit less than double of tier 4 to get to tier 5. So it's a hell of a grind.
So I should meet you at what? Port Tressler?
No. Babbage is where I have all the stuff.
Okay.
And then you are going to select in your mission board second. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I'll transfer all you the cargo. You got to do a starter mission and go pick up 3 cubes to be able to access the rest of them. But then
I have the Microtech Hurston and I've started all of them.
Oh, have you started them? Oh, perfect. Thank God. I was about to say, if you haven't started them, you can't actually do the open. So there should be a mission under the Microtech that doesn't pay, and it's like open, donation or something like that. You get that one, and then you just basically send cargo down the elevator, and then it accepts it. So I'm gonna pull up my cargo, you accept the mission, then you drop it down.
So which one is it?
Let me look.
Drive, ongoing material acquisition?
I believe material acquisition. They have different wording for each planet.
Okay.
Microtech. Ongoing material acquisition. Yeah, correct. All right, I am just arriving at New Babbage, and what a great day it is here.
Oh, I need to, okay. I need to go down to the planet.
Oh, I also got a meteor if you wanted to check that out.
What is that?
The cannon, size 5, bespoke, Mirai? I think it's Mirai. It's basically like the Fury's big brother. It's like Fury, small, 4 guns, X-Wing, or TIE Fighter like pod ship. Yeah. Then they have the Guardian, which is the bigger brother. Then they have the Meteor.
I actually love the Guardian.
Yeah, they have the Meteor, which is 2 giant size 5 bespokes, even bigger than the Guardian. So the big brother. Ballistic cannon loadout. Oh, there's mine. So yeah, I'll pull it up. I'll show it to you.
Trust me, I'm very tired.
I know. You could just, take a look while I'm moving my cargo. I gotta get that up while you're coming down. The meatier, the better. Exactly. She's very meaty. Ooh,
yeah.
Oh, fuck. Oh, no landing gear down. I was like, why am I so fast?
I'm working on buying a Guardian.
Guardian solid.
With my whole sea money.
With your whole sea money. Oh, that's right, because they have all the ships in the patch now, or most of them now.
Oh.
Go over here.
Oh my God, I was supposed to pick up. I forgot I was supposed to pick up cargo here too. Fuck. Oh. It's still on?
What?
No, I logged off and the shit is still here. Oh wait, no, this is. tripping. I'm so tripping. Don't mind me, bro.
Okay.
I'm so tired. I'm not even realizing what the. I accepted your mission. I didn't even realize what I'm talking about. Don't mind me.
Did you get that friend or no invite?
Yeah, I'm in your party.
All right, cool. Let me grab. All right, so I'm in my hangar. I'm gonna pull up all the cargo here.
I have to. Microtech will not let me go from here.
Yeah,
I
you have to
go
warp
on
to the side. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I got it. Let's see. See, this works. I found out a little trick.
Oh, you can ride the ship elevator down, by the way, into the loading zone.
Ship elevator? What are you talking about?
Like the ship hangar elevator, when it goes up and down, you can actually ride that down and not get despawned now. I actually found that out the other day.
I had no idea what you're talking about.
When you're spawned in a ship and the big ship elevator goes up and down, you know?
Uh-huh.
You can go on the elevator and ride it down with it, and it won't despawn you back to your hab anymore. It used to do that.
Oh, ship elevator. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Like, I accidentally fell down there. I was like, well, I guess it's a 20-minute journey back to the fucking thing. But no, it was cool with me just watching the ship spawn in and out.
This is not the side of New Babbage I'm supposed to be on.
Come to my marker. Do you see it?
Wait, maybe it is. Why does it look different?
Dude, that'll happen to me. I come in from like the opposite angle, like, wait a minute. Why does this look completely wrong? Oh, wait, I need to pull up the cargo. Right. Okay, hang on. Send it down. I know what I'm doing.
Oh, it is New Babbage. Why does it look different? I thought this is supposed to be water.
No, that's ice. That's Hurston. That's next to a shitty lake.
Oh.
This is the ice place.
Oh, you park over here? Where the elites park?
I mean, that's where the extra large hangars are.
I actually had 2 gunners in my MSR. I actually felt really good.
Oh, dude, it's so like when I'm fighting against those in like a heavy fighter or shit, even my Hornet, I can't take them down. Way too much shields. The turrets just destroy me. They both have firing angle. It's like the Millennium Falcon. It's complete coverage on top and bottom.
Yeah.
There is no like dead spot to hit them.
Yeah, I literally just thought about switching out the other side of the turrets for ballistics just now.
Wait for the patch. It'll be buy them now and then have them ready for the patch.
Okay.
Because yeah, everybody has nothing but laser cannons and laser repeaters. Nobody actually buys ballistics.
I can park over here, bro.
Hit the thing. It should let you. Or here. I'll let you in my hangar. Let me open up the top. Come above me.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm gonna just I'll hop in the meteor that I spawned. I just hit the button. Then you just come on in.
It won't let me land. Never mind.
Yep. Oh, you got it. All right, cool.
Yeah. I should just start coming over here.
Yeah, I live out of New Babbage. This place is great.
No, I'm saying like even like because like Port Tressler right now was just like completely packed. You couldn't even like do anything.
Yeah. There's a lot of traffic at the stations. People trying to finish the event because they know the new patch is coming.
Yeah, I missed all this. I couldn't do a lot of it.
You're good. I was gonna try to trade somebody for like 40 million credits or something, a tier 5 worth of cube, that they would either sell out, one at a bit, that they would nickel and dime or something. Basically, I would bulk transaction through the third-party website, and then they would do the turn-ins themselves, or get the rewards, or get the money for the turn-ins or whatever. But one bulk sale, then they dealt with it, type of thing. And I messaged a guy about it, but he wanted the cargo at Hurston, and I had it here. And also, he didn't message me back, so never found out.
Tungsten and corundum. Jeez, it's a lot of minerals.
Yeah, they want a lot of cargo. The stupid thing was like, okay, so like there's
I just like that the hangars are they're fixed. Like
yeah, no, and you spawn in the hangars now too when you come to the home planet.
It's great.
It's really like, it's actually like the hangar is the main thing, and then you're visiting the city instead of a person of the city, which I kind of like more because it feels like you're way more of that contractor of the stars type of thing. Starting in your hangar feels right.
Yeah. All right, so I'm coming to your hangar. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Hopefully you get on the right side.
Let's see.
Not showing up in the elevator?
No. Sorry, I was doing something.
Oh, okay.
Don't mind me.
Oh, but yeah. Whenever you got time, and if you got some friends that want it, I can get you and the boys out, and we'll do the worm. We get you all the stuff you need to transform an it key into the gun jump it key.
What?
Yeah, like
Jump it key.
the Atlas. Okay, so it's got the tractor beam Atlas, right? Then you got the jump jet Atlas, which is the mining version, right? Then you got the it key, which has guns on the arms, which you can only find at the ASD science facility locations. Then you can take those to Wicklow, and then you can fucking get your, oh shit, the real KG with a raid. What's up, man? How are you guys doing? Welcome, everybody. But yeah, then you can take that gun Atlas from the science facilities, and then you can turn it into Wicklow, and you can get a jump jet gun wiki that you can spawn anywhere and put in the hangar elevators. What's up, yo? How's the verse string tonight? Very good, very good. Just giving my buddy tier 5 worth of cargo. And then, yeah, I was going to start to watch the SCL.
Hello there.
The 3-hour-long live Star Citizen live video with Benoit. Welcome, everybody. How are you guys doing? Welcome to VR Citizen. Not VR just yet. We lost support for VR, but we will be getting it back hopefully sooner than later. But that's not to say that we can't play Star Citizen in VR now. Oh. So, with that being said, let me show you guys. See here. Nice. Yeah, we watched it tonight, and it was a long one, but definitely worth the watch. Yeah, oh, well, I hate to make people watch it back to back. But yeah, that was the plan for me as well. So yeah, if you guys aren't aware, Citizencon is a digital one this year, yeah? But that doesn't mean that you can't go meet up and have fun with friends and whatnot. So we are raising funds to bring the mobile VR Citizen Cockpit to the watch party down in Austin, Texas, where a bunch of CIG developers are going to be, a bunch of View people are going to be, a bunch of streamers are going to be there, and I'm going to be there with the VR Citizen experience. So with that being said, I'm matching $500 in donations towards the project over the next month or so. We're trying to raise $1,000 to get the van to go there. We have sub goals and prizes for people who can Twitch Prime and gift sub for that as well, for ships and LTI giveaways. We got all sorts of rewards for giveaways and like joysticks and hopefully a headset if we raise enough money for the actual live event. And everybody's gonna just have a big fun blast and, you know, be awesome because they are. So if you can make it there, I hope to see you there. And if not, and if you're planning on doing something, well, that's something to do. Anyways, hate to raid and run though. Gotta figure out Elgato camera issue. Holler at me on Discord. I have solved quite a many an issue because of how much extra I gotta work to get it for VR and like multiple computers and shit. So if you can't figure it out, just give me a holler. I might be able to get you through. Is it a Logitech webcam or is it an actual like 4K pro cam type thing? But anyways, thank you so much for the raid, Real KG. All right. Oh, I need to turn that off. Hang on. I always forget. I leave that camera up. I need to make that command. Pop that camera up for like 10 seconds. Elgato face cam. Just losing signal, so I got a few. Okay, interesting. So Elgato has a webcam? Interesting. I need to check that out. Yeah, I have like 6 to 8 Logitechs all over the room and house, and I'm fairly familiar with how they fuck up and operate. So
Hello there.
it's like 20 webcam. Interesting. Yeah, no, I've always just Logitech for webcams. I didn't even think about Elgato, but that does make sense that they would have that. Cool. Well, take care, man. Oh yeah, solid. They actually sold like their 4K webcams for like $90, and then like COVID happened, and now they're like, you can't find them for under like $180, $200. All right, Mozzie, ready for you whenever you are.
Okay, let me.
Oh. I got a cut on the underside of my tongue. Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
No,
it sounds terrible.
It's like I'm trying not to, like, you know, when I talk and say certain things, it'll just barely brush past the front bottom 2 teeth, and it just pain, and then it just doesn't heal, and I've been dealing with it for a week. Like, you can't put a band-aid on it.
Damn. Sorry, bro.
It's
that
just
sounds tough.
Oh.
That sounds terrible.
It's I must have bit down on my tongue in my sleep, or something I ate, just sliced it. It's just a tiny little never gonna heal, because I'm always moving my tongue cut. Fucking sucks.
Yeah, yikes. Okay. Oh yeah, your hanger.
Yeah.
I'm in your party, right? Yeah. What am I doing?
Yes. Chill with the Captain Crunch. Yeah. Just have a bunch of cinnamon. Yeah, no, I don't. It must have been something sharp that just got at me. I didn't feel it at first, but I'm definitely feeling it now.
Where is my helmet? My helmet just popped off my head.
Did you hit Alt H?
Nope, I did not.
It might be visual glitch. Usually your head disappears with it, though.
Yeah, let me see.
Did you put it in your inventory?
Oh, that's weird. It's not even showing me my... Wait, it's showing me my old helmet. What the fuck? What the I don't know, man. That's weird. Alright, well, let's just go, I guess. I don't care. It doesn't look like I have a helmet on, but if I do, fuck it.
I'll let you know. They were talking about, in that 3-hour video, they talked about how they were ready to post this patch like a couple weeks ago. And then right at the last second, they found a bug with the wolf where, like, when you exit the, when you do an exit animation, right, you end up in EVA floating outside your ship on server side, but client side, you're walking around in your hangar.
Jeez.
And it was impossible to resolve itself and catch up, right? So they literally had to call what's his name, the bug smasher himself, you know, to like just help them look and figure this out, because they're trying to push the patch, and like they want to, you know, let people buy the wolf the next day and stuff like that. So they
This hangar is massive.
Oh yeah, I know. Get used to running in the extra large.
Bro, what the fuck? You need like a taxi vehicle. What the
other
hell?
people do. They literally have those
What is
RTC buggies that they park around the sides so that they could just get from one side to the other. It's so bad.
What ship is this?
Oh, that's the Meteor for you.
The Meteor?
Yeah,
what
yeah.
The fuck is that?
It's the Guardians and Fury's bigger brother. Size 5 ballistic cannons.
For a small fight, is that a heavy?
That's a heavy.
Fighter?
Oh no, wait, sorry. The Meteor, sorry. No, wait, that's the Mantis. Sorry, I get my things mixed up. That is the Mantis's big brother, fighter, size 5 cannons with 4 size 3 guns.
Nice.
It's
Jesus.
great.
What the fuck?
All right, send this down.
Okay.
Oh wait, do you have the mission? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just send it down. It should work. Sorry, yeah, I was in my head, I was thinking it was a different thing. It was a different platform. Right. The Meteor is the RSI Mantis's fighter variant. with a bunch of weaponry. The meteor, because it'll crash into you. Yeah.
All right, it worked.
All right, I still got more. That was like half of it.
Shotgun and livery for the Aurora Spirit and Zeus.
I still got more cargo. That was as much as I could fit on the elevator.
Oh. Dang. Oh, there's more?
Yeah, one more. I think one and a half more.
Jesus.
You need
What
2
happened? Did yours bug out or something?
No. It's the elevator fits 1100, and you need to turn in 2600.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we
you didn't
literally
do it?
have. There's literally so much cargo.
You had too much. Is that what you had too much of it?
Oh, why I had all? No, I was trying to sell all of this. And I couldn't.
Oh, now I really do appreciate this.
Yeah. No, I was gonna. Yeah, like I said, I was gonna sell it all to one dude for like 20 million or something. Make a video about using the third-party websites, but yep. He never responded. He probably played Path of Exile and just got addicted to that. It was around the same time when the new league hit.
Chromium and tungsten. Oh wow, that's a lot. Okay.
Oh yeah, and you can hit F1 and then go to journal. And then there is Second Life Resource Drive tab on the left. Click that and then that'll show you your progress if you haven't seen that already.
Oh wow. Yeah. Golly.
Yeah. It's a fuckload of a grind to tier 5 every planet.
Dude, I was gonna do Crusader this weekend, but I don't know when this thing is ending.
Probably in a week or two. So.
Yeah, I was gonna do the Crusader one this weekend. I really wanted the Crusader stuff.
I can guarantee you tier 5 here now, or I can let you move all this stuff over to Crusader at your leisure. Whichever one. But we've already gotten halfway here, so.
I'm right here.
We're here now. Let's get your. Okay.
Yeah, I'm chilling, man.
Commodity cargo.
If anything. I haven't even started it.
Select all. Oh yeah, well then no, fuck that. Just get your tier 5 here and get something in the bag.
Yeah.
It's like a quality lap. You got to have something on the board.
It's crazy.
All right, there you go. This might be over. Because that said 1800. So that's like nearly 3,000.
The rep is already like at 2,600. This is a lot.
Hey, wait, how much rep do you have?
Like a lot.
No, check on your journal.
Okay, hold on.
Because you need like 2,800 total, I think.
Bro, I'm already at 2,600.
Are you full tier 5?
No.
Okay, so you need
like
28 something?
Hold on. I'm at 2621. I don't think I need all of that.
No, yeah. You need a little bit of this.
Yeah.
Okay. So hang on. Unaccept the mission. Abandon the mission.
Abandon it?
Yep. And then you're going to send this down, and then you're going to pull up like 2 or 3 cubes, and then you'll have some extra overflow for you if you wanted to start it for Hurston later.
Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. So so comms.
And then this will just be here in your personal freight system.
So abandon or
abandon the mission.
Okay. Or submit.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Submit. I guess submit or abandon. It doesn't. Yeah, submit though. Yeah, submit.
Okay, I submitted.
Because I forget that this is the open contract. Yeah.
Now go back.
And then don't do anything now. You send this down. Now that you don't have the mission.
Okay.
And then you need like what? 200 more?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, and then just pull the couple of 60 or 32 SCU cubes.
Let's see. That's smart.
And then you'll have a little bit left over to start your adventures elsewhere. Perfect.
That's smart.
Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy.
Containers. Where would this be under?
Cargo commodity tab, and it selects all of it.
Cargo commodity tab.
Like a
substance container. Oh, okay.
Yeah, containers, cargo commodity. Sorry.
Gotcha.
If there's no way in hell I would do extra resource drive if I can avoid it. Yeah, no, it was pretty awful. The forced grind.
2, 3, 4. This should be enough, right?
I think. Throw 5.
Okay, let's do that. So just bring it up, right?
Yeah, then bring it up and down.
And then-
Give
and
the
then-
old
and
in
then
and
get
out,
the-
in
get-
and out.
Bring it up, accept the quest again, and then put it
Yep.
down. Okay. Very smart. Wait, how many people were you doing this with?
This I just grabbed a Polaris and did this specific mission, but it's
Oh my
even
gosh.
easier now. It's even easier now because the mission is bugged and it gives you like 500 cargo per, and there's no enemies, so you just fly the ship with the cargo on it back to the home base and just start. It's easier and harder now that it's bugged and there's 500
Damn it,
cubes.
why did you get me back on this bitch, man? I was going to go to sleep.
Now that you now that there's 500 now that there's 500 per mission, you have to unload 500 cube worth each time instead of like 12. So you technically are doing it faster now that the missions are bugged when you want to grind this out later, but at the same time you like are unloading a lot more.
Fuck. I want to do the. I want to do the.
No. Just focus. Go to bed. Know that you got cargo ready and waiting. And also here, take this with you.
Take what? Hold on. Journal. Did it go up? 26. Wait, it only went up by 40? Oh my gosh. Tripping. Hold on.
Check it again.
No, it only went up by 40. I think I grabbed the small ones. Whoops.
Oh, did you click? Oh, because yeah, the 2 SU box looks like a big one if you're not.
All right, that means I'm gonna still move these to my elevator then. Hold on. Will this mess up? I don't want this to mess up.
Oh, what are you doing?
I still have the mission. I want to move everything to the cargo and then put it back down.
All of it? Yeah, just move it. If you want to turn it in for the mission, yeah, just move it up and down.
Okay.
If you want to turn it all in, yeah, just do it.
Let's see. Commodity cargo.
And I got some at Hurston, but whenever you want to grind this out, I'll grab the Polaris. We can get plenty of shit. We just got to steal the fucking mission that's broken now. You get 500 SEU worth. You do like 6 of those and then boom, you got it. Tier 5. So just holler whenever you want to grind it. Where the fuck is the door for this? Oh yeah, that's right. It's an elevator. Lucked out and managed to get 2 corps with the 500 SCU ships. Yeah. So how long did it take you to unload the 500 SCU? Is it a lot of big cube or is it a lot of shit cube? Because if it's a bunch of 32 SCUs, then that's not bad at all. But if it's a bunch of like 2s and 4s, fuck, man. Like solo, it's a pain. Okay, so it's a bunch of 2s and 4s is what you're telling me.
Bro, where do I buy an F86 or an XL1? I tried looking for.
You don't know XL1s or F86s. That's military tech. I can get them.
So you have to get it off. So you have to get it off a ship then.
I can find them at the Worm event. The big Worm, the garages there have them.
Oh my god!
And
Are you serious?
we can do it. We don't even have to do the Worm if you want to farm out XL1s. I was wanting to do a day of that as well.
Bro, I need to put an XL1 on my.
I was wanting to get like 6 of them under my belt.
My gosh, I didn't even realize they took it out.
Yep.
All right, I'm capped at 3,000. I didn't. Okay, are you
right,
gonna award a Parallax Microtech rifle? Ooh.
Yep. Parallax rewards. All right, here you go. Fly this out of here and land it in your thing, and then go to bed. Elevator.
What is this?
This is the RSI Mantis.
Bro, what the fuck are these guns? What is this thing?
Size 5 bespoke ballistics with size 4 laser repeaters, or size 4 size 3 laser repeaters.
Terrorist. This thing is a terrorist.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, and they're buffing. Oh, and each size 5 ballistics is a double shot cannon.
What the fuck is this? Look at this thing. Oh, who designed this?
This is RSI. This is the Mantis.
Oh,
no, the one that the ship that does the interdicting and has like the the thing that like pulls you out of warp.
I fucking love it.
This is the heavy fighter variant.
Oh my god. I love my Scorpius.
So where there's normally the Mantis, where there's normally the interdictor big unit in the back, now you just get a big open bay and a big open room in there.
How much is this thing?
Like 180, I think. Heavy fighter. So
180,000?
No. I don't think it's sold in game yet. They just released this one.
Oh
my
my
God!
days.
Jesus.
Okay, I'm sorry. Wow.
I wasn't ready. But yeah, it's 6 guns, 2 size 5 ballistic cannons.
Oh, this thing is. Wait, this is a heavy fighter or medium?
Yep. Oh, put it down really quickly. I actually gotta open up the thing and sit in the chair. I forgot.
It's 2-seater?
No. I gotta open up. I gotta open up the hangar bay door. I can't do that from my. Can I do that from my mobiGlass? I have to be in a seat for that. I think I have to be in the.
This thing is sick. It's like a mantis, but like a
heavy fighter mantis, baby.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I can.
I want one.
Hang on.
I want one. You know what? I want one. I'm turning my. No, I need my Cuddy Black.
No. Keep the Cuddy Black. They'll eventually sell this one in game. You can do it from there. Okay, hang on.
But I want to, bro. I want to get rid of my Banner Defender, my Suyulan.
Oh, the Suyen for the Kruger. For the
Wolf. Yeah.
Suyulan for the Kruger. Banu for this one. That's definitely not a bad idea if you have to.
I don't like that you can't get the Warbond one though, with the paint.
Yeah, you'll just have to live with it. Now you can do some finagling with LTIs, possibly around IAE this year, but all right, you're good. Hangar. No, wait, it didn't open. What? Yeah. Comms from friends. It didn't. Hang on, it didn't do it. Hang on, laying back down.
Oh my, bro. Wait. These are level 4.
Friends.
Are these attrition repeaters or what?
I'm actually not exactly sure what the stock loadout is. Click the diamond. Hang on.
Bro, this thing will shred.
It's also got nacelle engine wings mounts, so if you get hit in the engines and you lose one, you're kind of fucked. Hit the diamond.
Oops.
Yeah, it popped up, so it's opening. I don't think it popped up last time, and it's definitely not. Yeah, land. I got to get in the pilot seat to do it. 1 sec. Hey, Granny Q. Oh my gosh, Granny Q. The oldest and baddest Star Citizen streamer in the galaxy. How you doing, Granny? Dude, with the 89-person raid, thank you guys so much for dropping by. Dude, how are you guys doing? How was your stream, Gran? Just showing my buddy, the Mantis's bigger brother. Welcome, everybody.
I remember when I had a Mantis and it was useless. I didn't really.
Well, it's an interdictor. You hold ships and pull them out of quantum. If you're not doing that, the Mantis is pointless. It is literally, you don't need it unless you're doing like group PvP fighting, and there's no mission for it. Oh, yeah, Granny is such a joy to watch. You're not wrong. Hi there, 30 days to VR Citizen. What does that mean? I will show you. Hang on, let me just call the thing. All right, hangar request complete. You can fly out of here and go to bed, buddy.
No, I do my Crusader missions.
No, you need to sleep. Let me out of here first.
You.
Hello there.
I'm kidnapping you right now.
No. I'm getting out of the elevator. All right, goodbye.
Okay. Oh, you turned off the fucking. You son of a bitch. You turned off the shit.
Just cycle the power. You're good.
You knew what I was gonna do. You knew exactly what I was gonna do.
So, you know, just in case, we're just gonna nip that in the bud. But yeah, dude, thank you guys so much for following. Welcome and do the voodoo that you do. There you go.
Oh, this shit is fast. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's like Mantis. It's a light frame, and they threw a bunch of fucking heavy guns on it. It's ridiculous. But yeah, if you guys are wondering what I mean about VR Citizencon, let me find the thing here. So,
bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. The Wolf still has the best like handling I've ever seen in
Oh yeah,
ship.
the Wolf is fantastic. So, we are. Is that the? No, that's not it. Citizencon.
Bro,
there you go.
What the fuck?
So we are raising $1,000 to take my mobile VR cockpit to the Bar Citizens Citizencon watch party in Austin, Texas. I am matching up to $500 in donations over the next 4 weeks. We have a bunch of LTI ship giveaways for subs and donations on Twitch. We got a whole bunch of fun giveaways in person, in store. at the actual event in Austin, Texas. So if you guys have any information, just let me know. And if you want to help support us, just let me know when you do so, and I will match donations. So thank you for doing the voodoo that you do and helping us show VR and Star Citizen to everyone and everywhere that we can. So, but yeah, welcome. Hoping your stream is fabulous. It's great. We did some a little bit of Onyx. I gave my buddy a full tier 5 worth of cargo turn-ins, and then he's not going to go to bed now. So success.
Is there a Platinum Bay at New Babbage?
New Babbage? No, there's a gun sale weapon kiosk place.
I got you.
What is that? What's the weapon shop called at New Babbage, guys? Awesome. You have a good night. You too, Granny. Don't stay up later than you need to. Thank you for the raid. In fact, you're already up pretty late as usual. But yeah, you use the wheel in the verse? Yes, if you hit exclamation mark. Rally. I not only use the wheel in the verse for driving vehicles, I drive the Daymar Rally with an all VR team. I got 5th place and 7th place in the past 2 years. So you can check out those highlights there. Anyways,
all right. What contracts I have real quick. I might go shoot something.
That's about just to see how it flies and shoots. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. All right. If you want to fly, are you gonna like shoot something with it, or did you want to actually? Because if you want to,
I want to go to sleep.
Okay.
That's what I want to do.
That's about to say you should go to sleep. Is what you should do is land it and then have it ready for next session.
Wait, I won't. Wait, what?
Yeah, no, land it in your home hangar. Home hangar.
In the home hangar?
Your home hangar.
New Babbage?
Your wherever your home hangar that you selected as your home place. That is fully persistent. So if you set a ground vehicle to the left or in the like a little side pod area, you will keep a vehicle there. If you park like actual ships in the little side area, they will be there. So you just either set it aside or park it on the main thing and don't spawn another ship and you'll have it. You cannot send it down. You can't send it down the elevator. To be clear, it is fully persistent in the hangar. Physically.
So if you recall this ship, you're telling me if you recall this.
If I recall it after you set it down and get out of it, I will get a new ship. It will reclaim my lost ship to me and spawn a new one.
Fuck? When did they do that?
Welcome to Star Citizen and how they built their foundational system of engines.
I mean, I get it, but I don't get it.
Well, like, because like,
I feel like it's gonna create problems.
If every single ship that every player owned is respawnable and it destroys it, then there's no salvage.
Yeah, true.
There's literally no point for salvage ships to exist.
Makes so much sense. But then doesn't that cloud the mesh?
Yeah,
like
and then that's the double-edged sword that developers have to figure out now that they've allowed for a system where your ships are left exactly where you leave them. It's sort of Damocles, you know? You sit underneath it all day long.
This place is called Ghost Hollow. I'm parking here from now on.
Oh, that's Ghost Hollow is. There might be enemy ships around there.
I just blacked out. Oh my god, I just blacked out, and I'm literally hurling towards the planet. No!
Exit out of quantum.
Please!
Exit out of quantum and break. All right, what we're gonna do since everybody's here, we're gonna do one more Onyx facility mission, and then I think we're gonna swap over and we're gonna watch the 3-hour-long Star Citizen live video.
Touchy. Sign me up. I'll do it.
You want in?
Fuck. Yes.
Just go shoot some ships. I'll meet you there in my cuddy.
What's there? What do you? Wait, is that in Pyro?
Actually.
Please say no.
It's the new. This is the new. So after the Pyro worm fallout and Dr. Jort's facilities were uncovered, now look in your mission tab.
Hold on. Wait. Give me a second. I'm parking this ship.
There's still salvage panels and salvage missions. Yeah, but like that's just like it's like we threw some metal for you to find. Like when you're oh shit, hang on. When you're attacking, hey, what's up, Attack Cat? When you're asking me what salvage in space means, that means a fucking ship eating another ship, you know? Yes, there is like, you know, salvaging space stations and crap and panels, but like, come on, man. We want ship on ship eating, all right? We want that ship vor content. I am spawning my Cutlass. I will meet you at the facility.
What facility? I don't know what facility you're talking about.
When you're done shooting stuff or whatever, wherever you're at, if they're enemies.
I'm parking. I want to go to sleep.
Hit your
you got me
mission.
You got me with this new Onyx mission. What the fuck is this?
So hit the select the journal or the missions tab, and there's a new tab. Check out investigation. We're private eyes. We're detectives now.
I saw that earlier today.
So,
I did not want to press it at all.
So we are detectives now. We're gonna go figure out what Dr. Jorrit was doing. And by detectives, a private eye is hiring us to do his footwork, and he's making a dossier on the case.
Oh, there's a bed in here? Oh, shit.
You got
I was so
gun?
happy there was a bed in the Guardian. Ooh.
Is there a bed in there? Really? I didn't even notice.
Yes.
She's got an ass on her. You got a gun and ammo?
I have a sniper rifle.
You got ammo?
Yes.
Okay, that should be good. I got, oh my god!
What, is this like a base mission?
And the bearded blink with another raid.
Are you doing it tomorrow?
That's 3. I'm gonna do this all week. I'm doing this literally every day for the next 30 days. I'm trying to stream every day. So I will be on. I will be on. But this is, if you want to do the intro mission and just get them open, well, we could do that.
Alright, I'm coming to your hangar.
Alright, cool. I will park. Oh.
I need a gun. Where's my gun?
Dude, what's up, dude? How you doing, Bearded Blink? My one viewer, dude. No, it's fine. We got graded by the Real KG, Granny, now you. Welcome to the party, everybody. We are just about to do the first Onyx mission. Sounds like a party, dude.
Okay.
There you go.
Are you ready to get
You're not
down,
wrong.
get funky with us?
He better be. That's what we pay him for, right, Slurms?
Right!
Hello there.
In fact, Slurms has to party all night, every night, or he's fired.
Where are you?
Rock on!
Here you are. Where's my red med gun? Hello? No, where'd it go? I lost it. No.
Little requeue on the next patch.
Oh, there it is. There you go.
Finished the third Onyx mission tonight and did some low fly. Oh, hell yeah. How's the low fly? Did you go to Daymar? Where else would you go? I guess Yela's pretty slick. Shot you some good shit. Please don't mind his sarcasm. You're severely damaged like the rest of us. Okay, mister. I noticed you're here too. Lots of tall rocks and pretty colors. Magda. Check out. Have you seen the sunrise at Magda specifically? Have you timed that out?
Ammo?
What?
P8 SC ammo?
P8? I have P8AR ammo.
Yeah, I haven't been able to pick up. Well,
we can go. I'll swing by. Come into my hangar. We'll swing by Tressler, and because I need to get some as well. I'll be real quick.
All right.
That'll be doable.
Yeah, I just need another weapon. All right, I'm coming. All right. Fuck, man.
You want a P8 AR?
I want to go to sleep, but I'm here, and I want a P8 AR.
I'll get you one.
What do I do with all these crystals I've been finding?
What type? There's Wicklow turn-ins.
Like glassosite and
Glycosite
and
yeah, those are the
seeds and
those are the new
Trainmaline. I got a lot of plague stuff.
Those are turn-ins for science facility missions or Wicklow if you're like doing stuff for him.
I need to do Wicklow missions. I just don't want to start it. I don't know why.
Because he's a bastard Banu man. All right, I got a P8 AR and ammo for you.
All right, I'm coming.
All right.
Do I need any attachments? No.
I should have everything that we need as long as you could just cover my back. And then we'll do the intro. We'll do the intro mission, and then you can get to bed.
All right, I am heading to your hangar. I need water.
I should be parked in front of the thing, but I don't know if
a glass of Martell.
I don't know if you're gonna spawn in the right spot. Just have to walk all the way across.
Yeah, I'm noticing that I can't use Urkel as a source anymore. Everything's outdated.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just.
Your gun is on the wall on the left. by the way.
What? Okay.
I'm gonna
okay,
get me really quickly.
Whoa,
I'm
look
gonna
at this Cuddy skin. Oh my god.
my best in show 2020 skin.
Sit on the left. Like inside?
Yeah, by the top, by the front. Gun rack on the right wall.
Gotcha. Ooh, P8AR. Oh, you said on the left. Whoops.
I was about to say, yeah, that one be mine. That one's got the low light scope. All right, and then speaking of scope, that one doesn't have one, but I'm putting one on the floor, as well as like some ammo. I'm gonna split like 15 mags, and then we're gonna drop.
I thought this storage works better than putting it on the floor because it goes through the ship.
It works for the ship, but I can see my storage and you can see your storage, but it's not the ship storage. It's client side. It's stupid.
I gotta get these all by one, huh? And then combine ammo?
Just right click and then hold, or F right click store. F right click store. And it'll go to backpack. And if not, go hit I. Yeah, and then drag him.
I did the whole thing.
Yeah, just drag him straight into your inventory with the eye, which I still love that that is doable, that you can select physical objects in this menu. That's actually, I don't think there's any.
That's a lot of ammo. I'm getting like a lot.
Yeah, that's 15 rounds. 30. There's just 15 rounds.
Oh, I have wait. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm just going one by one. Never mind.
Yep. I'll let you do that. I'll get the ship. Oh, wait. Let me get my gun. Don't want to forget it. And then we'll get going. Does this have a laser pointer? Yeah, I got a laser pointer.
You're being selfish.
I put a scope on the ground for you, yeah? A little hollow.
I should have brought mine.
Yeah, alright.
I didn't get no scope. Store.
You might have already stored it.
Store. Let me see. Okay, right.
Okay, cool.
Store. There's so many.
Oh, didn't realize ship storage was client side. Yeah, no, every time I tried to give something to somebody through the ship storage, at least in this cutlass, yeah,
Combine
it's just
all
like
ammo. It's the best function I've ever seen in this game.
It doesn't
Made me so happy.
want to do. Okay, grab that new mission and then share with me when you're ready. I'm actually gonna get me a drink with the bottle of water in my backpack.
Hold on. The fuck? What did I just do?
Starlancer cargo is not client side. You can see whatever you put in it, but that I don't know about it. See, that's the thing, is that everybody says it works every time I try it with my cutlass. See, here's what we're gonna do. Left garage, open storage. I'm gonna put an empty water bottle in there. I can sacrifice that.
All right, what'd you say? You told me to do something.
Really quickly, check that left storage thing right here. Do you see an empty water bottle in there?
Yes.
Weird. All right, I've never had it work before on my ship.
I remember it was working when we played, but it just got buggy that one night.
Okay, so I guess it bugs in and out then.
Yeah, because I use my cutlass closets are my best. Man, that's all
I never use my closets because of that. Like, all right, you get the mission, share when you're ready, and then hop on the co-pilot.
What's the mission? Sorry, investigate, right?
Yeah, we're private eyes. We're private eyes. Get your magnifying glass and overcoat.
Where's it at? What is it? Where's it under again? Sorry.
Investigation. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't see it.
There should be an investigation tab.
In journal?
In contracts.
Contracts?
Yeah.
I don't have an investigation tab.
Scroll?
Oh, you're right.
I was about to say, there's a lot of tabs. They added more.
Yeah, I know. I knew that. Yep, sure did.
I was testing everybody in chat.
I saw it earlier. I was like, okay, track, go. Where are we going? Share?
Share, yeah.
Okay. Did you get it?
One more time.
Okay. Contracts. Share.
You are clear to launch.
You've already done it, huh?
Yeah. Oh, it might be because it's the intro. Right. Well, here, let me get into space, then you could fly us there.
Okay. Onyx facility.
I wish you could like send
S4A4.
coordinates to somebody.
Yeah, that'd be nice. S4A4.
Does it say planet? If you check on the map.
It says Onyx facility S4A4.
There's 40 of them that they spread across the Stanton system.
God.
So, well,
Okay.
so this way, instead of there being 2 Hathor sites per 2 planets, right? Now there's 40 ASDs, and it spreads the players out so we're not overlapping as much. So we should have the place pretty much to ourselves.
Wait, cancel. Track. We are going to.
Oh, I got it. See it?
Okay.
Onyx facilities.
Calliope, sorry.
That's how. Okay, so the only reason I know how to pronounce that is from the song "Blinded by the Light." The Calliope. Yeah, the Calliope crashed through the. Oh, the guy's on the MFD. Is he on your MFD?
I forgot to close. Well, no, you came in after me. Forgot to close your.
It'll be fine.
Your butt's open.
Is homeboy talking on your ship MFD?
Who?
The guy. Can you hear him talking?
Yeah. No, he already did. He already talked.
Oh, he already did it. So if you pull the mission in your ship, he pulls up on your MFD.
Yeah, on your MFD. Yeah. I did that with the hearse and stuff. I was like, oh, this is kind of nice.
No,
like
he's an actual guy. He looks like Blade Runner. It's like an actual person, not just a random voice this time. So they got a full guy to mocap and stuff for it, which I think is cool.
Yeah, they've really been busy.
Oh, I'm stuck to New Babbage Quantum. That's why it wouldn't let me. All right, here we go.
Yeah, like I said, this is the most production. This is the most progress I've seen in this game for like.
Oh, just wait till we get to this place. You got your music and sound on?
Music?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Music. Turn your music on. Sound on. This place is wild.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Music's on.
Okay. All right. Can everybody hear? We good? Calliope was the nickname for a World War II U.S. rocket tank. Whoa, the Calliope rocket tank. Yes, I actually do know about that one.
I knew that sounded familiar.
Yeah. No. So now in the song "Blinded by the Light," lit up by a deuce, another roller in the night. Man, brothers, mothers, Indians in the summer with a teenage diplomat. When the man bumps as the Indian and pumps his way into his hat. Something, the Calliope crashed to the ground. It's one of the lyrics, and it's the only reason I know how to pronounce it that way. I believe it was a Greek goddess. All right. Okay, hang on. Oh, wait, there we go. I think I got it. Onyx facility. Come on, let me warp. Oh, right. Bro. The first one we cannot warp to. The ones that once you get to the first one, you can warp to the ones after that. We have to fly manual. Give me a sec. Just a sec here.
I did the unthinkable.
What'd you do?
I got back into Magic the Gathering.
Oh, really?
Yeah, man. One night of Commander.
Did you hear about this new service that GameStop is offering? That they put in beta? The Push Arcade? So did you hear that they teamed up with that one company that does card grading, right? The biggest card grading company in the world, right? So you can now, instead of having to go to one of their facilities or whatever, which are really, really small, or not that many and wide and whatever, you can go to GameStop, turn in your Pokemon or, you know, baseball or whatever, and they'll like envelope it up and seal it properly and send it to the card grader company. And if you are like part of GameStop yearly, you know, club membership or whatever and have the card, you get like, you know, 20% off of the service. So you can do it at every GameStop. Then they credit it to your account, and then it's on your file and stuff. And it's like, yes, I have these and stuff. And I think you can choose to literally sell through them to eBay directly, or you can get it, you know, your paperwork and your card shipped back to you officially, right? So whole bunch of people, this is rolled out like 6 months ago, a whole bunch of people are doing all this stuff and getting their cards, and they're now actually grading. Oh, I had all these, you know, Pokemon cards I wanted to grade, but too much of a process and a hassle to do it. So now all these people are getting all their cards graded, they're sending to this thing, and now they're at these warehouses and stuff, and they're scanned digitally into this database, right? Now they have launched into beta or alpha pilot program called Push Arcade, right? Those that were invited, they were allowed to basically pay like 20, 50 bucks, 100 bucks for a card pool. They'll get like 8 to 10 random cards of people's cards pre-graded and sold to the warehouse. So you can pull like a first gen fucking Pokemon Charizard on a Gamba loot box. People are saying they spent like $10,000 pulling cards that were already graded, and you could immediately choose sell immediately and cash out to, it's like a fucking PayPal account connected, and it's like a fucking brokerage like thing like that, right?
I need more information on this. I need you to send me
It's called Push Arcade. I'll send you some info. So you could literally, you random loot box gamble for fucking pulled graded cards to an online database account that you could choose to sell or hold.
Sounds like
already connected to eBay. The people are selling the
crack.
Yeah, it's literally like degenerate fucking crack for people who pull cards.
Oh God.
Yes. Oh God. And like they're gonna make so much fucking money. It's insane.
Told me about this.
Yeah, I'm surprised Zach hasn't told you. It's crazy.
Gosh.
So yeah, the people that were talking about the pilot program, yeah, dude, I spent a lot of money just pulling cards.
Jesus.
So you can send cards in to grade, sell, and technically get it back in a loot box. Exactly. You could maybe even get your own card back if this is all the same system, which I'm assuming it is. They rolled out the you send in your cards and being graded to GameStop like 6 to 8 months ago, and now they have a big collection of all these graded cards that they, you know, I guess people have given to the graders and cashed out on. And now they have that for fuel for the, you know, random pack pulling that they can now supply. It's really interesting if that's what the case. That seems to be what's happening. So, but yeah, it's called Push Start Arcade. See if you can look up any information. I got a big thing I got somewhere that I'll link to you, Mozzie, but I don't know how much is on Google.
Dude, I'm so mad. I want that wolf. I want that wolf paint job.
Which one? The red one?
Yes. No,
Yeah.
not the red one. The one that's like blue and red and yellow.
Oh yeah. I love how it's a not Naboo Starfighter.
Yeah.
It's so good looking though. Fuck, man.
Yeah, not a Naboo Starfighter.
Man, when you hit that profile and you're like running through the clouds with the exterior camera, my God, what a ship.
Yeah, bro. As soon as I got into Cap's ship, he let me find the wolf. You know, you want to know what the first thing I did in it was?
Slam into something because it's so fast.
No. What's that move called? The maneuver where you do a somersault?
Turn and burn?
Yes, I did a turn and burn.
And it stopped instantly.
And it stopped instantly. I said, I need to get this shit.
Yeah.
I need to get this shit as soon as... I said, there's no fucking way.
Yeah, you were like done with the maneuver before you started it type of thing. You're like, wait a minute, that's not right.
He saw me do it and he just started laughing. I was like, bro,
you could literally stop over somebody with that.
Stop on a dime. What is the L-21? Who made the L-21 Wolf?
Oh, here we go.
Where did it come from?
So the guys who made the Archimedes, that's them.
Okay.
The Archimedes and the Merlin, Kruger, the little snub nose.
Kruger. All right, well,
we have arrived. You got your music on?
Yeah, I still want a Guardian.
Yeah, I want all the ships. They definitely are so good at making ships. Like, I've never seen a game where there's so many, like every ship, I want that ship, I want that ship, I want that ship.
I mean, there's some ships that look like, you know,
but there's even those look really good when you get up close and actually look at them, even if they're not your style.
The design of the ships, yeah.
Like hell, the Suyen is not my cup of tea, but fuck, I can appreciate the fuck out of the gorgeousness of that triple-decker apartment room complex.
Yeah, I have
studio loft that
you
they
already
give
know,
you.
I have a thing with alien ships. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but
it's the biggest thing you could take down in a wolf. How fast and nimble are you? But probably somewhere around like Connie sized. I think you'd have trouble getting past shields past that. Because think about it, bro. Shields. If you're talking about the wolf solo, you do half damage on targets with shields with ballistics.
So how about a Scorpius in game? Will these paints affect the...
I do not know if they affect the... I think it's a different chassis. Kind of like how the Cuddy Red is a different one than the Cuddy.
Storm? When did they put a Storm in here? Is a Storm in there? The Storm, the ground tank, is in the game?
Yes, they added, I think, a bunch of vehicles to the list.
What the fuck?
All right, we landed.
Hello there.
All right, this is the facility?
Yep. So this is ASD Science Facilities. We are tracking down Dr. Jorrit, who is the lead scientist and guy running the show at the worm farm in Pyro.
Bro, every time I exit a Cuddy Black and I try to go through that door, I end up going inside the turret.
You don't have to hit F on the thing. That door auto opens.
I know.
All right. So, apparently, the Dr. Jorrit guy was last seen farting around these facilities where, you know, these are basically his old, I call it asshole science division. These assholes do a lot of science here.
All right.
And they're the assholes who are, you know, torturing and doing radiation stuff on the worms.
Yeah, on the worms and the animals. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, look at that laser sight. All right, you're
like
holding
that?
out, bro.
I'll get you one. I just forgot to snag one. I gave you that purple flashlight that I found, though.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the one that got that disappeared with the rest of my loot? Oh,
yep.
Okay, yeah.
I think I have a blue one somewhere I can find, but we
I found
actually
an orange now, a yellow one.
Here, push
orange,
card,
yellow, and purple.
Push card arcade. Can't find anything. Hang on. Let me look up. I might have the name wrong. Push start. Push start, not push card. Push start arcade. I think because I think it's one of like a bunch of different services they're going to roll out under that banner. It's not push card. It's push start. I am pretty sure.
Push start. Are any of these loot boxes? Where are we?
This is the lobby. No PvP allowed, so we can't shoot each other. So we got to get to the engineering wing.
PvP?
Well, again, like I said, there are 40 facilities.
Oh, shit.
No. Look, there are 40 facilities. So once you are done with the mission, it clears the lobby after you leave because you got to turn in the stuff, right? And then it opens up the facility for people to get a mission. So if we have a mission, this place is free.
Gotcha.
In theory. That doesn't mean that somebody could literally just come in, land, and walk around.
Us up. Okay.
But you get the point. This should be a semi PvE type of event.
Gotcha. Just letting you know, we got another person. You know, because I told you my friends.
Yeah.
A lot of people that, so he started playing 3 weeks ago, and he was doing a holy mission. I think he got something, but he got robbed by a mantis and some other people. He was about to quit.
It gets rough out there if you don't realize what's lurking for you. All right, so homeboy's telling us. All right, so we gotta navigate to engineering wing, and we are looking for personnel files to track down Dr. Jorrit.
Okay. There's stairs over here.
Yeah. I think there's some guys, maybe. Yeah, 2 targets. I got one on right.
There's a box here. Hold on.
Oh,
loot. Oh, it's food. Never mind. All right. All right. Well, that was easy. You done? Are they dead?
Yeah. There's just 2.
Okay. Well.
Is rock music playing?
Do they have nice armor? Damn it! I should have. Should have got heavy armor. Heavy armor.
We're fine. Mostly light armor guys around here.
Okay.
All right. So, a safe workplace. This refinery regularly stores and processes materials that have been classified as hazardous by the UEE using approved industrial methods that can potentially be dangerous. While these high-risk factors can result in unfortunate accidents, they don't have to. By carefully following all protocols and regulations, everyone here can work together and have a safe workplace environment. Follow your OSHA handbook and guide rules today. All right.
I feel like that's a troll.
No, this is definitely some bad stuff that's happening here. Let's see here. Actively monitor the work site, workplace.
It's like a horror part of this game now?
Yep. Science horror. All right, so right here, this console.
Personnel files. Okay, download data. Compilation of data structure complete. Success.
All right, navigate back to the lobby.
Access personnel. Wait, that's it?
Go back. Got to go to the research wing now.
But what's over here? Oh, I don't want to go back.
That's engineering. We got multiple missions, multiple things.
Okay.
Yep. Now you're curious. You hear the noise back there. You see the stuff in the air. You're like, okay, fine. I'll be back. Yeah, it gets you. Like this. So basically, the narrative team that doesn't have to work on Squadron 42 anymore because Polish is now hitting it. They're able to make stuff like this for us.
That's pretty good.
And like, these facilities are bespoke for this mission, and they're adding like another 4 missions in the next patch. So we only got half of them right now.
Sorry, give me a second. Medium. Field of view. Okay. Cool.
Space is cold.
Space is
in
relative.
More ways than one. Yeah. So I got my chat like across the room on a big monitor. I blew up the font.
That's good.
All right, research wing. So this is basically teaching us how to get in and out of the facilities, go to different sides, kind of, get us ready for what we're.
I want you to be extra careful inside the Onyx research wing. I'm not exactly sure what you're going to find, but whatever it is, probably best not to think too hard about it. Try to focus on the job at hand.
Yep. Welcome to Black Mesa. I mean, ASD research.
Black Mesa.
No, for real. Maybe more like Wayland Yutani.
Okay, calm down, dude.
Look at the poster here.
Calm down.
There's literally a xenobiology lab.
Oh, xenotechnology. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Okay. Wayland. Okay. All right, dude.
Have you seen Alien Earth yet? Me and Zach have watched 2 episodes.
I've watched 3.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
I like it so far. I like where we're going. The vibe and aesthetic.
I'm very impressed with how they're developing the story.
I love how.
Right. Got the data, and I'm gonna have to run these names to see if we get any hits. But I'm seeing Dr. Yoritz accessed some personal logs, and some are even tagged from the last few weeks. Okay, give me a second, and I'll see.
So he's been on site recently. We were just trying to look for information.
Right.
Okay, so he's been here recently. We know that now from mission 1. All right, now they want us to leave and get the fuck out of here so they can reset the location and then let somebody else come here. All of these facilities have the exact same layout. So I'm not sure if we're, supposed to,
explore.
No, not explore. I don't know if CIG is having us think that, if the idea was this to be one location that we go back to over and over, but they spread it out across 40, or in lore if there are 40 different same locations that Dr. George is just going back and forth between. So, but either way, at the end of the day, the result is the same. You go back to the facility, you go deeper and deeper into it, and you play out a narrative mission. So. All right, watch the 5th episode. Loving the story. Alien fans shouldn't complain much at all. No, like immediately.
No, I'm a huge Alien fan, and I love Alien
it's
Earth.
so
man.
good. Like I love how the first episode, like, well, we could spend literally an entire season doing the outbreak and the chase down and the whole, literally what you've seen in three fucking Alien movies.
The development of the story is what's like beautifying the process.
And I guarantee you, we could do that in a flashback episode. I guarantee we're gonna get a flashback of the outbreak. But
of course,
that's not the important thing. We need to get straight. They go straight into the fucking alien ripping and killing shit. I love it. People online are calling him the guillotine after the French Revolution. That fucking party of rich dudes. All right, and that's it. Now we have the personnel files, and you unlock the rest of the missions now.
Really?
Yep. Still got to do them one by one, but after you get them all complete, you can play anyone at any time.
Okay.
And they're just quick little 30-minute, 2-person adventures. You can solo them, but the respawns for the enemies get pretty tough in the back sides.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
And
what are they adding? Oh, sorry.
You're good.
Oh my god, I can't think.
But yeah,
I can't think right now.
Going deeper and deeper into there is very, very cool.
Not bad. Music is very good.
And yes, like they have their own custom personal music for this place. Like everything about it is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good. What was I gonna ask you? Fuck, I forgot. Okay, another question. Okay, you said the pirate stuff is when? Next week?
No, it started this week, so.
Oh, so it's over?
No. I think it's like all month. Pirate month.
Okay, but there's like a call phrase for like a treasure hunt or something.
So yeah, I know there's always some sort of treasure hunt somehow. Pirate month. I don't know what this. Usually you click some sort of link that somebody gives you to a website, and then you get access to it on your account.
Okay.
I'll let you know when somebody gives me the link.
I guess I need to do some research then.
But yeah, usually there's some sort of like hidden thing somewhere that somebody will find and be like, all right, here's the answer. And then we just type that in somewhere or click something that they figured out. That's how I usually do mine. Okay.
So the next missions are what? Is it still under investigation? Or
Yeah. Now go back to investigation.
Okay, so, okay, I see. Contract, okay, I get it. I see.
Yeah. I'm down to leave you in suspense or do one more if you want to check out where this goes.
No, Chachi, stop.
Hello there.
I need to log out. I'm gonna actually sleep on your hanger, your bed.
I was about to say, if you can log out, let me know if you could bed log. If not, I'm heading back to Tressler now.
Okay. Wait, the bed's over here. I'm tripping.
Actually, I'll go back to Babbage because that's where you dropped off your meteor, and you could use that as soon as you log in next time.
Yes, because I definitely want to go bounty hunting.
Yeah, it shoots well, and it flies decently, but I'm just worried about it being the glass cannon because everybody complains about the Mantis already getting destroyed mid-battle.
I'm passed out. I passed out.
Oh, well. How about now?
And I'm laid down too. Okay, I'm here. All right, so do I need to do anything? I'm laying down. Do I need to just...
You're good.
Do I just hold what? Wait, what do I do?
Hold
F? Or just log out?
No. Oh, yeah. Okay, so
change it?
No. So
look to the
you
left,
need to look down into the left with Z, then F log out. That
so
log out should show up.
down.
It might be grayed out though, because you're on my ship. I don't know if that actually gives you authority.
Look down into the left. Oh, you're right. I don't see it.
All right, then yeah, I'm just landing at New Babbage. You can just log when I'm almost there. Yeah, I think it has to be like your ship for client side authority to let you log.
I see.
Because that makes sense. If you come back in somebody else's ship and they're offline, where are you? You're gone.
Yeah.
Like the server won't be able to know.
That makes so much sense.
There's so many edge cases because of how they designed this game to actually be a real life place. Like everything's physicalized. Like, if you're in your ship and you log out in the bed and then that ship is inside of another capital ship and then that ship flies across to another station, Where are you? Like there's so many like, you know, Nest of Dolls embedding, you know, developers shit that they have to deal with all the time.
Which is, I mean, the scope of the game hasn't changed, and I feel like that's why there's just multiple stuff just getting put in over and over and over. Because think about it, bro.
It's whatever they can add on top of the foundational, you know, engine, whatever system that makes sense. So yeah, the sky's the limit for gameplay.
Yeah, they've been adding so much.
Yeah, the Worm, Hathor, these Onyx facilities, it's crazy the pace of content, even though they were committed to fixing bugs this year, you know?
Yeah.
So, and like, this is still just, you know, them just treading water and, you know, waiting for the rest of the developers to swap over from Squadron 42 so that they can make the other systems, you know? This isn't even like, you know, shit we can do in Nix or the other places. I still don't think we're gonna get Terra for 1.0. Terra is literally the crown jewel of the UEE empire. It's where we moved the fucking, you know, council from Earth because of how awesome Terra is. It's not like, you know, a whole city planet like ArcCorp, but still, it is gonna be a hell of a fucking landing zones. I've seen some of the concept art for new Terra. It's insane. It's like pretty much every, like, you know, sci-fi fantasy artwork that you've ever seen of like 1,000 years in the future of cities. So 30 days to VR. Hit exclamation mark Citizencon. We are raising money and matching $500 in GoFundMe donations for the next month or so, counting down towards Star Citizen watch party for the Citizencon event in Austin, Texas. Hang on one sec. I will show you. There you go. There's more information there. You can get your tickets. All right, you can get up. We're here.
Okay.
You can get your tickets to the event if you're planning on traveling there in person, and if not, I will see you there along with the Astro Pub, Meyer, and a couple of other people, and I will be bringing the VR Citizen experience. Be able to play Star Citizen in VR in offline mode in Arena Commander at the event. So if you guys are wanting to check it out for yourself in person or are able to make it down to Austin, Texas, well, I'll see you there. And if you guys are wanting to help me get there, then hit the donations and the GoFundMe. Let me know if you donate. I will be matching. If you want to help out on the Twitch page, just use your Twitch Prime account, gift subs, donations. All of that goes back into this project and helping making it bigger and better than it could be without it. So thank you all for the voodoo that you do. You guys are incredible. So here, can you drive the Star Citizen car with the wheel? Yes, yes. In fact,
hello there.
Where is
show them how to do it.
I will. Let me pull up there we go. If you're wanting to see what I can do in a race setting, there are my Daymar Rally highlights. I'll pull up a ground vehicle right now and I'll drive it around the hangar to show you how it works. But yes, I've done the Daymar Rally in VR twice now. I won 5th place one year and 7th place the next year. So if only we had official VR in 30 days. Yeah, no, it's just VR Citizencon, you guys. We're taking VR to the Citizencon watch party. Hopefully,
you know
there might be some big information about VR there, though.
Work tomorrow. I'm gonna get on after work tomorrow.
Yeah, holler.
And just solo all those missions, or yeah. Or just
well, let me know. I'll be on. I could hop on. Just let me know when and see if I'm awake or whatever.
Bet.
Let's see here. Ground vehicle. What's a good one?
Hello there.
You know, I have this one that I paid for a boost button because it's the racing variant, and then I upgraded it to the special Valentine Day Ferrari red paint livery, and yeah, then the boost button broke and they haven't fixed it, so this is completely worthless, but I love it. Let me pull it out here. It is the Tumbrel Cyclone RC, the racing Cyclone with the non-functional boost button.
Digital goodies pack. The fuck? What the hell is this?
Oh, Digital Citizencon. Yeah, and again, we're doing. I don't know if what you're doing October 11th or if you have a free Saturday, But big Citizencon watch party in Austin, Texas, and I'll have my VR rig there if you wanted to check it
October? In October?
Yeah, October 11th.
I might actually pull up on you, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. I might actually pull up on you. See what's what.
But yeah, I'll send you more info if you want, Mozzie.
Hell yeah.
Oh, let's see here. Can you drift? I mean, it depends. I mean, all the tires in ground vehicles feel like, you know, goo anyways. It's not a very good ground vehicle handling engine. It works great for flight spaceships, but yeah, ground vehicles, they just kind of slap that together and it, you know, works. It's definitely not a racing engine, but it does, you know, operate like you would expect it to. And yeah, speaking of sticking too much, that you can drive like vehicles straight up because the actual, there's some basically coating with the surface of the wheels, and they basically stick permanently to surfaces so you can drive straight up walls. I think they recently changed that. Oh, and so guess what they figured out? Mozzie, you still there?
Mm-hmm.
So that bug with the Kruger, with the wolf, and getting in and out and you being stuck in EVA between client and server, right? So guess what they figured out was the issue? I forgot I got raided right in the middle of saying all this. So the issue was that they looked at the bug smasher guy was just looking all the like hard into the database coding of the actual, you know, stuff for it. And it's like, what about the gravity? And they pulled up the gravity and apparently it was set to like 0. So you would the gravity, because each ship has its own gravity pad grid, and these values have to be defined on the back end, right? Even if you're in a snub-nosed fighter that just has a pilot seat, it still needs gravity, you know, a value of gravity somewhere to be defined for it to work properly. And so when you were getting in and out of the seat with the Kruger, you were basically hitting 0 gravity while you were flying or sitting down on the pad, and then that would flop you into EVA way up above in space, and then on your client you wouldn't see anything happening, but server side you'd be in the atmosphere. So it was a wild bug. All right, you can drive up Walt. I don't think you can anymore. You used to be able to, but it was pretty high of an angle. There are some ships, there were some ground vehicles that you could like drive and like stick. It would literally stick. All right, but yeah, it works, you know, just about as good as you'd expect, you know, even cooler in VR. But again, like I said, this is the red Ferrari racing variant, special livery, and yeah, it kind of drifts because of the handling and the vehicle itself now, but it immediately stops and it doesn't keep drifting. I can't hold freaking, you know, like, hang on, we'll get some speed here. Yeah, I can slide the back, but I can't hold the drift, right? There's no like, yeah, I'm not, it corrects. So, but yeah.
All right, man.
You out of here? I'll check you later, man. Yeah, I was actually about to start watching that 3-hour long Star Citizen live video. Make sure I didn't miss any of that.
All right, laters.
Traction's too good. It is good. It's good for racing. Later, man. Yeah, counter steering doesn't work and it doesn't yeah, exactly. You only get like so much because it's always trying to, you know, get back into balance and just, you know, stop. So Nova tank drifts. I have a Nova tank I could pull out. In fact, I probably should line my hangar with ground vehicles. What I like is that like the camera angle, I never noticed this when I was in VR, but the camera angle kind of shifts whenever you're rolling because of the suspension dipping on one side. All right. Sticks like an F1 slicks. Yeah, exactly. Oh, dude, did you guys watch, was it Monza? No, it wasn't Monza last week. That was 2 weeks ago. What was the last Grand Prix? Anyways, I haven't seen it, but I heard McLaren fucked up royally with a 1-2 or something. With a double stop. All right. Want to get one more, maybe like a hover bike here. Don't I have a tank? Ad break time, perfect. Actually, okay, here's what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a Fury and I'm gonna put it to the side, and then after the ad break we're gonna pull up the Star Citizen live video and we're gonna watch that. So hope you guys are ready, got your snacks, your popcorn, and your drinks, because 3 hours are about to go by really quickly. Pull up a pulse or something, that thing will drift. No ads when you drop that Twitch Prime, though. You're not wrong, E.com. Speaking of, thank you all for doing the voodoo that you do out there. And if you got a Twitch Prime, oh my God! Twitch Prime while I'm alive. Twitch Prime. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. Only you can prevent forest fires. Okay, well, let's just get back to the hospital. Oh, time until rescue. Wait, I would have been rescued automatically? Well, not anymore. Whoopsie. Okay, there we go. All right, see? Good as new. Except my vision is going in and out as if I'm still incapacitated. So that's no fun. All right, well, I think you guys get the point. Ad break's going. I'm going to bring up the video. We're going to get ready to record this, and I guess I'll post this as content. It'll be Friday's video, and then once we're done with this, I'll probably raid somebody, and then we'll call it a night. And then tomorrow, hopefully, they have the new PTU patch out. We'll be playing on the mobile VR cockpit. We'll be doing the Arena Commander and testing ballistics because they bumped up the damage. Oh. Because they bumped up the damage. And then we'll also be doing it in VR because it'll be Arena Commander. And then we'll probably check out the PTU there and see if the Apollo is any fun, if we got access to one. So, yeah. That'll all be what's happening on Friday. Okay, that's the wrong button. Right? There we go. Okay, and then that one. That one. All right, cool, cool, cool. So, let's bring up the Star Citizen live video, shall we?
Hello there.
All right. Let's see here. That's the actual, that's Salty Mike's reaction to it. Where's the actual Star Citizen? Alrighty. Yeah, something like that. All right. We're gonna let the ad's finished. Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Give me just a sec, and then we will watch this. BRB. All right, thank you all for your support and doing the voodoo that you do. You guys are incredible. I hope you guys are enjoying today's show.
Hello there.
Okay. All right. Okay, okay.
Hello there.
All right. You guys ready to party?
Ready to get down, get funky with us?
He'd better be. That's what we pay him for, right, Slurms?
Right!
In fact, Slurms has to party all night every night, or he's fired.
Rock on!
Okay, so I think we turned that off. Okay, get strapped in, everybody. I think if I put it on sample. No, that's my voice. Hang on, one of these. I think we go game.
Just gonna let Benoit do that thing in the background. The show's actually started, Benoit, so this will be on the YouTube version. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before...
Okay, it is sample. All right, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so we are about to watch the 3-hour-long Star Citizen Live episode where we talked with Benoit about stuff and things and all the happenings and going on with the verse over the past few months from the back end and server and engine side of things. So strap in, get your drinks ready, get your snacks, and yeah, I hope you enjoy this one if you're watching this as a highlight on YouTube. With that being said, before we get going, really quickly, let me take 5 seconds of your time to say that we are raising and fundraising and matching donations up to $500 for the GoFundMe to bring our mobile VR cockpit to the Bar Citizen watch party in Austin, Texas. So if you donate, let me know. I will match funds or I'll match donations to the fundraiser up to $500. So with that being said, we've got plenty of cool giveaways and stuff on the Twitch. I'll be streaming every single day if I can, but counting down to the event itself. And yeah, if you're going to be there, I hope to see you there. Plan to do some cool giveaways and have a lot of fun with the event. With that being said, thank you for doing the voodoo that you do. Well, let's get straight into watching this.
It's where we take about an hour, although not in this case, it's going to be a lot longer, out of the end of our week sometimes, and talk to you, the Star Citizen community. We put our developers to the test. We have them answer questions. We have them talk about various aspects of their work. Sometimes we show off really unfortunate plushies that never made it into production. We do all manner of things in this show. On the show this week,
how's volume? Is that good?
We are doing the prophesized sequel to a special edition show that we did back in the beginning of February.
Sound good? Yeah.
Now, for those of you who might not remember, or you've joined the project since then, welcome aboard. Back in February of this year, after Chris Roberts announced in his letter from the chairman a fundamental change in the manner and focus of our development for this year, Benoit and I took to SCL and spent 2 or 3 hours. I don't remember how long.
About 3.
Would have been good to look at that before I came here. To just shoot on everything. Talk about everything under the sun.
Audio
figure
good?
out
All right,
what
good.
these changes really meant and stuff like this. And we said at the end of that show that we'd be back in roughly about 6 months. So 6 plus 2 is 8. It's 9. Would you expect anything less?
I was about to say, and now we're here.
So we're back.
Of course.
We're
right
back
on time,
today.
right on
Quick recap.
schedule.
All right. First, the Earth cooled. Then the dinosaurs came. Now we're back to talk about a whole variety of topics. This is not your traditional Q&A show where we take questions from the community, although if we see some good questions in the Twitch chat, we might throw them in from time to time. This is our interview format. So we have worked out a series of topics that we want to cover. Based on our previous conversations, we expect this show to go a bit long. So, if you got someplace to go, be sure to check out the YouTube replay later. If you'd rather listen to or read an AI summary or something on Reddit, I can't stop you. I can't stop you. But yeah, you're gonna do what you're gonna do. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. Let's jump into it. Let me start by introducing our guest, the man who needs no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Benoit Beauséjour. Benoit, how you doing, man?
It's getting better every time. Your pronunciation is always going up. It's
I actually do not know how to say the last name.
better every time.
Sir, Mr. Benoit Beauséjour. Benoit, how you doing, man?
Beauséjour. Jour. Is that like a Z or a G? I don't. You know what? Why? It's French. Why am I asking? There's probably like a J in there.
It's always going up. It's great. I feel good. I feel good.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, who did we? We just hired.
His English is
added
impeccable.
Somebody to my team, and I've never
Ben Walls
she's
too.
worked for me for about 6-7 weeks now, and I've never once tried to say her last name out loud because I'm afraid.
It's okay. You can do it.
She's not watching the show, so she doesn't know I'm talking about it. Good. Benoit, who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
Well, I am a developer, and I am the Chief Technology Officer for CIG. That means that I oversee everything technical, so gameplay engineers, engine engineers, graphic engineers, AI engineers, everybody who touches a computer almost, That's basically my job.
Fun.
And how much of everything that's wrong is your fault?
Well, people on Spectrum would say everything.
I was about to say that should be everything if you're the lead and manager.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I empower all the teams to build the game, and so technically everything kind of is my fault in a way,
Fault.
If you're a good manager, I'm just going to say this right now. If you're a good leader and a good manager, it is your fault. Even if somebody else underneath you fucks up. Congrats. You led them to fuck up.
we got a lot to talk about today.
That is what a
Who
leader
knows how
does,
long
is
it's gonna
takes the
take, but
fall.
It's not like we have any time to rehearse or hash any of this stuff out ahead of time. So we're just going to jump into it.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. So part one of this show that I'm inventing right now in my head.
Yeah.
I want to call part one the year of playability. So the year of playability is not necessarily a statement that we ever made. We didn't say it in the February show or whatnot. But it comes from that letter from the chairman that went out at the end of last year with I think it was like 2025, a focus on playability. It's a fair assessment of the mission that we set out for ourselves at the end of last year. Have we during the February show? Remember, guys, we're figuring this out as we go along. It's been a busy week. So during that show, we talked a lot about how Star Citizen had been going in one direction for about 10 years. You know, since the launch of the PU at the end of 2015 and up until the end of 2024 and whatnot, roughly about 10 years there. You know, we were on one kind of mentality. We were on one. It changed a bit with when 3.0 came out after that big long period where we didn't ship for 8 months and my beard went crazy and whatnot. But we went to this very feature driven. We were on this very feature driven, building the foundation of the game kind of attitude for so many years, where we didn't take a whole lot of opportunities to stop and look at what was out there and spend time on fixing that and hardening that and stuff like that. It was always about, we got to get the next thing out. We got to get the next thing out.
And just pile it on top. Pile it on top.
We have many of the same thoughts our backers do. It's like you got to get this.
A lot of people in the business would call that technical debt.
Stuff out. We decided that in 2025, because of the impending release of Squadron 42 in 2026, and the need to let those people focus on that.
God, I hope they make that date.
Whatnot. We were going to allow the engineers that their focuses remained on Star Citizen to take a step back from new feature work and look at hardening and fixing and addressing a lot of the long-standing issues. Now, I said a lot. I didn't say every. It's as many as we can within the time. You know, it's a 10-year journey towards one direction doesn't get turned around and fixed in 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. And we said this at the time. Nonetheless, there's still people who, you know, we see the same comments, guys. We see the same things like, oh, so much for the year of playability.
I think they've done pretty well.
Literally my brother. I'm not making fun of anybody else. I'm literally quoting my brother. If you've ever met my little brother, that's exactly how he sounds, because he plays the game. He plays the game, and I get crap for my little brother.
Oh, I bet.
It's not just the backers. It's
family now.
It's you, Clark.
It's you, Clark. Calls him by name.
So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that. It's how all little brothers sound, at least in our heads. I just wanted y'all to I want to make sure everybody knows I wasn't making fun of one specific individual that I share genes with.
I also sound like that sometimes when I talk to John Crew. You know? Like, hey, what about my ship? You know.
So let's talk about this year of playability and how it's gone so far. We said we'd check in six months later. We're roughly here. How's this year of playability gone? What have we done? What have we achieved? Where are we at in our process? Are we happy? You know, Benoit, you do the Benoit thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want to go a bit further out than just the beginning of the year, right? Because let's take same date last year. Right?
Okay.
So let's go full 1 year back. You know, the state of the game 1 year in the past was still single server DGS, right? So we're talking about
digital games,
maximum 100 players per game shard, one server simulating
DGS,
all of the
digital
universe,
game
no
shard or
second star
server,
system,
I think.
right? So only one star system. Server performance, not good.
4 or 5 frames.
Yeah, I mean, if you're lucky,
You're
right?
lucky.
Like
When you load it in.
like the
It was bad.
parameters for us to launch a patch was basically 7-ish, which is horrible if you think about it. But and so that was last year, right? So we start from far, right?
We
And
were still in the clutches of 30K.
We were still in the clutches of 30K,
Oh my
correct?
God,
So
yeah.
we did have some level of server recovery, but a lot of issues related to it that could have side effects. Some of them are still present. We'll talk about some of those. And so, you know, fast forward to now, like the assessment is a lot better, I think, in my mind, right? Like, obviously we've had the release of 4.0. Like, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. I'm not saying it's been just a straight line. Like, we've taken some dips and then improved the stability and the quality of the game overall. But obviously we have the 4.0 release, which came with static server meshing, which was the element that we needed to free up server performance, right? So on average now, when we look at server perf,
they free up server performance, that immediately dump stuff like, you know, Hathor's places and new locations, and yeah. Didn't get much time with just, you know, server meshing by itself before they immediately clogged it back up and whatnot with entities.
I mean, other than some egregious problems which we've identified, we get per territory stats now. So basically we don't just get like server FPS is X, right? We're gonna know Stanton server FPS is X, or, you know, Hurston server FPS is Y. And so we can compare, depending on which territory, what performance we're getting. And FPS is just one of those parameters, right? There's a lot more.
I didn't actually think about the metrics that they're getting to be able to compare.
It's a simple mental model.
Because yeah, it was just one server-wide Stanton server
nowadays,
beforehand.
Server on average, server FPS is up 20 easily, right? Obviously, some zones, like let's say when we launched the Stormageddon, there were some issues affecting those zones that made those servers like dip below that quite a bit, and so they dragged the average down. But overall, the game server performance is way better. And I think having 600-700, we've pushed up to 800 players per shard, which is something we're pushing at right now. We'll talk about this if we talk about server meshing a bit more. And so we're going to be pushing this really hard moving forward. But
that's per shard. If you get them all in one location, still a lot of the regular constant issues remain. Like the trains and stuff stop functioning, elevators stop working. You know, just everybody's crammed and physicalized. So like if somebody's blocking a door and hundreds of people are trying to get through, well, get fucked, everybody. So there's still a whole bunch of issues when everybody crams together. But yes, 800 people are working on a single shard in a star system. I will say it's working nicely.
Last year to this year, in my mind, it's not the same game. Completely not the same game. Like now, if we look at even the stats from our players, like session length is up like 10x. It's not even comparable.
Yeah.
So that means people play for longer periods of time and they stay online. I think server recovery is a big help for that. Though the stability of the game server is also improved dramatically. And so, this is all because of the efforts of the changes that we've done, not only to the priority calls, like you just explained, right, which is taking, where we're going and trying to slowly shift it to change direction, because a team like this of this size doesn't switch on a dime. It takes a long time for these changes to trickle in. But now that we've got kind of the big organizational changes in, that we're starting to see it and reap the rewards of it, which is I hope is showing in the game. Anyway, it's showing for me, so I'm seeing it. So that's so compare 1 year back to now, I think it's
better. We have better performance.
There's still a long ways to go. I'm not saying we're happy with this. I'm just saying.
Yeah. There's folks in the chat specifically talking about, okay, well, let's go do Hathor and let's go do this, and you alluded to that there. You're talking about a macro sense throughout the entire persistent universe, every single aspect of the game. It's to call out specific, this specific area is bad and this specific area is bad. That's not what we're talking about. We acknowledge that, and stuff, and those are areas that still need improvement. Stuff.
As a whole,
as we do this
overall
Russian nesting doll kind of conversation and go down, we'll start drilling down to individual aspects later in the show. At its broadest, though,
at a macro level,
overall, the things that would just prevent people from being able to log in, the things that would prevent people from being able to stay in, those larger scale issues that. It doesn't matter if you fix the other things. If you're constantly getting a 30K, if you're constantly getting kicked out, if you constantly can't get back in, it doesn't matter if we've improved Hathor performance if you can't get to Hathor. Those bigger things are what we're talking about here, and those have seen some measurable, marked improvements. I mean, an improvement from 4 to 5 FPS to 20 FPS is huge. Nobody even talks about 30Ks. stuff.
Yeah,
anymore.
30Ks don't exist
Server
functionally anymore.
recovery is. I mean, it's hard to make a trailer or anything. We sat there. Back when we thought about how do we make a trailer for server recovery and stuff, and then it's like we did it for two reasons.
Don't. One, don't. You shouldn't, because that should just be a standard thing that happens. And two, nobody would care. Only Star Citizen people would care. And then other people would just use that as fuel for the fire.
I'm going to talk a little bit here about why marketing pushes some things and doesn't push some other things. One is there's no real interesting way to show it without, you've all seen the server recovery screen. You're sitting there and doing that. But also, I'm just going to be real. We're only 13 minutes into it. Let's get to a real moment of truth here right now. Over the course of the 11 years I've been here, we sometimes toot the horn like we've invented something that honestly should be standard. It should be standard. It's if we were doing things different, if we had different priorities at this point or whatever, that would have just been a thing we would have had before. So we couldn't have server mesh, we couldn't have server recovery before because we had to. It was part of the whole nesting architecture within meshing. So we had to build an infrastructure before you could have a recovery that would bring that stuff back. So the way that we chose to do things meant that some things couldn't come till later. I mean, there's people again. We'll talk a little bit about org stuff and stuff. We still don't have orgs in our game and stuff. Those are things that are foundational.
Any social thing at all, besides just server-wide chat.
And we're here, 10 years into the PU and we still don't have it. So I want to be real clear that when we talk about this and we celebrate our achievements, and I'm really proud of our achievements this year, the stuff that Ben Watson are real. This year is a night and day difference from last year. I think anybody being real candid and honest with themselves would admit that.
I agree.
At the same time,
that statement.
I want to be candid and honest and be like, I also don't want to pretend like this was we invented the wheel and whatnot. This was the change that Chris set out for us last year. It's, hey, let's slow down, let's refocus, and let's find those things that we lost along the way and catch back up. Does that mean a slowdown on new features? Yeah. It does, and it has all year, as we said it would in February. But just a little reality check for everybody. I want you to talk about how we did it, though. We're going to spend some time. We're going to talk about freight elevators and all that stuff right now. But up here at the top, elevators. Though, how did we do this change? What were the organizational changes and the operational changes that we did that made this possible and that are going to continue for the foreseeable future?
Well, so there's a series of things like company-wide that have had to change for
all
this
day
to
long.
Happen. The first one, we talked a little bit about.
Sorry,
this,
Ben Walt. That was what it was doing,
how did
right?
we do this change? What were the organizational changes?
That's definitely
rule cards or Joker cards, I call them. The first one, we talked a little bit about this in January, which was the idea of having hero cards or Joker cards, I call them. On specific issues, right? And so we've and then it was funny because people were like, give the Joker card to this other bug, right? And I was like, yeah, that's basically what we do. But we've extended that concept a bit further, and I hate that we changed the name, but we did change the name, and then we call those hero squads now. So what we've done is that we've taken a subject, for example, transit, right, which we've extensively talked about in January. And we've made a hero squad around it. So that means we've dedicated resources just to all the bugs related to one system, right?
Yay.
And we've changed the methodology. So the way that we used to deal with bug fixes in the past, it's basically engineers get the bug report, they put it in their task list. At some point, they emit the fix and they ship it in a patch. Mm-hmm. Now, as the patch release comes closer and closer, those bugs get verified and or need to be accelerated. And so it's always a bit of the fixes are valid, they're correct, but we don't have time to test them fully. We've had a lot of regressions, right? And so regression was becoming a problem because we were going too.
Regression is when you fix a bug and then it comes back in the next patch. So you didn't really, it regressed back to its, doing the bug again, despite you thinking you solved the problem and were able to not get the bug to do it again. make itself be appeared in your system. So there's a lot of that with Star Citizen spaghetti code
to try to solve some issues. And so some systems like transit are complicated enough that you can't just emit a fix.
I want to pause you there. What is regression?
Regression is when I say I fixed bug X and I've created bug Y. So it's basically when we're introducing new bugs or breaking other things because we try a fix. Okay. And so regression was a big problem on the project in general. It was in part because of the speed at which things were going, the code review process, things like this. So these hero squads, basically we flipped a bit the relationship. So we decided that fixing issues, let's say I'm going to keep transit as my hero squad example because it's an easy one to reason, but we've put resources dedicated to it. And then we got the QA teams to basically derive the priorities within the squad. So instead of saying, hey, production management is going to, drive the priorities, we got the QA leads to do that. And so now these guys were completely driven by player impact. And so when they look at issues, they're like, is this impacting players or is it a fringe issue, right? And they decided on the priority. And it turned out that priority accuracy was a lot better. And we asked those teams to be relentless into what they want to reach. And so classify the issues in order.
Much better.
And then the moment we get a green light from these guys, it's a celebration because they are hardcore.
I've seen a lot more Nathaniel Fisher this year than I ever saw.
The Nathaniel Fisher seal of approval is a real thing,
That's good that they're empowering their QA. I feel like that's something that a lot of companies just don't do. That they have QA, and then QA gives them a list, and then they're like, all right, cool. And then they immediately throw that list away, and then they ship the game anyways. And then they ship 3 sequels with that same list because, well, we already shipped one game and all of these lists, issues were here. So that means that, we made $1 billion. So we'll just do that again and we don't have to actually fix these. And that's, again, back to technical debt.
I want to inject. Brunks76 says Benoit is wrong. Regression is when old issues resurface.
Yes, that's also a definition that works. But we use the same word for both at CIG. But you're kind of correct. The proper definition is that's an old issue that
didn't even snark them out.
In this case, the thing is the issues are so close by, and typically it is resurfacing an original issue. That's actually one of the issues with those big systems is that bug reports are so similar. But are sometimes completely different circumstances. But
yeah, two things, 3 things, 4 things that all cause the same outcome.
Same symptom. Yeah, exactly.
So hero push squads, we got
Correct.
that. The embedded green light is what you just got done.
Empowered
talking
QA.
About,
good.
Letting QA sort of manage their priorities and green light things.
No, that one's a bit of a separate one actually. Right. So the hero squads is really about getting our QA team to drive the priority on a specific subject and drive down, right? One of the change in methodology for the devs on those team is like a bit of a change in approach. We in code review in these hero squads, we no longer just accept the fix based on code change. We ask the developer to explain what the problem is. Can you reason at why this is happening? Second, propose a change. Right, and then the leads can validate this change before we start even writing any code for it, and then we verify the change with QA, and then that's when we actually allow the change to come into the stream at all. Right, so we do a lot more work before the work is actually started, a lot more work before validation before it actually gets submitted, and so on those teams, like developers working on those hero push squads, have a much more methodology to apply. To solve that, because basically in the past the regression rate was too high,
right.
And so the big advantage of that setup is that those teams are faster to react because they're dedicated on one subject, and so if there is a regression, because they still happen, they're faster to pick it up. But then the fixes are slower to put in, but that still has been very effective. So Transit is one of our hero push squads.
I'm just glad in general that they're actually seriously focused on regression as an issue company wide now, and not just saying, well, just put it on the pile. All right, everybody, back in the pile. Yeah, back in the pile.
to me has been kind of successful since the beginning of the year. Like I think the transit system, we're going to talk a bit more about it later. You know, it's in a much better shape. The embedded green light is what you just talked about, which is that was a major organizational change. And so in the past, the way that game devs at CIG on the Star Citizen would work is that they would submit and test later. And now, I know that sounds crazy, but it is what it is. It was what it was. And so at the beginning of the year, we set to completely change this. And so we added this embedded green light process. So what is an embedded? So embeddeds are QA testers that are embedded in a dev team. So it's not, you know, everybody has a view of like there's a floor of QA people, and then they receive a build and they test the build and stuff like that, right? But
usually in the basement, somewhere dark, cramped, you know, very smelly.
There's another class of
that's what I see in my head
that are embedded in teams, and they become specialists in what that team is doing, right? So,
okay, cool.
If you have an embedded tester in the FPS weapon team, those people know all about FPS weapons, how to test them, what change affect what, and so they can judge what they have to test. So the embedded green light is we gave that team the power to red light any change before it's submitted. And so that's a big culture shift, because it used to be hot and fast, get it in, we'll test and fix later, right? If there's issues, and we trust devs. To we don't trust devs, we need to verify, we need to check it, right? And the whole point of this was to hit on regression or side effects, right? Because our rate of regression and side effects was extremely high, right?
I want to I'm just picturing the comments. Somebody can screenshot Benoit and say, Benoit by Sejour 2025, we don't trust devs. Go ahead. Right there. Do it right there. Right there.
Yeah.
No, I mean, we've had embedded QA for years. This was about empowering them, you know, in order to be a bulwark against letting this stuff through. Another new term I heard this year.
So far, so good.
And hygiene initiatives. Now, when I heard this was coming up, I thought it was something else. You know, anybody that's worked in a game studio knows that, you know, every once in a while there's that desk you walk by and you're like, I thought I knew what this was about. It wasn't what I thought it was about. Right. What are hygiene initiatives?
So this is not about BO, if that's what you're referring to. But hygiene is a collection of initiatives related to cleaning up errors, logs, and in general, just reports we get from the game engine that can signify errors or not. So if anybody's ever opened a console in Star Citizen, you probably went, whoa, what the hell's going on?
Oh, okay.
Right? Because there's tons of messages going through.
I see what they're saying.
All kinds of stuff. Well, that's what hygiene is meant to clean up in a way, right? Now, these things will take us a long time to clean up, arguably, but we do have the same problem of signal to noise ratio in other areas. So like when environment artists are working in the editor, they get level warnings, right? Well, there's a ton of those warnings that are either irrelevant, asserts, warnings, right, and errors. And so the issue is level artist is going to get some warning. He's like, can I do anything about this, right? Oh, there's 50,000 of them. Probably I don't have to worry about this, right? The reality is one of those is actually an issue, right? And so the hygiene initiatives is like a collection of things that we need to change in how we build the game to clean up these things so that the errors are meaningful.
So they're just getting a bunch of random garbage data that they need to clean up so that they don't have to sift through it. It needs to be functionally good information that's coming from
the data
their
core
systems.
side. So for those who don't know the game data, so all the records we use to configure, the components or all the game data, right, is stored in a database called data core. And
data core
there's a
sounds
ton
hardcore.
of errors in data core that are reported, schema violation, things like that. That they're not fatal errors, but they're still there, and we allow them to be there, and that's historical in the past. And so the hygiene initiative is a means for us to reach zero errors in those areas so that we can then prevent them from even being submitted in the first place. So hygiene is basically pre-submit verification on things and concerted efforts to solve these things so that we can be in a clean house. It's like we want to clean the house, right? So that we can do better.
Howdy, Vicious.
Somebody in the chat was saying, I missed it, the name. It said errors that should be warnings, warnings that should be infos.
Yeah.
Pretty common.
bad classifications of things. So we even have now systems put in place in the assert dialogues and that pop up so that you can report a bad error.
You report a bad error?
Literally, now we get reports for bad errors so that devs can go in and fix the
Oh,
wording.
I didn't even think about a
change the
bad
severity or
error.
things like this.
And
right?
there was something we did so that
Like an
certain
error
teams,
that's showing
if
up
the,
incorrectly.
If the pop-up was
That's
directly
so-
related to them, they couldn't just dismiss it and continue with their work.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. So I feel like an AI when I say that now. You're absolutely right. But we changed the way the assert dialogues work. So asserts, for those who don't know, is like when so I'm a programmer and I'm asserting in an area of the code that this value must be set to 1. That means that if the value comes in and it's not 1, then we'll have an error, right? That will show up. That's the assert error. And typically you need to action asserts, right? And so, or something else is going to go wrong. And so historically, the assert dialog was just a global thing. And then we still have those get assigned to dev teams. So they are classified by code owners and by dev team. And so you can know if it's an audio assert or if it's a, programming assert or whatever, which is great. But we allowed people to ignore those either completely or just skip them, right? And on the other hand, when you're actually testing the game or playing the game, you get these asserts, so you want to ignore them because you're doing something else. You're not in assert fixing mode. And so what we've changed the relationship towards assert inside the company so that now you can ignore errors for any other team but yours. So if you get an assert error, you need to fix it. That's it, right? There's just no, because the thing that we were seeing in the company was like basically teams going like, oh, when are these? I'm gonna pick on audio, but sorry, Graham and team, I'm not picking on you guys. It's just random.
It's always audio.
Like, when are the audio guys gonna fix their asserts, right? Whereas the reality is like we all have our own asserts to fix, and so we changed that relationship as well.
Yeah, it's
so you don't get everybody's errors, you get your own errors.
You get this mentality. So it's like I just need to do my work, and the game is telling me there's an error, there's an assert for some unrelated thing. Like what I'm working on doesn't have anything to do with that. Doesn't have anything to do with that. So you smash it. You smash. It's just like selecting all cookies because GDRP made the rule that now everybody's got to announce their cookies on your website. Now I just accept all of them. All you've done is you've made me hit a button. We get in this habit of hitting button and people, and this is one of those things like people. We're admitting this here, guys. Talking about where's open development. I'm like, well, we're sitting here saying that too many people got in the habit of clicking the button. It's
we even found some. I'm not going to blame anybody, but we've got analytics inside the company, so we know who's putting asserts off, right? And so we found some shit.
Paul Rendell, I miss you. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
That's certainly not fair.
Paul's a good guy.
No, he's
Paul's
a good guy.
He's the one putting the shit in.
I didn't know he was here either. I ran into him today. He gave me a hug. I'm like, oh, I didn't know I was on hugging terms with Paul Rendell. That's nice. All right, so we've talked hero push squads. We've talked embedded green light. We've talked these hygiene initiatives that all help the way in which we make the game and make the patch and make our content stuff. We also started an initiative. I want to keep this under organizational stuff, but tell me if I'm wrong. The stability score things. Talk to me about our internal stability scores and how we've determining them and how we're using them.
Yeah, so stability score is, I don't think we've ever discussed it.
Stability is the, tensile strength of someone's skin when you stab them, how stabbable they are, the stability of someone, how good you could just jam a knife into them. That's stability. For those that don't know.
This public.
No, I don't think so.
So we have this
I'm pretty sure
measure, which is an indication that we use, and the team that actually comes up with this would already tell you it's alchemy, right? Like it's not an exact science, but it does give us a pretty good idea. So we try to establish a stability score for every build, right? We actually auto-calculate it based on the data that we get.
Not patch, every build.
Every build, yeah, every build. So like we send a build to PTU, or QA or staging environments or whatever, and we always have a stability score that's calculated over time. And so what the stability score is, without going, I don't want to go into the alchemy of it, but we're trying to figure out basically the stability of the environment. And so if you're connected to a game server and you get disconnected, we're going to count that. right? Now, the reason for your disconnection will be used as part of that. How long the build has been running is also part of that equation, and the concurrency of it is also part of it. And so with this black magic numbers, right, we basically get a score out of it. And the score is one thing. Now we've put labels on this. So we used to use the score internally as just a number, like, oh, it's a 0.0 and it's a 0.08 build, you know, and then at some point I got a bit fed up with that because I'm like, what does that mean? And so the values for this are optimal, excellent, stable, unstable, volatile, crippled, or critically unstable. So that's the range. Right?
Okay, we labeled our numbers.
Optimal, which is great, stability score.
That's actually kind of
critically
important.
Unstable, right? And all of the thing in between, right? And this is based on, you know, all the stats that we get, and we kind of auto-calculate it. Now, we still have Jeffrey Pease, our internal alchemist, always, you know, playing around with these numbers or adjusting the score, telling us how bad we're doing it. But it is actually pretty accurate in terms of like what the perceived stability will be from a player's perspective. And so if I compare,
and that's
what was September 11th?
That's one of the more important things, is that your data is corresponding to what you're getting IRL. A lot of things, a lot of big issues that F1 teams, these guys spend billions of dollars of simulations, research engineers, computers, programmers, developers, coders. They go balls to the walls for this. And one of the big common problems that I see a lot is that they're not getting the results on the simulator are not comparable to what they get when they bring the car to the track day with all the upgrades and the pieces and all the stuff, right? They're like, it's not performing how it should in our sims and in our systems and stuff. So being able to, you know, reliably, you know, get that data to the ground the way it's shown in the engine is pretty damn important, and it not just, you know, misrepresenting. So
hello there.
Oh, dude, thank you for following and doing the voodoo that you do. Unwieldy Rex, I appreciate
last
that.
Year was it like 323 or maybe 4 at that point, right? 323 or 4, I forget which one.
Hello there.
I would say like the stability score for 323X was probably in the
Oh, and thank you so much for following as well. The Mr. Tobii VR, Mr. Torb VR. Thank you for doing the voodoo that you do. Hope you guys are enjoying. It's not really, you know, me doing much today except just kind of adding snarky comments to this.
Right.
Okay.
That would be a normal range for the 3.2x, you know, this kind of thing, right? So the stability score, server score for 4.30, for example, is between optimal and excellent. And so that means the rate of server crashes and disconnections overall is really good. Now, this score is not just server crashes, right? It's also client crashes or client disconnection, right? So if everybody gets disconnected because one of our cloud routers dies, then the stability score of the build will be terrible, even though the servers are up and they're running real fine, right? So it kind of encompasses everything. We're trying to get one number for all of it.
What was the stability score for a 318?
That was critically unstable. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because actually the server, if you just took the server score for 318, it wasn't that bad, but it's everything before it. That's why it was so critical in the 318 areas. It's because it was really a massive backend, you know, problem at the time. So yeah, let's not talk about that.
Yeah, I was about to say, let's not discuss 3.18.
We don't talk about that damn holiday live stream and Alpha 318.
That's right.
At least Alpha 318 had to happen. At least that had to happen in order to get everything that came after it. There was nothing about the holiday live stream that needed to happen. So,
you don't want the makeup? Let's go back with the makeup. Okay. So yeah, so that's the stability score, right? So that's an interesting measure, and I mean that proves that we've kind of really improved the crash rate on game servers, so the server errors that you get. Now, we need to do more on the stability score because with static server meshing, even the stability score is sometimes skewed. We have run into area local crashes that would crash loop a server, right, nonstop. And so that really contributes badly to the overall score of the build, but that's because it's one area. So we're discussing how we can do more
Outliers drag down
territory-based,
averages. I know a
scoring
lot
as
about
well,
that.
so that we can get a better idea. So basically, what I'm
Or
saying is
drag
we
up.
can't get an actual just single number for all of the stability stuff. There's always some factors that, we've had AMD drivers or NVIDIA drivers issues that affected stability scores at some builds, and so
So how do we use
Damn
that
drivers.
to determine whether a build goes live?
It drives me crazy.
Is there this? It's I see these. I see an aspect. Let's just pull the curtain way back. Why not?
Yeah.
I see the question. Is it worse than what's on live now? I see this question come up a lot in internal conversations. When, let's just be real. If we tried to wait for everything to always be optimal, we'd release very few things.
Correct.
That's
the nature of shipping a game that's in development.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here try to hide or pretend otherwise. But so we know that not everything is going to be optimal. But where do we draw that line? How do we draw that line? And is it more than just, is it worse than what's currently on live?
No, we always try to shoot for better than live, right? When we can. But there's a lot of things that we look at to be able to ship a patch, right? Now, obviously, for this year, it was a very big change for the development teams because moving to a 4-week cycle means that we are always shipping. Like, how we have a ship date, right, that we give ourselves and a schedule, and then we've got our gate reviews and everything is like chained up to get there. Well, the closer you get to this date, right, when you get from the player's perspective, when you guys see like daily PTUs go, and it's always update, that's because we're getting close to the release, right? And so we're trying to get to the date and we're trying to validate all the things we need to validate as fast as possible. The focus is really on shipping. So even minor issues become top priority, right? And so it's been really difficult for the teams this year to keep up with this because we finished a patch like, yay, okay, we're late for the gate review. Like literally,
now you got to have the next one ready.
And obviously, we balance this across multiple teams, but there are teams that unfortunately are,
like 8 patches this month,
and so they're always on it.
Yeah, I think it gets lost sometimes. Of the many things we changed this year, we've shipped 8 or 9 patches this year.
Yeah,
it depends on whether you count what happened in April as a patch or not. But we've shipped at least 8 patches this year, and in years past, from the 3.0 era on, it was 4 a year. If we were like some 1 or 2 years, we only hit 3 and whatever. And now we've done 8 in this year. The velocity change has been tremendous. And it's helped, if I may, it's helped expose aspects of this. And when I say this, I mean making all of this. It's helped expose aspects of this that we're pretty good at, and it's helped expose aspects of this that we still struggle with and still need to improve. And just what you were saying just really hit home with that. We're in the process now of discussing adjusting the patch cadence for 2026. It's way too early to give any details on that. Nothing's decided.
Yeah.
But yes, this has been a pretty relentless pace, and there's a patch coming out in September. There'll be a patch coming out in October. There'll be a patch coming out in November, and then there'll be a patch coming out in December. So it's certainly a year unlike any other.
Now, one of the things we didn't discuss about for this, in order to reach the stabilities, there's also internal stability, right? That comes into play with this.
I'm not familiar with internal stability. I've never had any myself.
Well, so this one is a bit more subjective because we don't specifically have a score for it. But if I go back to last year, right, the way we would develop the game, and I don't want to go too deep in the discussion about source control and streams and all that stuff because that's just a rabbit hole. But in general, when we work, we have a mainstream where we work in, right? In the past, this was a melting pot of everything. So core technology, editor, toolings, audio teams, content teams, gameplay teams, art, everything, right? In one stream, right? And the fallout from that is that you go a bit faster because you're building things, you're improving the tools as you're improving the gameplay, as you're improving everything. But the reality is we also had major internal stability issues, which is, imagine that you're an environment artist, you show up at work, you make your little coffee, you pull the morning build, you're like, all right, I'm ready to work on my ASD mission today. It's going to be super cool. Editor crash.
No.
Right? And now, oh yeah, the team's already on it. We're fixing it, but you just lost 2 hours.
Yep.
And so we had major issues with this, right? And
If
so
that's
when we started
if that's as big of a thing, like across, you know, the studio, like if that's studio wide an issue that all developers have to deal with, then that's where all our development time is gone. Like if he's just admitted that you just lost 2 hours in that morning, then if the developers aren't developing and working on their code and they're just waiting for, you know, client side fix for their build at their station, then yeah, just think about how much lost work time has just been gone to not having a stable, you know, like that is a huge amount of lost time that will add up over and over and over. So like definitely glad that they, you know, are trying to get their thumb under that.
Last year, when we did the show, just after the show, I think we went and finished this new branching strategy where all of the patches this year have come out of the same stream that we call SC patch. And this patch receives almost no technology update.
Oh,
it's basically us saying we can do this content with no new engine tech. No,
well, that's good.
No editor update, no tooling.
Oh, that's probably why we're getting the Vulkan tech preview and whatnot.
Update, nothing, right? Now, that's not to say we are not touching the engine. We've fixed bugs, we've improved stability, but we bring these things, embedded green light, full verification, tooling check before they go in. And so it's really about moving all these checks beforehand so that we don't destabilize the content teams who are they're under the gun all the time to produce the stuff that they have to, and we don't want to slow them down. And so that's another reason for why the stability is better. It's because we are also not introducing massively breaking changes in the engine that we then need to debug at patch time, right? And so that's been a big helper on stability at the cost of features, right? That was the whole point of the year, really, so far.
And now we're changing some of that with tech preview. I want to hit one more thing before we go into a tech preview and stuff. You know, features are going to begin. Yes, Virginia, it's true. Features are going to begin appearing again in. I won't say the word soon, but.
The bad word.
Before I get to tech preview, because that was a really good transition into tech preview, but I want to touch on one
speaking
more
of
thing.
tech preview,
you mentioned the rise in session length.
Yep.
So this is one of those metrics that we've talked a lot about. We're 40 minutes in. We've mentioned a lot of things that have probably never been said on a single development a show before, or podcast, or whatever the heck you want to call this
thing.
We don't have to talk about session length. The amount of people who are logging in. You hear about concurrency. Steam has concurrency numbers and stuff, but session length is a super important metric for stability.
What you need is one of those games where you know have people logging out in the menus all the time. You get both that concurrency and session length.
And for
that's how you farm numbers. That's you pump your numbers, kid.
Session length. How it's determined, other than just, hey, that's how long the person's in there, why it's important, and what's happened to that over the last 9 months.
You got me in Path of Exile just sitting, you know, in my fucking hideout, just AFK all day, looking at trade or, you know, the build websites or shit. Like, man, they got it made.
Well, let's say the session length is calculated by you joining a game server.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Spicy SCO7 says 40 minutes in, said virtually nothing.
Okay, come on, man.
Yeah, I stopped the whole show.
Sure.
Stopped the whole show for that. Continue, Benoit.
I was saying the session length is calculated when you connect a game shard, right? So sitting on the main menu doesn't count, right? It's really when you're actually actively connected to a game server, and obviously it ends when you disconnect. So that sounds like a simple metric, and it kind of is, but it's very important because it gives you an idea of, like, you can have very high concurrency and a very short session length, and that means that's a terrible patch. It means people are going in, let's talk about the patch.
It's good to look at those 2 points together. High concurrency but low session lengths means that you're basically logging in and then immediately getting kicked out, and then you're trying to do that for a long time, and a lot of people are doing that over and over. That's not a good game.
Not talk about when you would get in game, if you could get in game, and then can't get out of bed, alt F4, end of session. Super high concurrency, but very low session length. And so the session length is a bit of an indicator of the quality of the game, but also of the desire of the player to keep playing the game. And so the longer the session length, it typically means that the content's being engaged with, players are playing the game, blah blah blah. Now, I'm sure some people go out in deep space and they mine, and that's it, and they can mine for hours.
Outlayers
and they pull the average
always
up. Other players, go
pull
PvP
numbers
for
down.
a couple minutes, and then they exit
Or bring
and
them
then,
up.
They drive the average down. But overall, the session length is like it's always a metric that we look at as a secondary metric to look at the quality of this. And so the session length has more than doubled since the 3.x era of the game. Easily.
It's good
right?
news.
And obviously, in the case of server recovery, your session continues, and so that helps quite a bit, because before it would cut the session in half. So there's other factors that contribute to it, but that's why it's an important one.
Okay, so now I want to talk about Tech Preview. So we used Tech Preview when we launched 4.0. Technically, 4.0 didn't launch until end of January this year. That's when it went to live. It was on Tech Preview at the end of last year. And we made these statements that we were going to use Tech Preview in order to bring these new things in and maintain the stability of live. It took 8 months. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we did a Tech Preview between January and late August, early September. Yeah. And now we're using them for the Vulkan stuff and the graphic stuff. Talk to me about Tech Preview, why we're doing it, how it's working, and let's just start there. I'll follow up when you're done.
Yeah. So, let's start with we didn't have Tech Previews in, let's say, April of last year, right? We started this idea of having Tech Previews last year, right? So it's a new kind of tool that we have. And obviously, we use Tech Previews in the server meshing lead up, right? To validate key assumptions, to actually isolate the testing. If you remember when we did the major technical previews on the 3x branch for server meshing, it was taking the actual previous build with server meshing technology. So uninfluenced by new code, uninfluenced by the current patch, something we know is kind of in a stable range that we can use to test the technology alone, right? It's also
30 days to VR.
Just again bringing that in the stream and then going Cortez maneuver. Now we're stuck with it. We're moving forward, but and so the Tech Preview has been invaluable for that, and especially for the server meshing project, that's been a super important tool, because we just don't have always the ability to replicate what players are going to do, and to be honest, even with bots and virtual players and whatever, it's never the same. Then 4,000 players filling ships with hot dogs,
And right now we're using it for graphics.
Wait. What was that bit?
This Tech Preview that we're bringing in is errors and whatever. It's never the same. Then, 4,000 players filling ships with hot dogs.
And right now we're using it for graphic stuff. How's that going?
Yeah, so
who's filling the ship with hot dogs now?
That we're bringing in is more than that, actually, like behind the scenes, right? There's this is literally, I told you about the SC patch. So all the patches this year have been coming from SC patch. The Tech Preview contains all changes that we've brought to our mainstream. This is where the engine development happens. This is also where we bring back some technology from Squadron 42 back into Star Citizen, and we are moving all of this together up to SC patch. So this will now become, when we're happy with all the testing that we got through on this, and it checks all the green lights, this will become the new baseline from which we build patches. And so right now, this includes, about 8 to 9 months of graphics changes, right, which have not seen the public yet. And so a lot of Vulkan changes, obviously.
Especially that Vulkan
to the great pleasure of our great Ali Brown, who really wants us to finalize this merge so that we can bring this into players. And there's some great stuff in there. So a lot of Vulkan optimization, Vulkan changes, but also in a way for us to test all of these changes that we've been doing to the core engine rendering outside of the lab, because we have a graphics lab internally that we test on, but it never, again, there's never anything like shipping it to players and having all the different kinds of hardwares and configs and settings and driver versions that we need. And so
you're never going to get your virtual environments to handle the same as getting it to the actual player base itself. What's up, Smoke? How you doing? And yeah, catch up Prime, if that's your name. I can't read it because the text and font it's across my chat window's across the room. But anyways, yes, we are trying to bring the VR Citizen experience to the Citizencon watch party down in Austin, Texas. So thank you for doing the voodoo that you do wherever and whenever you are able to donate and help. I appreciate all that support. Anyways, how you doing, Smoke? We're just watching the Benoit video.
Player facing, but there's a ton of back-end tooling that comes with that. A major update to the editor with some new material addition systems and light group systems that are in dire need of coming in, and a major upgrades to our scripting system that power missions, which the mission teams are, Elliot and his team are like, when is it going to be done?
For that, yeah, no.
Yes,
that's. I'm glad you brought that up because I'd actually
everybody's waiting on everybody else.
That it looks like it's just for the graphics, everything, but yes, no. The mission, we call it Mission 2.0. We call it a couple different things internally, but they are chomping at the you already said that. I'm reusing the same. Sorry, I saw a comment from Salty and Mike that said, talk about session girth, and I laughed and wasn't listening to anything you were saying for like 30 seconds.
Okay,
because
that's cool.
It's a good joke.
It's a good joke.
It was a good joke.
Now, to be clear on the mission tooling there, right? This is part of Mission 2.0. It's a prerequisite, but it's not the Mission 2.0 system. That's a much larger endeavor that we're still on. But this time it's tooling, right? So if some players are tech savvy here, it's basically a visual scripting system that we're upgrading massively, which was, I think we've demoed this years ago at this point, but it's called the Subsumption at the time, and it's now called StarScript. And so the StarScript system is basically taking
star blank something,
the tooling that the teams are using now and making it much more reliable, robust with syntax checking, error checking, validation, auto layout, stuff like that the teams really need to build more quality missions.
I'm sorry, let me get this straight. You took a new feature set and you took the base word for it and then added star in front of it and called it that?
No, we renamed Subsumption, which was the original name, and then we put star in front of it. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Hey, we have a theme, all right? We're going with it. I'm rolling with it.
As long as you're willing to get called out by me every time you do it. All right. This tech preview is obviously important. It'll be in tech preview for as long as it needs to be in order to
I guess it's raining outside. Wait a minute. Jesus, there was a clear view out there just a little bit ago.
Base from which we created our patches from. What is the next tech preview? Go ahead, say it.
Well, so what's behind
VR
this,
tech
right?
preview?
This enables us to bring in, I'm going to go back to streaming just to build the excitement. No, I'm joking. So off of our main technology stream is another feature that's been built there that needs all of this to work, and that's the engineering gameplay tech preview. That's right behind it. So
okay,
the moment
all right,
we can
engineering,
bring in
that's
the base tech preview changes,
that's fine
then
too,
we'll
I
be able
guess.
to do to run the next testing on engineering gameplay straight off of that patch. So that's going to be super interesting.
Yeah, so
they're saving the VR tech preview.
This is the next set of tech previews. This is
the good ones.
I want to go ahead and say it. I'm going to go ahead and say it so that if people can get angry at me and not
trust me, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Right now, we're using tech preview to test Vulkan and these and all these graphical stuff and all these mission changes and everything underneath and stuff like this. When this is done and get fully integrated, go to live and whatnot. The next thing is engineering. We desperately. I'm going to use the word desperately. We desperately want this tech preview with engineering out before the end of the year. Now, this is the middle of September. It's still October, November, December. That's still a lot of time. It's not any time what anybody would say soon. And that's no guarantee that we're even going to hit it. We've all been here. Somebody was joking, hey, drink it next time Jared says how long he's been here. Well, we've all been here. Lots of us. I've recognized some of these names for the whole time I've been here. We've all been here long enough to know that me saying it's our intention to get this before the end of the year is not the same as saying it will come before the end of the year. Just being honest with you here, but it is everybody's.
Dude, what is holding up
intention to
engineering
get
that
this
they
thing into
thought
tech
they would
preview
get
at
it
the end of
out
the
so
year? We want
early?
it, we need it. We're tired. We did 5-6 stories in engineering. I did like 2 or 3 Citizencons with engineering. Like it's time. 300, kick that mother out onto tech preview, please. So we're trying, but I just want to make sure that everybody's super clear on what that means.
Hey, but well,
It's
on
ready
this,
when
I got
it's
a little
ready.
segue for you.
All right.
So there's one thing that kind of proves the improvements, right, on the live service is that there's a lot less players on PTU, and there's a lot less players on tech previews than before, which is a good thing, right? That means players want to play the real game, and I'm really happy about that. But it does mean if you want to help, join those tech previews, right? The more people we get, even if it's for a short period of time, it's really helpful because we get a more larger set of people that can try it out, and that gives us more data.
Yeah, I want to talk about something. I got to show you sparked something that's actually a bugaboo for me, and
Okay.
I got a platform and I'm going to use it. So we did this change. We did this change this year. We went to what will be 10 or 11 patches throughout the entire year. This almost monthly cadence.
Simulating the fire in 0G and 0 atmosphere, I bet is hard. Well, yeah, there's, not much actual live data to go off of, so you kind of have to just do it with what you think your simulations can do. I mean, it wasn't only recently that NASA was able to, film fire in space, and, apparently if, it makes, spheres, little balls of fire that don't have, a top or a bottom, just like a sun. Of course, why wouldn't it? Who didn't see that one fucking coming? But yeah, it's really interesting. Fire in space is hard to do because NASA doesn't want to mess with fire in space. Who'd have thunk?
Of live stuff. So you've got the live stuff, a new live thing going every month. People are like, put something new in the game. We've had a thing new every month. We've had a PTU every month that runs alongside it. Now we've got tech preview. This pace that we're at this year has forced us to split our audience and stuff like this. It's like, well, do you want to be playing the live game, or would you rather be playing the PTU version, or now?
That's why Counter-Strike 2 got rid of your original Counter-Strike app.
With tech preview, would you rather be playing tech preview? And the reality is, we need everybody everywhere. The live version is the version of the game that we're making. That's the version we want. We want everybody to experience it. But we also need them for testing, so we want them to be in PTU. We also need them for the specialized testing, so we want them to be in tech preview. And it seems, and this is one of the reasons why I talked earlier that we're reevaluating the 2026 release schedule for this reason. We've created a situation where we want our
spread
players
too thin
in too many places,
like butter
at once
on a piece
if I'm
of bread.
allowed to speak honestly, and I'll find out when I check my team's messages afterwards. Well, it's a thing that needs addressing. So and it's hard. It's hard. I don't know. Short of altering the schedule, which we're talking about, what more can we do to encourage people to participate in PTU? And
give them a straight up tieable reward or a
and
free ship or something to incentivize them to go where you need them to.
Is there?
Or shut down everything that you don't want them to funnel to.
To be honest, we're toying with a few ideas, like incentivization programs or things like that. But this is slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope. And
people are just going to do it for the reward and the log.
The kind of volunteer approach for this.
Yeah.
But you're right. We do have an issue where, we're testing this, and we have the next patch is already cooking, and so it's always rolling. I mean, at the same time. Yeah. It's a testament to our ops team that I want to salute one more time, because these guys are always on the
credit where credit's due, man. It's crazy how much crunch they go through.
Going out, and so these guys are kicking
ass. They're captains of it.
It's hard because we certainly don't want everybody playing nothing but PTU. Second a patch goes out there, the next week there's another PTU and stuff. It's like, only play the worst, most broken version of Star Citizen, but we need your help testing it. But it's this weird catch-22 that I don't know that we have a real great answer for.
There is no good answer.
Schedule, which we're looking at.
You can't solve this. You just need more players to throw at the wall.
And then it gets exasperated when we do timed events. like Race for Stanton or whatnot. When it's
Yeah.
like, okay, well, if you want these rewards that are only available during this period of time, then you have to be in live in order to get them. But then it's like, well, we got a PTU over here. Wouldn't you like to be in a PTU over here? It's like, well, no, I want to get the rewards that are over there. And, you know, we extended Race for Stanton. That helped with that a little bit. But it's just that there's no obvious answer to this. I'm pontificating on one of the interesting challenges of our development model that exists that I don't think anybody really ever talks about publicly. And today we decided we were going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. So,
we're doing it live.
We're doing it.
Do it live.
It's one of those things we still need to figure out and address. BioNukes had a question. Hey, BioNukes, talk about one of those people that's been here as long as I have. It was a while back. I saved it, Bio. Why not have a set time for the servers to, in the back end, to just reset every day?
Because I play at the
switch every day, turn it off,
because it would be at like 2 or 3 a.m. and that's exactly when I'm starting to get into the middle of my good session.
On the list of things we've changed.
If they do it, it'll be at like 2 to 4 a.m. and that's literally right in the middle of when I'm playing. That's right when things are starting to warm up and get good. That's also when the best performance is because nobody else is playing. Go Night Owls.
This year, right? Which is that we take maintenance windows. We used to never do that. Now, why not do this every day, right? The issue that you get is that it's not just resetting the server. So, you know, rebooting the servers, reloading the game shard from persistence and continuing, you're going to get right back in the same situation. So let's imagine, we're going to talk about cleanup and density a bit later, but let's go back to the 3.x days where we persist all the data in the shard and we have deep intersections. So a ship entered another ship, it's an intersection, is costing on the server. The server FPS is now shit, super low physics threads, you know, using all the resources. And then you're like, okay, cool, let's do a daily reset, right? It's going to fix that, right? So you go through it, you reboot it. Cool. Now server reloads from persistence and those ships are still intersecting. And so you're right back where you were. So if you would look at the graphs and you'd see FPS super low, 0 during the reset, 30
back to low. So you're just right back where you started.
So,
okay.
You know what we've done in the past for this is now we have way more systems to deal with like this to reclaim performance, right, for these cases. So first of all we detect them,
reclaiming my time,
but also we do emit fresh shards periodically, so we kind of decide when it happens. But you know, when we do massive maintenances, weekly maintenances, we don't take every week, but we do it when we have to make configuration changes or things like that. We'll take a downtime and we're probably going to emit new shards and or run the repair on some of those shards, and then that will help. So we kind of do that, we just don't do it systematically because the reality is that's not completely how it works for the backend persistence side of this. And it's not something that we can solve easily because the conditions are too great. You need the shard to be live to solve these things, to be able to do it.
What about a traditional like every Tuesday scheduled maintenance period, like every Tuesday at 4 a.m. Eastern time, whatever? Yeah. Things go down for 2 hours and come back.
We're going towards that now, like where we basically right now you can almost consider that every Tuesday. We try to do a maintenance.
Tuesday maintenance, usually like every MMO.
UK time is a good time in general.
Like weekly server maintenance, like of course.
The least players are playing typically, but that said, we don't take it every week because we don't always have to do it, and so sometimes it's not very necessary.
I have noticed that it isn't weekly.
I'm an advocate to always take it, so that sometimes we use it to accelerate hotfixes. So in case you haven't noticed, we do hotfixes all the time.
Yep.
Right? So we have this new deployment systems now, and we're able to roll hotfixes way faster. But when we roll a game server hotfix,
every night
it's going to take
I can
time
see
to
that.
What's the word
for
that
Eve?
Ahmed uses?
There's a lot of Eve, a lot of entities to clean up.
It's going to take a while before it percolates, right?
Percolate.
Yeah, and so sometimes you can have a game shard that has 10 servers. 2 of them have the hotfix, the others don't have it. So depending on where you're at in the shard, you have the fix.
That's a really weird thing about the server meshing that I want to point out is that the hotfix will be applied, but not globally all at the same time. So you can be in one server and then cross threshold traveling in the game and you'll load into another server within the umbrella DGS, but that server you loaded into doesn't have the hotfix applied to it, which is just absolutely wild that that's even possible. That doesn't brick all the data flow and immediately just, stop everything. And that, it's just, a quick little, you just go into this server that's, a different patch or, not a different patch, but, it's not the updated one. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just really, really weird to think about because that's just traditionally you can't do it like that because servers aren't connected in such a way.
It's a while before all the game servers actually run into it. Now, obviously, if it's an unstable build, it's going to be much faster because then server crash, back new instance with the new build. But these maintenance windows,
the fact that it happens automatically when it crashes, though, that's pretty good. It's pretty important.
It gave us the opportunity to also synchronize that with a client hotfix when it's necessary, and so we can take everything down, patch the client, patch to all the game servers in one go, emit fresh shards if we have to, and then start again. And so that's why typically there's big changes that can come about in maintenances, and we want to use them more. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, we've completed our first hour. And
that was part one.
Congrats.
That was part one.
Hour one done.
Let's take an interlude here. I'll ask you just a side question here. Let you get a drink or whatnot. With our last patch, what was the last patch? The August patch. 4.3. There was a big curiosity with the wolf. On PTU.
I already know this story. So I actually saw this part.
We discovered something that
you guys watch him. I'm gonna go get a drink,
whatnot.
And a snack.
Walk me through what happened with the wolf.
This is a beautiful one. That was fun. So yeah, like you mentioned, we're walking up to 4.3. We're at the point where pretty much everything has been validated and tested, and there's something with the wolf that we're gonna try to do more in the future, is that we try to respect what we call the art of surprise. Is that typically beforehand we used to put everything in a patch, go. Now for certain things we want to try to respect some level of surprise. We find that it's cooler for you guys when you discover things when it goes live and not necessarily on PTU 2 weeks before, right? And so we're trying
Orange shows every week.
Orange shows every week, exactly, right? So and so the wolf is part of that. And so the wolf was going on PTU for validation because it was part of 4.3 release at the very last minute, right? So like I think 24 hours before, just to make sure everything's fine. Well, it turns out everything was not fine, and so we look at the reports. There was one crash that we had to solve, which was solved rapidly, but then we looked at some very curious reports, and so players would basically report it. I forget the IC exactly, but something like, I landed with my wolf, exited the ship, and then was walking around. Then my friend took my wolf and flew away, and then the world despawned around me. So initially it sounds like a fluke report, but then a bunch of people reproduced it and it was like, I have this. And so like, what is going on? And so typically then that's where our player relations team goes like, something's fishy going on here. So we started to look into it, and so we assembled a quick crew to check this out. And now this is kind of skeleton crew because we're moving to release. To typically it's very late here in the I'm in the UK right now, so it's very late here in the UK. US teams, it's night for them, So just get this crew on together, start looking at this issue. And so basically, the issue that we're seeing is that sometimes when a bug starts with sometimes, it's going to be a fun one. So sometimes when you exit the wolf, you desync between the client and the server. And what actually happened is, if you looked at so we have this tool we call the server renderer, which allows us to basically view what the server sees, right? And so think of it like a side camera that we have when we have access to the game server, and then our game client, and you can see what the server sees. And so you'd see my character get out of the wolf, with that super nice animation, exit, and he jumps at the end.
Yep.
Jumps off the ship. Wow, it's like super cool. And then I'm walking around on my client, everything's fine. Game server, I'm literally in EVA animation floating over the planet. And the thing is, I can't exit this condition, right? No matter what I'll do on my client now, the server will always see me attached to the ship in EVA anim. So we're like, okay, what's going on, right? Now we start looking at this. So at this point, John Crew and I are, losing our minds trying to get a proper reproduction. But then we realized, we put new animations for this ship. So the Wolf was one of the new ships that have enter-exit animations, right? That are brand new, like just captured, import in the game, all that stuff. We don't do this all the time. And putting animations in the game is not just put the anim in. It's like it's timing. There's events to link them. There's linking them to the actor system, how they get triggered. Inserting them into ship pipelines, stuff like that. And so we start debugging this. First step was, they probably forgot to put some of the seat events on it. So we do a first patch. We try it out. Now the QA guys come back like, nope, still happens. So like, okay, I think the timing is wrong on these events. So let's change that. No, I think we went through like 7 or 8 iterations of fixes to try to figure out what was actually happening about that exact animation and why the ship system was disconnecting it. We went into full debugging on the actor. So the actor is your character and all the states it can go through. And we could just see the two differ, right? But it made no sense. Why is one working and the other working? So at this point, we're kind of running out of ideas. And so that's when I used the button. I called the Bug Smasher himself, Mark Abent, on the show. And so Mark came in and was as flabbergasted as we were.
Man,
what the hell is causing this? And then so we went into
it's bad if it gives him trouble.
At this point, we're deep engine side physics and collisions to try to figure out what's going on. And then in the end, Mark just goes within, in the typical Bug Smasher fashion, just goes into what about gravity? And so we take a look at how the ships have physics grids. These grids have sizes and mesh sizes, and the animations is based on the geometry. And there was no gravity in the ship, 0, 0, 0, right? And so basically it was a combination of the physics grid, the fact that the actor on the server runs at a lesser resolution. So, your client, when you're in game, is at full resolution. The server doesn't run at full resolution when he's simulating your character. And so combination of this would make the server would actually reach the EVA state. So now you're floating in EVA, right? But with no gravity and no other movement, it will never solve itself. And he's also overlapping over the grid, which is too big. And so that was a bit of a combination of like blunders, from geometry to wrong physics grid to out of no gravity. And it made the bug also not 100%. It wasn't like I exit the ship and it happens. It would need to happen like it took about 10 to 15 times you would get it one time. And so, all right, so we fixed the bug. We get this in there. Internal QA validates it, and then to be able to properly validate it, as you know, we need players, and so that's where we mobilized you guys on PTU to come and try this out.
Everybody went on the servers and
testing in this game, where roughly 100 people showed up with wolves at Boondoggle on
the perfect
Hurston,
bug storm. Yeah,
200 people
what's up,
entering
Master?
and
How you doing?
The wolf, right, to see if they get detached from the animation. It was a fantastic moment, and so yeah, that was a fun one to troubleshoot.
And that was your free audio only episode of Bug Smashers as a nice little interlude there.
I miss Bug Smashers.
Shout out Dennis Daniel.
I never understood what was going on the screen, but I love the fact that they showed it.
Man.
My man.
And then they got sued because of the information they showed.
Part 1, year of playability, our little Bug Smashers interlude. Folks watching, we've got another hour or 2 left, so we're going to be here for a bit. In case you're like, why would they talk about that? Whatever. We're getting there. Part 2, server meshing. Server meshing, past, present, future, static, dynamic, 3D. Benoit, I'm just gonna go get a Coke and a Cinnabon. I'll be back.
Oh man,
Talk to me about server
hungry.
meshing, man.
We need to
make
something delicious after
obviously
this.
we launched server meshing end of last year, and we've been running a server mesh environment for now 7 months, 8 months, right? 9 months. We're not month 9 already. And so that's the static server mesh. And so that means we have territories. Just a quick recap for everybody. And so that means that we have a configuration for these territories, and we can pick different top-level object containers from the tree of the universe, and then we basically distribute them on different, resource servers. So at the moment, we run at a 10 game server per shard setup, and so that means that we basically distribute the key areas, on these 10 game servers, and that's how when you transition from one zone to another, it's seamless, but you're moving from one server to the other. So we've been kind of taking the year to get used to being a server mesh environment. And so that means we've discovered a bunch of gameplay bugs related to this. I think we talked about some of those in January, but that have been solved. But for example, the quantum drive systems, didn't properly handle the transition. Sometimes we'd lose power in transition, and then that would cause the thing to reset, pull you out of quantum, things like that. That's one example, but there's a series of other issues that were related to that. But more importantly, we've been also learning about how to properly distribute the load of the simulation. So now we have this tool, we have this map. It's not the end of it. Right now, every patch this year, we've changed the configuration. I don't think we've had a single static configuration since the beginning of the year. Every patch has been different. And so obviously, we've tried to make sure that we dedicate resources to where there's an event, right? So if it's a SD location or Hathor locations or Stormageddon locations, we've kind of reconfigured the mesh at each release to basically guarantee some server power at each places, because we know that people congregate in these areas. We've also learned a couple of things, like because the teams that make content don't necessarily always talk to the team that make the tech, right? And so
no way.
It's so where you put those locations or how many there are is important, right?
You think?
That we kind of learned that through the Hathor moments where like they were a bit too close and we couldn't distribute them properly because of other limitations, which I'll get into in a bit. But
I guess they couldn't have like a high enough entity count of these places at the time without like degrading performance or something, which is why they only limited to two per moon at only 2 different moons in the Stanton
every
system.
time. And so it's been really a good learning experience for the team. We've also solved a bunch of issues in the static mesh related to performance. And so we've talked about this before, but the hybrid, we talked about stability of game servers right earlier, but the hybrid is at the center of this. This is the networking component that you're connected to when you're playing the game. He's doing the replication, he's doing the binding and all that stuff, right? And for this guy, the stability score is 0. Meaning, if there's one crash, we don't ship the patch, right? That's it, right? That thing needs to run perfectly at all times.
Yeah.
And the kind of quality metrics that we expect from the hybrid are very, very intense. Like the speed at which they transfer packets or accumulate packets and transfer it, and between areas and elements has to be very, very, very fast at all times, or else you get rubber banding, you get desync, things like that. And so there's been a lot of performance improvements behind the scene, especially I think just before Stormageddon, or is it after? At this point, it's a bit of a blur. But I know that we found a couple of key optimizations that have really helped the hybrid maintain stability across some of the big binds that we were seeing. Again, binding is this process that when your client needs to bind to an area, it means he's receiving updates for an area.
Right.
This whole binding up process is a bit costly on the hybrid, especially when there's big areas being bound. And so optimizations have gone into that. And that has helped desync quite a bit. I mean, there's always room there to improve for improvement, and the team are still actively working on this. That's never going to be the end of it. But it's much improved since the release of 4.0. Like I hope the rubber banding is getting a lot better every patch. Like we're hoping to, always cut some of those big bottlenecks across as we go.
I hate desync.
So that's static server mesh. We also learned a couple of things on how to distribute those locations. So the cost of a location, right, and the amount of players is not necessarily the same weight. Funny enough, a lot of players in the same place. Let's say you have an empty room, right, with nothing in it, and I can pack 300 players there. No problem. Server's good, right? No problem.
I'm gonna need to get some food here in a bit.
If I add AI in there, we start getting into issues, right? If I add ships in there, bigger issues. So that if you want the cost of the location and the not necessarily multiplied, but factored in by the number of players there is what kind of is the cost of an area and how we should distribute we should distribute the computing power that we pay for to run the game. And so we've been learning a lot about this in all these experiments we've been doing, and that's informing dynamic server meshing, right? Meaning what the algorithm needs to be in order to properly distribute the load of the simulation to the different components in the game that can do the replication.
This weird equation. This is in all the factors of, all right, obviously how many players are there? Sure. What is the resource footprint of the location itself? Correct. Obviously. How many ships are present? Because it's not all ships
are there ships inside of these
equal.
ships?
Our process of making ships have changed over the years. Some ships are more efficient than others. So it's okay. What's the resource footprint of the ships in the area? What's the resource footprint of the location itself? What's the resource footprint of the people in the area? And then where's the next closest area? Like, because with Onyx facilities, we distributed 100 of them and went up. But like you mentioned with A Line in Mind, our one of our big learnings, we'll say learnings. It's a nicer word than mistake. Was positioning was where we put them and whatever. We weren't able to separate them into the shards that we wanted to. So being at one and being at the other one just doubled up the
I get it.
hit.
Because they're on the same moon and they're not on different moons. That just doubles the performance of the server operating Daymar or Aberdeen. Okay, yeah, because they can't dynamically separate them. Yeah, that all makes sense.
Somebody in chat said it seems like everything CIG does is a test. Yes. I think that was Flymo Ninja, if I remember. Flymo Ninja. Hey, man. Yes, everything we do is a test. We're learning. There's a reason I used to end these shows with what did we learn this week. Don't ever. You
want to imagine they know what they're doing, but they really don't. They're at the edge of
intricately tied
what
up
is possible.
With the process of learning. Not for us, for you, for everybody. So like this. So we are learning as we do this, and that's what Benoit's talking about it. So dynamic server meshing tomorrow, next week.
Yeah.
What you got?
So no, well, I'm
Thursday.
not going to advance the date, but I can tell you that there's multiple things that compose dynamic server meshing, right? Obviously, the team is working on those aspects right now, right? The key aspects that dynamic server meshing will bring is a kind of arbitrary subdivision, right? Meaning that we could assign a server to anything that's a streaming group. So inside this big tree, right? You've seen the PES discussions where we show how kind of the data is laid out and it's one big giant scene tree. Any of those nodes that are deemed a streaming group can actually have a server actually having authority over that entire area. And so DSM will definitely bring us the ability to kind of arbitrarily subdivide where we're no longer tied to these territories or this territory map. That's the first big thing we're gonna gain from dynamic server meshing, and we're working on that part at the moment, right? Which is basically how we can move these streaming groups from one server to the other, how authority is transferred, who's managing it, what component is taking care of that. So that's under development right now. There's also a lot of parallels or similarities between dynamic server meshing and instancing, right? And so we've talked about that we're working on instancing. That's also part of this work, right? And so we technically already have the mechanics of instancing in the game in the form of the instance hangars, right? Which basically allows you to have multiple stacked areas on top of each other.
I can't wait for ArtCorp dungeons.
To see only one, and only one of them is bound to your client and replicated to your client.
The sewers of ArtCorp that they're making.
In the 3X days when we put this in, initially the instancing was actually not working from the networking side, and so you would replicate all the hangars that were at that location even though you couldn't see it, which was even worse. Now
you guys remember when you heard everybody else's hangar on top of your hangar? Yeah, it's not really instanced, is it? That's when we found out that yes, they're all stacked on top of each other, because in my head when you say instance, I go into a portal and then I'm loaded into its own little separate area in a bubble, right? So if this were Star Citizen, I go to my hangar, and then that's the portal, and then I go load into, go into my hangar at the city, and then I go transport it into this little bubble, where my hangar is at the edge of space, and then, you know, stack all these bubbles next to each other over there. But turns out all the bubbles are next to each other on top of each other at the actual location in the game engine, which is just wild. But then you realize, if you think about it, they have to do it that way, because if you have to call the hangar and open the doors and exit a space station, it's more work loading your physicalized hangar with the ships and the shit that you're in, because everything's physicalized, from a bubble in dead space to and from, than it is just doing it right there at the hangar exit where the doors open. So I get it, but still.
You actually get assigned the proper tag on your character. And so when you actually take the elevator, it's bringing you to an actual instance, which is basically yours. So the instance tech that we're building on top of that will basically leverage some of the concepts we're putting into dynamic server meshing, because we want to be able to distribute those instances across the mesh, right? And so right now they're location bound, right? But we want to not be able to just have them location bound, but have any of the servers take those off, so that we can share the load. Again, optimizing the distribution of the simulation, of the computing workload that we have across what players are doing. And so that when you enter an instance, we can guarantee a certain level of performance without needing to have a little, you know, dude at the back going like, oh, we need to change the territory map for this, right? Basically. And so we're actively working on all this stuff right now to bring us to the dynamic part of server meshing. And obviously, with that, even though this is not our focus right now, right? We are still planning to go to higher player counts, but this is totally not our priority right now. Our priority is really on getting the functionality and the computing workload properly distributed automatically. Exactly.
I'm glad you say we're not. That's not our focus at the moment. I talked earlier in the show about us sometimes acting like we invented the wheel when it's one of those things that other people, you know, other games have had and stuff like this. Lots of games have some version of server meshing.
Yeah.
You know, famously, what's the other one? The Dune game, whose name escapes me at the moment. You know, they did a big thing on their version. Awakening. They did a big thing on their version of server meshing and stuff. How is ours different than what other things?
Well, doesn't, when there's like, you know, a couple 10,000 people next to each other, doesn't the server tick rate slow down to like, you know, once a minute or something? Like Star Citizen is trying to do it at 30 FPS, not like 1 tick per second, you know. So yeah, you got to have a lot different of a engine to be able to handle it at that. Because yeah, any engine would be able to handle it if they allow it to slow down the tick rate. So
I'm gonna give you a hint. 3D. How is ours different from what you're seeing in every other game? Just because I see this come up. I see, you know, I watch the YouTubes and the Twitches sometimes, and I see people like, you know, they keep acting like server meshing. They fucking invented it and whatever. Oh, there's my one swear. It came. Sorry, Tyler. Why is our server meshing different?
Well, so you're right. Like, it's not like server meshing isn't already like a thing, right? Like in the past, like even, you know, Ultima Online had a server like transitions.
Right
now, they were not necessarily seamless, but you still had server transitions and gridding, right? Which is a typical approach, which is you take the world, you split into a grid, and then you have servers between them. You know, and then the rest of the different strategies come from how the servers.
And that's easy when your world is separated into grids, but we have volumetric spherical planets on a universal, you know, background here.
Communicate to each other, right? And how the state is distributed and how you transition from one to the other. And I think that the areas where our approach differs is that we've extracted the simulation from the game and the replication of the game. So replication is how game server and client stay in sync, right? And so when you're in an area and somebody opens the door opens on your client. That's because it's been opened on the server, and it's also because somebody else had authority to send that message to open the door. So this is all replication, right? Well, normally you have one game server and he does both replication and simulation, right? So we've taken the Star Engine, we've extracted the networking from it, so the replication into the hybrid. Now we call him the hybrid now because it's a first stage
The
of
star
server
hybrid,
meshing, right?
the
But
starbrid.
the hybrid has all the networking components. He has the state in his memory. He holds all of the information for the shard, and he does the replication. So you're connected as a client to the hybrid. So you're not connected to the different servers you're actually on. The game server you're actually that's simulating your area is actually, you're not even on it. You're not even in active connection with that server. You're actively connected to the hybrid. And the hybrid, the game servers are actually clients with authority, if you want, right? If we simplify. And so that's one area where it differs. The second one is how we separate space, right? And you alluded to it, which is that our territory mappings or mappings to how the authority is managed is in 3D space. So it's not a grid. It's fully made in 3D space. And so that means that we can have it's 3D space and a tree, right? So which is the
hierarchical.
And so what that means is that by taking I'm going to try to make that simple. Let's say
Everything
on the
is
yellow
nested
server,
into each other, and
right?
it all.
And suddenly the yellow server, there's not enough players there, and the location is a bit low cost. Then we might want to despawn that server. Well, we can transfer the authority from everything the yellow server is doing to its parent. There is a parent,
Crusader,
right? Whereas when you're doing gridding, that's a bit of a different model. In the past, I've seen solutions for meshing which include servers, like adjacent servers talking to each other, for example, things like that. The client actually disconnecting from one server, connecting to the next, right? Which in all of these cases, these were things that created side effects that we didn't want. So in the past, we did try these things. Like if I go way back when we started the server meshing projects, that was the first approach, was like a bit more classical, but we realized to properly offer what we've shown in, for example, the meshing demo Paul did a couple of years ago, or what you're actually playing now on live, to be able to have like bullets completely traverse the transition and hit on the other side of it. Like we needed to have a solution that was native to all how we were doing it. The bet behind it was that the hybrid was going to be fast enough, and so far it seems like it's working out. Though it is a lot of work to get it, to keep it at that speed.
The hybrid's got to be chugging.
That's I would say was the differences in the approach.
Hello there.
And every game is going to have its own approach, right? Tailor-made to its gameplay.
Yeah.
Right. So it's in our case, we're trying to make the biggest universe ever, and so we need the most scalable way to approach it. Also, we've taken the most difficult route, I feel. But
brute forcing.
I think you need to adopt CR hands a bit more. You were doing the thing, and I kept like, no, a little server inside a bigger server. I'm like, you use your CR hands. It would help. This server inside this server. So when this server disappears, the server above it can get the authority. I'm like, I'm just over here like, use the CR hands.
Shit. Yeah. That was a missed opportunity.
If only there was a time. If ever there was a time for CR hands.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. So 3D server meshing, and separating everything, so connecting people to the hybrid instead of the server, so that things can connect and carry through from one server to another server seamlessly and stuff. Anything else you want to say on server meshing before we move on?
No, I think that's really pretty much the state of it. Like we're advancing on the dev for it. Obviously, we don't, we don't want to bring in destabilize changes to the game, right? And so we're making sure that these are going to be tested first. We will go to a tech preview when we feel it's the right time. Right now, it's not the right time. And so
Vulcan,
we're still working on these aspects, but that's our objective is to, we're
server meshing,
we're not going to do a big,
dynamic
server meshing is up, right? That's not going to be how we're going to roll this out.
Right.
That seems to be the next one. Then VR,
then
VR
into play, right? Like the ability to despawn servers in areas that are not being simulated, the ability to scale up the mesh dynamically from the territory map, and then later on possibly go into, then the instancing support that goes through it, and then after that, the final jewel of like dynamic resubdivision and reallocation.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh in the middle of what you were saying. Don't Please in the chat goes, I'm really glad I was here to see Disco's last show. I've survived this long, man. All right. So, part 3.
Big tickets.
Stretch.
Yeah, get a stretch in.
Stretch part 3 was made.
All right, cool. Stretched.
It's looking fabulous from here.
So weird. All right. This section I call big ticket items. These are various issues that at some point in the year have generated some amount of angst, aggression, frustration, or any other word you can think of to describe Tyler Wicken. He's watching. Let's start with the big one: freight elevators.
Yeah.
Now I already did a big 5-minute thing explaining. Oh, there's a delay. He just popped up. Freight elevators.
Freight elevators bad.
Where are we at now? What's happening? What happened? What do you want to tell us about freight elevators?
Let me pull up my notes.
Okay.
So freight
See here.
elevators
Freight elevators
is
suck.
one of our
All right.
hero squads, right? Now your previous interventions, that came way too late in our planning, right? And so that's one thing that, I think that if we could go back in time, that squad would have started way, way, way earlier. And so I've got a bunch of discussions.
I'm sorry, to be clear, work had started earlier. We hadn't had the hero squad on it.
Correct, exactly.
Okay.
Good clarification. And so let me go through some of the stuff that we've been going through on freight elevators in general. So to start with, obstruction issues, right? And so a lot of the issues that we ran into were related to how the elevator actually detects obstructions and or contents. And so, for example, blocking the doorway, item being positions on the roofs of the planetary freight elevators. Now, a lot of this, by the way, I'm going to talk more about the planetary versions of it, which are 10 times worse for some reason. But in terms of obstructions, like you could leave items on top of the elevator, and then it was detected as an obstruction, right? And so these obstructions, first of all, the checks were super rough.
Water bottle.
And so they would go, there's something, I'm not going to move, which is what a bit like, come on,
So somebody would put a smoltz bottle on top of the freight elevator.
Correct.
And the whole damn thing would stop working.
Exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. That would brick the whole elevator until that was removed. But incidentally,
MedPen. Oh my God, it was MedPen so small.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, but that's even worse because there's a problem with how the items are set up, right? And so when we create a prop or we create an item, there's a bunch of things that go into it. Physics proxy, weapon proxy, all kinds of things that go on top of it. One of them is the bounds of the item, right? Which is not. There's multiple bounds in case you thought it was just a sphere or like a shape or a rectangle. There's more than one bounds, but long story short to say that a lot of items have incorrect bounds. And so what that does is that when you leave them on a flight elevator, they might clip into the elevator, right, itself. And so couple that with the bad obstruction checks, that could cause some really crazy exploits. Like, for example, leaving, I think, a med pen on the freight elevator, it would clip through the platform. You couldn't even see it. So you'd be like, there's nothing on it. And then it would still block it, right? I think that actually is not completely fixed. So we still have to, the squad still has to get to all of these items. And so for the bounds issue, what we're doing is we're adding a lot more checks on how the things are submitted again beforehand. So we're revisiting all bounds for items, right, and how their setup is made to make sure that none of them can be in that situation. So we're kind of doing a system-wide check on this in order to make sure that when we get into these situations, it's going to work the way we think it should. There's also
that's good.
This is all you'll see. It's all super interrelated, right? Items that would get destroyed but would no longer have geometry but would still be considered obstructions. And so that was a very egregious one.
So
I think that we
like-
saw very early, which is there was a way for you to destroy an item. Its geometry would disappear, but it would leave the entity present. And so now
destructibles, huh?
that's it.
Okay.
The elevator is gone. you need tools to see that entity, right?
I mean, at least with the med pen or something, people could zoom in and try to scan the pad, try to scan the thing, and try to find it.
Interesting.
People in chat are already like, "Oh, great! You just told everybody how to do it." It's like this. It's. We're also telling folks how to fix it. We're trying here. It's a
double-edged sword,
delicate needle to thread here, but. That at least there was something people could do if they knew about it, which is why we're talking about it, to try to find it and remove it. This next one though, the geo's gone.
Yeah, that's it. This one was the worst one, right? And so the thing too with the freight elevator bugs related here, like some of them were set up of the actual freight elevator geometry, right? Actually, that was a regression. So it was a bug that got fixed and was reintroduced. Which is the shape, because we have multiple types of freight elevators, right? We have like the horizontal one. We've got ones that are vertical, some with doors, some without, and so there was some of those best setup. The planetary ones were especially egregious in that case, and so there's still some bounds check to be added. But this is all when you got all these messages about obstructions, and that was all related to this.
Hello there.
One of the other issues we had with freight elevators was actually one of the first ones we had to fix, which is that the freight elevator is set up into two things. There's the kiosk and then there's the platform, right? And so the kiosk hosts the manager component. He's the one that's managing the stuff, right? And the platform is kind of slave to the manager. So there was an issue where, depending on how an area would stream in or stream out, the platform or kiosk would stream in first or stream out last, right? And this caused these two components to now be disconnected. So they would not find each other anymore. And so in those cases, that entire location was dead. Like that was that location, game over, right? Because they would never find each other. There was no model in place or process in place to go and try to fix that. And so this is, in part of what we do on the hero squads, we've done the same with the transit system, which is we introduce self-healing approach, right? And so in this case, the system would actually retry to connect. So if a manager doesn't have its connection to its platform, then it would get retried, right, over time until it actually connects. And so this way, even in the case where we do run into an issue where they disconnect, they could still reconnect. And so that solved the issue. That was actually rolled out in a hotfix.
Sino says, are elevators CIG kryptonite? Elevators are the kryptonite of every game development team in the world.
Elevators just suck in general.
Yeah, doors and elevators,
man.
Doors and corners, man. Let's continue on our list of bugs with freight elevators, right? The UI and platforms could get out of sync. And so this is where the platform will have content. So there's clearly a box on the thing, and the UI is showing that it's empty, right? And so that prevents you from, basically makes the whole thing inoperable, because now you can't ship your box at all. And so in this case, I think that the reconnection, the streaming reconnection, actually solved this by self-healing, but also the UI will requery multiple times to be able to make sure it's always updated. This is a side effect of the game teams trying to cache a bit more data than they should, and so now it cached an empty elevator, and so that's a weird state.
Womp.
So a bit of background on how the platform actually works, right? So you've got your inventory system, right? Your warehouse. That's where your things are stored. The inventory system has that.
Okay,
right?
okay. So yeah, how it pulls the cargo.
You can query for items in it. You get the list of what's in it. You can unstow items from it, which means bring them into the game world and physicalize them, or you can stow them into it. The freight elevator and the ship cargo platforms are actually using an abstraction on top of that called the inventory container. And so the inventory container can be open or closed, right? And so we had an issue so what that means is that when the inventory container of the platform is closed, that means that all of the items that are physically on it are actually stowed. It's opened, it means that all of the items that were in this inventory container are in the game world and being acted upon. So when you unstow things on your platform, that's what happens. There was a weird case where, in certain cases, if there was a delay in the back end, right? So the back end systems for all these operations have queues of operations that run, and so they can handle the delay, right? But in this specific case, there was a weird state where what's actually unstowed in the state of the container would be desynchronized. And so we've added another repair flow for this that would actually detect the state of it and actually resynchronize it in the cases
so
where
much
that would
like
happen.
entities.
This
and
was because
states
we didn't properly handle failures. And so in the case where an unstow would fail, the state would now be, in a weird situation. And so now we do the proper error handling, which is another thing that we've changed in our processes for development, is that error handling is now part of code reviews. So we really need to make sure every single, that sounds like basic, right? But I'm just saying the way it is, right? Some cases were not handled, and so you need to handle those failures.
Review the errors.
You want an open development.
Yeah, that's it. It's all warts and issues, right? And same thing for door states, right? So whether the door is open or closed, right? After stream in and out or server crash, right? Would sometimes clash. And so the kiosk can think the door is closed, but it actually is open. And so we do the same now. We can actually properly set the flow back properly. So one of the lessons we've learned with freight elevators in general and all the issues I just went through, and the reason why we ran into them is need way more multiplayer testing. I think that the major key behind it is that the teams have spent time on the in-hangar elevator, right? So we ran into some issues with in-hangar elevator for sure, and there's still issues there. But the big difference with the resource drive event was that we were driving players to the freight elevators, and there's more than one player interacting with it, right? And so that's one area where we have improved our testing and our testing approaches so that they're properly tested multiplayer and not just as when we reach PTU or in focus test. Now it's like part of the general testing for these open areas.
You've mentioned
how about we just don't use open areas and we instance everything important that we want to funnel players to?
Well, so self-healing is basically when we add functions to a system to detect that it's in a bad state and attempt to fix it, right? And so this is you could call it a kludge in some areas, right? Sometimes it's not the right thing, but I think that in this case, for a lot of the systems that we have, where we are working on a replacement, for example, and we're trying to keep this one running, self-healing will come in and basically rectify the situations, right? We have the way our game is made with our streaming system makes some trivial things in a normal game very complex, and sometimes we run into these issues where the game teams can't really identify what's specifically causing an issue. They just know it happens, right? And so in the past we used to wait for the key engineers that can actually decipher these conditions to come in, but these guys are obviously, everybody's swamped with work, and so sometimes the delay was so long that you guys as players would have to deal with the condition for long periods of time. And so self-healing is basically an approach where we're telling the game developers, well, while you're investigating the proper root cause for this, provide a self-healing alternative, right? Which keeps the system running properly.
A lot of it is just turning it off and on again and refreshing.
I don't know, maybe not.
And
maybe
having some systems to detect when to do that.
There is a forever thing that happens in chat. It's happened during the course of this show. It's happened in every YouTube comment and everything. So this idea that every developer can work on every single thing.
Absolutely not.
Immediately, if this person is,
there's a company of 1,000 developers making a game. More than half of them are sound and artists and 3D asset makers. Those guys do not know how to fucking code an engine, and the engine coders really don't know how to make network code.
Over here making a loading ramp for the Zeus, they could be better spending that time over here fixing network code and stuff. And like, why are you working on that when you should be working on this? And the answer is almost always because that's what that person does.
Right.
They can't do anything else. That's not what they're. It's like looking at a cook and asking them if they can fish. It's like it's sort of kind of related. It's game dev, but it's not the same thing. But even within the disciplines, that's a common thing. even within the disciplines, even within engineers, there are still focuses and affinities and stuff. And there's still, even within a field of engineers, there are still many things where, and it's no slight against the person or whatnot. It's just this person has that specialty and that person has that specialty and that person has that specialty. And you often come up to a thing where it's like, well, we can't make any progress on this until we can get it in front of this person. And that person has already got this other thing in front of them and that other thing in front of them and stuff. So it's another way. It's not, it's another way I want to, I don't know what I want to say, what I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to illustrate that it's like anything, like priorities and like anything else. There are usually, if you're asking the question, why aren't they fixing this or why aren't they working on that? The answer is almost never. It's because we don't want to. It's because it's in line. It's in line. It's just that simple. It's in line.
Yeah, we do have a lot of hyper specialization too, right? And so you're right. Like even game programmers are not necessarily interchangeable for everything, right? That said, our approach, by the way, for our game teams is very multidiscipline, very fluid, right? Which does enable a lot of this, right? Like we have engineers who are able to go from one system to another in the game code, right? But when you have to do cross-discipline things, that's where now you need a concerted effort, and that's when it gets queued up.
Before we move off of freight elevators, what's the thing that's happening in like, you go to Wicklow, you'll put all of your recipe stuff on the thing. It goes, okay, it takes it, it goes down, it completes the mission, and then doesn't give you your thing back up. And now you're just out those items because the mission completed, but it hasn't given you your reward. And
I hate Wicklow.
People just wasted their time on a Wicklow. What is that?
So I think that most
like,
of
I like it in
those
theory,
issues
but the fact that it was Gamba to begin with is stupid. And then when they finally made it an actual grind, when you actually do grind it out, it just will break. And then that leaves some really bad taste in a lot of people's mouths.
Investigated actually right now, right?
From ever using it ever
really
again.
Figure out what's
ever.
happening. It is, these systems are intertwined, right? The reward system, for example, is part of the mission flow, right? Whereas the freight elevator is just the vessel, right, to deliver this. And so there's many reasons and timing why this could happen, right? And so I don't have a proper answer for this. I didn't dive on this one specifically, but I can tell you that I know the team is actively working on this one because it's a key. I mean, it's especially for Wicklow rewards, like internally, Wicklow rewards is like hey guys, like come on,
gotta work.
Let's get it priority on this.
Gotta work.
Chat's starting a campaign to send Wicklow to Kleischer.
That'd be a nice Christmas gift.
So at the beginning of Freight Elevators,
here's the thing: is that because of the bugs, I don't know if the Banu are just straight up crooks in the lore, or if they're just quirky merchantmen. But they seem like fucking crooks because of the bugs. So yeah.
Move on to our next thing, because there is a kind of an obvious sounding solution.
Bunch of snake oil salesmen
putting med pens and smoke bottles on things, and then entities where the physicality has disappeared, but the entity is still there, and it seems like an obstruction. Cleanup, entity cleanup seems like it'd be the obvious thing. Just crank that dial up to 500 and clear that shit off of there every 2 minutes, and it seems like it would fix. Talk to me about entity cleanup. We're seeing ships left everywhere. We're seeing trash left everywhere.
Yeah.
The Raptor's not here yet. What can you talk to us about entity cleanup?
Well, so one thing I think we touched on this a bit in January, right? That one of the things that we put into 4.0 was the beginning of some physics cleanup, right? Now, since then, right, since the beginning of the year, we've unified a lot of the cleanup systems, right? So, namely, we had an abandoned vehicle tracking system. We have the physics intersection cleanup system. We have the actual density manager, and so now all of this has been kind of unified into one platform. And so what we're able to do with this now is we have density classes. So depending on the type of item, we can define the density class, which basically allows us to say no more than X in a volume of Y for this kind of item, right? And obviously, there's way more parameters. I'm just trying to keep it simple so we can understand what it does. We've recently added the ability for designers to basically change those density classes, basically vary these density classes by region. And so now they can say, in this location, make this super aggressive, make this less aggressive, right? And so the density manager part of this is really about just items in the game world that are dynamic that we want to make sure we keep at a manageable level, right? And so if you start putting water bottles in one place, at some point it'll start cleaning up because they're in the same volume, and the density class of the water bottle will inform how many we want to keep and how
So you can't fill
we want to do that. There's also lifetime
you can't fill a cutter with hot dogs.
We want those to live, but we want them to disappear after a certain amount of time. So we've added that functionality in, so that's a lot better. And then vehicles come into play. So abandoned vehicles.
Here we go. This is what we want to hear.
We've been tuning this since the beginning of the year behind the scenes. This and the physics cleanup. So the abandoned vehicles is basically when you leave a vehicle completely abandoned. So no passengers, nobody's left on it. It's left on a planet. You leave it there. Already, it's put on a timer, right? And so at some point, we'll have to clean this up, right? If it gets interacted with, if passengers come into play on it, whatever, that revives it, resets the timer, right? I think, if I remember right, that's set to something like 2 hours right now, something like this for abandoned vehicles, regardless of class for now. So that is something we want to add, which is basically change the density class for larger ships so that maybe they go faster. You know, this is the kind of thing we need to keep tuning. And then so the abandoned vehicles will actually clean up those areas, right? Now, with the new system we have now coming in, we'll be able to override these values per region. And so for planet-side locations where we know there's going to be traffic, we can make that a lot more aggressive. And the last part of the cleanup system is the pink slip. I call it the pink slip, which is, hey, my ship turned pink, and bam, it's gone, right? Which is basically when areas of the game where your ship is entering into a deep intersection with something else, right? And this is true of all areas, right? So if something enters deep intersection,
I'm colorblind. I was like,
for a number of frames.
Okay. Yeah, I
based
had
on
this.
The size of the entity,
When my
size of the area. We will
caterpillar
clean it up,
got
right?
stuck in the hangar wall.
First turn it pink, full pink.
And then I jumped out right as it disappeared.
It disappears.
After I got all the cargo out of it.
The servers are still very much physics bound. And there is no, currently, I'm not saying it's impossible, but currently, there is no elegant way to kind of break those collisions automatically and cleanly. It typically creates these maelstrom of physics problems when you try to fix it, and now you've backed it out into another physics element that is now colliding,
cascades.
and so you end up into these massive unstable systems. And so the pink slip is there for the moment, right? We're trying to improve this. We've been tuning these values quite a bit since the beginning of the year. Every patch we adjust the density classes, the abandoned vehicle timers, and the physics intersection costs a lot. I feel like we're seeing a lot less reports now. It's kind of getting a lot better. I think we're getting into the sweet spot, but it's unfortunately not a magic, just turn on density tracking, right? We already have density tracking. It's really about tuning the numbers so that it feels good, right? And that's the hardest part of this.
Folks in chat are talking about, just make it salvage gameplay. I want to preface that Benoit's not a game designer. And when so those are game design decisions, but yeah, I mean, an obvious kind of thing would be have an abandoned ship generate a salvage beacon, for ship to come and grab and
obviously
and clean up and stuff. But I think a big part of that is salvage needs a bit more attention too. We need to make those materials worth more, because it's not just enough to generate the missions. We need to make the
ideally the NPCs would clean up when we're not there.
And there are things coming,
but that's a whole other set of systems that would make everything even more complicated.
Things coming down the line. Let's just be down the line, around the corner. That's not accurate. That's not remotely true. Then things come down the line, like crafting and whatnot. They're going to need lots of materials from lots of different places and stuff like that. So mining, salvage, lots of opportunities there to link it with other gameplay systems and make people want to go out and salvage things.
I mean, the amount of abandoned ship, for example, like let's say we did that right tomorrow morning. We're like, okay, abandoned ship detected, salvage beacon goes up. There would be an overwhelmingly amount of salvage beacons because the amount of abandoned vehicles is extremely high.
Yeah, it'd be nothing
and so
but
balancing those contracts after that becomes kind of impossible in this current setup. That's not to say we're not going to do that, right? But we need to put attention on salvage to be able to do that properly.
Yep. No, Jared's voice, Jared's mic isn't going out. I was just forgetting where I needed to put my mouth in order to use it. I'm a professional. Something. All right, so
yeah, you'd be surprised at
and freight elevators.
Pick up. Depending on exactly where it's at.
This one's a relatively recent is not. It's been exasperated recently. We'll say that. Too many people. Too many NPCs, spawn management, whatever the heck you want to call it.
Yeah, spawn's not looking good lately.
People go to an ASD or whatnot, and it's like they're trying to whittle the numbers down, and they get down to like 10, 12, or 12, 10, 6, and then it bump back up and stuff because things are respawning too quickly. What's going on? What can you tell us?
This is one of the ones that completely infuriates me because it touches on many things. So spawning in the game is all over, right? There's multiple different types of spawners. Some of them are like item port spawners. For example, I hate using the bartender as an example, but apologies. But the bartender picks up a glass from an item port that's on the counter, and then we're at some point going to respawn a glass on this so we can do the animation again or things like that, right? Same thing for like AA turrets. In 4.0, we had many issues related to overspawning from those spawners, and we fixed a lot of them. Mainly conditions where designers would set those up as infinite spawn and no limits, which is great, right? So that's one thing.
Yeah.
Now, since we've been putting out content this year, like the different locations all have like a population of AI NPCs, right, in the place, and so it's been we've had overspawn, I think, with every content patch this year.
Yeah.
Where every patch there's at least one report that comes up, is like infinite NPCs at the location. Is it meant to be this hard, right? And I was like, all right, what's the cause now? This is one of an example of like the symptom is the same. The cause has been different every time. This is something I really want to get time to solve properly. But the replacement system is in the works, but it's not close to being there. But so the way this works, like I'll give you the most recent one, for example. I think it was in 4.3.0. The mission module is the system that actually activates the NPC population for a mission in a given area, right? So when you enter the action area of a specific part of the mission, then the mission code is going to go and initialize submodules, and then one of those submodules will say, "Hey, put some AI in there," and then it's going to activate the spawn closets in the area, and that's going to start, right? The issue is there was a bug with the way the mission flow was working for these things that would cause these modules to doubly initialize in certain cases. And when that started, then it would actually do it again and again and again. And so that's the latest source of these overspawns.
The latest.
The proper fix for this is the population manager. This is something that our R&D team have been working on, which is a replacement to both spawn closets are still going to be around, but the systems that drives the spawn closets to make these AIs appear and spawn on top of like the what's the word that they use for this? The base population in an area, like let's say you walk around New Babbage, all the social NPCs. Currently, all these social NPCs are placed there, right? And some of them, like again the bartenders, are driven by mission modules or area modules, and those always get this overspawn. So we just need this replacement system at this point. Like this, we keep repeating this error from different angles, right? And so the population management system his approach is different. He's gonna know what's in the game world. It's like, I need 5 guys. Do I have 5 guys? We're good, right? Like,
man, I want a burger.
Going, when I start, I spawn 5 guys, which is a complete, problem. And so, yeah, overspawning will be solved by this. For the
So
for
yeah,
the mean
they
in the
set
meantime,
basically a technical limit
we're
on the
putting in
things
more
that need to be
verifications
spawned
for
in there
the
instead of
cases
just
where
setting a thing to
when you
just spawn
stream out,
stuff
when
in
you
there.
stream in and the module resets, or you abandon a mission or start a mission during while you're already at the action area, that the actual
they both
logic doesn't run
spawn.
twice.
One of them
There's
just only
actual limits
spawns.
in those areas.
Well,
sorry, I've just been thinking about a cheeseburger and fries from Five Guys. You said it.
I just need those 5 guys.
Oh yeah, it's decent.
All
You
right,
know,
so
it's not the best, but it's still a good
obviously,
burger.
You know that's a bit of a whack-a-mole.
I could go and get a
thing
Whataburger right
until
now
we
because it's
get the new system
24/7.
online.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
be bad.
one thing that I'm hopeful about though for this is that the teams have actually built some good additional debugging tools that allows us to kind of view the state of this. It sounds a bit weird, but it was difficult to even know how many NPCs are there at this location. But that was actually a difficult information to find. So now we've got super good tools.
They
to
couldn't
be able
even
to
tell
that.
how
So
many NPCs were
that
there.
means
Wonderful.
If I'm able to just open the tool and view that information, it means that game designers can do the same, and so that means they can debug those problems in advance without us having to do it post-launch, which is the big thing.
No, chat. I don't have Five Guys money. All right. Freight elevators, entity cleanup, spawn management. When server meshing came online with 4.0, it brought with it all this new stuff and all these great things that we could do now. We got to be able to
you could buy their ketchup at the stores here.
To 600. We
They
got
started
to
bottling it.
improve that FPS performance on the server from 4.5 to 20 and stuff like this. It also had some knock-ons to some old systems, specifically.
Oh my lord, we still have an hour. I'm gonna let him talk for a bit. I'm gonna get me a snack. I am hungry. I am just
resolved
starving.
most of the interdiction stuff in July, I feel like. But talk to me real quick about why that happened and what the solution was.
Little story behind this. So the if we go back to the 3.x days, right? Like the game server has everything, right? He's simulating everything. All the entities are on one server. And so there's I don't want to say shortcuts because this was just the way you would build things at the time. Where, for example, doing interdiction was really like the server has all the entities. So he's able to do like cross zones check. He's able to raycast across zones. He's able to do all that stuff, right? Now with server meshing, you could be on a quantum path that brings you across game servers, right? And if you've ever looked at some of our backers have done outstanding tools to calculate interdiction positions and stuff like that. If you look at that, you'll see that the edges and the ends of this is where it actually matters that you get positioned. And so that means that since we currently use the territory map around planets and moons, right, then typically that will interrupt the quantum jump of the interdiction that is the most effective or close to the most effective. And so what that needed is a solution that allows us to have a view of the interdiction system that's basically cross-server, right, for the game shark. And so the replication layer has that information, right? We do have it in the hybrid, but we are very reluctant at allowing what I'll call game code here with no, I'm not trying to be pejorative here. We don't want to let game code query the replication layer for multiple reasons, but we want to keep them isolated. And so for this, we needed to build a solution. So the team have actually the online team built a new service that serves every shard, but is able to provide our game devs with basically a way to build a small data representation of the game world for things that matter. So if you can picture this, you're in your ship, you start your quantum drive. What actually happens is now the game server is going to register in this new service called the Entity Cluster Service some piece of data that says we have a quantum drive at this location, right? And he's going to keep that updated, right? And on the other hand, I've got someone who starts a QED device, quantum interdiction device, QID device, QED, whatever, the interdiction device, starts your interdiction device that will also connect to this and then inform this kind of matrix view of the quantum interdiction network. Doesn't matter which server you're on. This is all kept updated in semi-real time as you're quantuming and moving and as the interdiction devices are activated or deactivated. And so what that allows the game server to do now is he's receiving these updates. He's got this let's call it symbolic view of the game world to do it. And so now he's able to do proper raycasting math to see if the interdiction is going to hit across server. Doesn't matter if you're, on the same server or not. You can actually trigger the interdiction across, and then that basically gives us this ability to have cross server coordination for things without having to push all this to the replication layer or query it from it. So this is mostly a gameplay system, but we can use it. We are using it for beacons, so we're going to be using it even more for the full beacon implementation. But it's going to be the same kind of thing where now you could be in New Babbage and someone has a beacon open in Pyro, and if the gameplay wants to allow it, you might be able to get that beacon or see that beacon or bind to it, right?
And beacons. I mean, this is right now. Right now we've got the Apollo, which is going to PTU like right now, if it isn't already. Is it? I haven't checked out. Yeah, exactly. We've been doing this for a while. I'm not looking at the chats, but whenever tonight's PTU goes, the Apollo will be in for PTU folks who already own it, and that's why you saw the injections of the modules that were given to everybody at no charge who owned the Apollo. So you'll be able to test that this weekend before we attempt to go to live later. Where was I going with this? But beacons. Medical beacons, but beacons, and specifically medical beacons here have had lots of compounded trouble since server meshing came on. First it was the notification. They used to get this. There used to be this big toast notification in the center, and I'm going to remember this wrong if somebody in chat's going to be like, that's not how it happened, Disco. I'm like, I'm trying. There's a big toast notification that used to happen in the middle, and then when we bumped the server notification, which was great for people who wanted to play first responders, because they could go and they could do stuff, and then they had this nice big notification that somebody needed a medical beacon, and they could stop what they were doing and then go and run off to the rescue, and that was great. When we bumped the player caps up to 600, that became absolutely interminable. Boom, 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 and we just had to shut that down. It was like, okay, we can't have that, and so they lost that functionality to save everybody else, and that sucked. But then there was the issue with the second solar system. The beacon, if the beacon originated in Pyro and you were in Stanton or vice versa, you didn't get the waypoint. You didn't get the marker because the marker existed in another star system that wasn't loaded in to where you were. So it just looked like, hey, I'm trying to pick up this rescue beacon, and it looked like nothing was happening because it couldn't give you the marker. There was no intermediate marker. And then there's some problem that started last month that meant we had to disable the entire thing while they worked to fix that. This system's had a lot of problems, and while not all of them are going to be fixed in time for this stuff, talk to me about the scope of the issue and what we need to do to make it better.
Well, so out of all of this, all the stuff you mentioned now, I know that our intent is to reactivate medical beacons, absolutely, right? I think that's a core part of the game we're trying to do, and so we really want those reactivated. The entity cluster service I just told you about is what can enable us to do cross-star system beacons. I don't think we're there yet, but we definitely want to get there, right, where we could actually pick those up. So right now, all of the kind of technology pieces that you need to fix all the issues you mentioned about beacons are there. Right, we have the ability to have controlled notifications, localized detection of beacons, cross-server, cross-star system notifications, whatever. It's really about, can we put a team on it to basically add all these things? But at least all of the hurdles are kind of solved with the interdiction work we did, and this new service, the cluster service, is the thing that we need to be able to do that, to reactivate all that. So that's already live. So it's a good thing.
And the bug that prevents people from being able to quantum to the beacon?
Well, that definitely needs to be fixed. I think that even for this release, we're aiming for that to be solved, because the beacons have to work even if you don't get cross-star system beacons just yet, and that it's not fully integrated with the cluster service. I think localized beacons should still be functional.
Okay.
Like you should be able to quantum to them, and you should receive them properly. And
what I miss?
I gotta
made some food. We're making
a soft spot for first responder gameplay. Like everything else you do in the verse is in some way, shape, or form self-serving, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with going out and making your fortune, being a
some Brussels
pirate or
sprouts
being
and
a
broccoli with some
miner
mozzarella
or
cheese.
or a salvager
And a bit of a
or a racer.
meatball.
Although if you could make your fortune on being a racer, good for you. I don't know how much the Daymar Rally pays out, but
also the Daymar Rally does not pay out. It is you pay dearly. Still fun though.
It's like first responders, the people who choose to play as medics and stuff. They're choosing a loop that's just there to help other people, and I think that's cool. And I don't think we've done a super great job in the past of really supporting that as much as we should. So that's not I don't have the power to do anything about that. I just wanted to say that I recognize that, and we can do better.
Yeah.
Let's go to a big one. Let's go to a big one. Where I'm trying to do start with big ones. Freight elevators, blah blah, and energy cleanups, and little guys like interdiction, beacon. Transit system.
I don't hear you. Just something on the line.
Shitty transit system.
It's not good, is it?
I'm in the third hour. I'm in the third hour. That's my one for the hour. What are we doing?
Transit. So, we do have our hero squad on this, right? And so for everybody's sake, just to make sure we're all on the same page, the transit system is the system that drives elevators, not freight elevators, trains.
Surprised you're not doing Borderlands 4 with the drops. It's 30 days to Citizencon, and I said that I was going to do streaming every day and counting down and trying to raise money for my cockpit. So that's what we're doing.
And some
Could
areas,
care less about Borderlands in the next 30 days.
So the
Could care less about anything. So
the bane of our existence.
Expect to see me here doing the voodoo that I do until we hit our marks.
And so at the beginning of the year, we
also not being paid to do it. So why would I do it?
In that hero squad, and brought in some very, very experienced developers to the team to help push these fixes along. On top of what I discussed earlier about the methodology that changed for these issues, and the introduction of self-healing techniques, right, to try to get it moving. And so we are accepting the current state of transit, right? I feel that right now we no longer lose carriages, or when we do, it gets auto fixed, right? The destinations mostly work. Double doors rarely happen. The system mostly responds well. There's still issues with I'm still seeing in my playthroughs the train timers of insane values, which is a bit of a drag. The next train comes. This unfortunate propension of, in the event of a server crash, and you are in movement on the train, your client will keep interpolating that.
Yeah. We still
which might get you to space, right?
Yeah. We still get the occasional missing elevator, and whatnot. There's still a few trains that trap people.
Yes, that can still happen, right? But right now, the state at which this system is, the approach of that system is, we're kind of accepting its state, right? We're still tracking the big egregious issues that we have, like the ones that we just mentioned. So those are still being tracked and worked on. But overall, from a leadership standpoint, we're kind of in a space where now we want to talk about transport. Right.
Yes, I've been waiting. Like, you've been sitting here like, oh, we're gonna accept it. We're gonna accept it. I'm like, give them the drop. Benoit, don't just like,
oh, dude, thank you so much for the help with all of that, Smoke.
We don't
I
think
appreciate the year.
It's just we got self-healing in, and
thank
it
you
can
for the
carry
12
us
months
until the new thing comes in, and that's transport system.
Correct.
Go.
So transport is a complete rewrite of transit, right? Which has a much different approach to how it manages peripherals, things you click on to call up things, gateways, which are the areas at which the carriages stop, and carriages, of course. And so the transport system is a lot more resilient in its approach to streaming problems, which has been a thing in the past, right, for the transit. It's also, the way it's developed is a lot more robust. And so the state of transport, let's talk about that. So the team currently have, the approach that we've taken for it is, the system is kind of built at this point, and we have a single transport link that we use internally So not yet on a player-facing build, but we have an internal build of this where new Babbage habs are completely driven by the transport system, which is pretty big a milestone for the team because it means like the system is basically kind of fully featured in terms of it's able to drive one of the major hubs drop. We are currently working at instancing those transit links. So just to reiterate what I said a little bit back in January, the introduction of instance hangars, which means dynamic gateways in the transit system, is really what like made it a big issue, right? And so now the team are working at adding that functionality into transport to make sure that we support properly dynamic gateways, which will allow you to have a transport link to and out of an instance. Now, this could be an instance hangar, but in the future might be an area location.
So yay, we don't dealing with fucking carriages. It's literally. I've always said, why isn't it built around hit a button and fucking it spawns the carriage? Why is that not a thing? Why does the carriage have to exist and move physically to get to a door to then let you get on it? It's so ridiculous.
The state of transport right now is we're working on the instance transit link and trains. So we've done elevators. And now we're putting the trains in with the full feature, which the trains have an additional peripheral, which is the timer, the added timer on top of it.
This is one of those things where we talked about it. This is now in the finished product. It shouldn't look any different than what they've got. It should just work.
Yeah,
it should just be a time where it's like, visually, oh, look, all these things work and they've stopped killing you. Underneath, it's an entirely new system that was built after the implementation of server meshing, which is really the big thing. It's the old system was built long before server meshing. I know we reached out to the original developer who built it. Like he's not with the project. We're like, hey, you want to help us? You want to help us reconfigure it for the server meshing world? And there's like, no, you just need to build a new thing. So you put together your team. We're building the new system.
Get rid of it. Take it out to the back and shoot it. Then burn it. Then bury it.
Don't understand why it's not called Star Transport. But we're
hurl that dirt pile into a river and then throw that river into space.
Why aren't we calling it the Starport?
Then hope it falls into the sun.
Hey, we could.
We're going to call it the Starport system. We're going to call it the Starport system now. Here's what's going to happen. Anytime you try to talk about it publicly, I'm just going to call it the Starport system now. And it really doesn't matter what you call it internally.
Why do we do these shows?
But yeah, that's like I said, you've already got the first version. It's already working internally in New Babbage. We're adapting it for instancing. And there's some high hopes that we'll be able to get that in at some point in 2026.
So we are absolutely tech previewing that system in place where our goal is going to be to basically we want to try to do one full location with it.
Yep.
So that all that entire location, elevators, trains, all that stuff is completely Starport driven.
Yep.
And then tech preview that and make sure that the same methodology and QA checks that we've added for transit are going to have to fully pass before we actually accept to bring it in.
So tech preview for Vulcan and all these graphics things and the mission system, tech preview for engineering, and then tech preview for just use the elevator, please.
Yeah.
Just use the elevator, please.
Pretty much. Exactly.
Okay. You said the transit system was your most despised system. I challenge you, sir, with the ATC.
The Band-Aid solution that is stuck
one of the
long past its due.
I hate ATC.
It should have never kept working this long.
Its functionality is really cool, but it's one of those systems, a bit like transit.
Wait, it has functionality?
Well, yeah. It does. So on ATC, we haven't done a lot of work on it, mostly focused on metrics. And so ATC, right, is a system that you call when you want landing or when you want to leave, right? It is unfortunately responsible for hangar queues and is also responsible to assign you a landing area and coordinate your instancing hangar. So basically create the instance manager for your hangar that creates the hangar and then manage the pad on your hangar. And so for ATC, while we're completely not happy with its stability overall or the queue times, which is the one thing that we're actually looking at the moment, is to make sure that the system works the way we want it. That's why we've put all these metrics in about at this location, the time to exit is this, at this location is this. Do we have enough gateway? Does the system perform the way it should? So we're still in an info gathering phase here to have the proper plan, but we do know one thing, is that we are going to change the way the interaction between ATC and hangars actually work. Currently, ATC manages everything. Like I said, it gives you your landing area. It says, hey, I need an instance at this gateway. Path spawns your hangar, instance created, all that stuff. Adds that instance tag to your player, then the doors open. Now you can get into your hangar, but now ATC sees the pad in your hangar as his landing area. He's managing this, right? And so he's taking care of all that stuff, which is a bit problematic because it's an old system. We know of its flaws. And so we do want to split these responsibilities so that there's a hangar manager.
Yeah.
So that the moment that you're done going through those doors, that's it. Done. ATC's out of the picture. Now you're
That'd be
complete in your hangar,
convenient.
and the hangar manager takes care of this. And so that we've been doing tech design on this, but unfortunately, because of the different focuses we have this year, this is one casualty that I was not able to push forward on.
Yeah, there's some of these stations that have like 10, 15, 20 doors, but you'd swear the ATC only ever uses one or two of them.
That's
I was going to film
that we want to
and see if that was actually the case.
Even with the old system, before we even start hangar management.
Now, when you do the new system, ATC, air traffic controller, Star traffic controller, you call it Star TC. Star TC to go with Starport. Somebody suggested,
or maybe Starport does ATC too.
Star traffic controller, yeah. There you go. You're with me. The Star Troller.
The Stomp Troller.
All right. How you feeling, Benoit?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right.
Get your
so
stretch.
we've gone through
All right,
we've gone through our year of playability. We've gone through our little
food's almost
Bug
ready.
Smashers aside. We've gone through
7 more minutes. Get to eat some delicious food. We'll bring it on home.
Freight elevators.
No, not before freight elevators. We did server meshing.
Yep.
Why isn't it called star meshing? We went through star meshing. We've gone through our list of big ticket items. It's like this. We've been doing this for about 2:15 now. I want to go from big ticket items to
bigger ticket items.
The biggest. I want to go to this is, if I'm allowed. Hold on. If I'm allowed to I'm gonna put my CIG hat on.
Go for it.
There you go. And take my CIG hat off. If I'm allowed to have an opinion that's just mine and mine alone.
Always.
The most egregious thing from my perspective, the thing that is, after dealing with getting the server frame rates up and getting the stability scores up and killing 30K, which is amazing, and I'm going to shout you that thing. I'm going to shout you out till the cows come home on that one. That thing plagued us for so long. Work on transit to transport. Work on the freight elevators is still ongoing. All that stuff, great. To me, the most demoralizing, the most heartbreaking, the most aggravating thing is when your stuff disappears. It's just that simple. You spend hours in there. You work your butt off. There are people who get together with members of their org to work towards earning a Polaris from Wicklow. And if they manage to put all their stuff on the elevator and the elevator doesn't eat it, they then get their Polaris. They didn't get their Atlas, ICTY. They didn't get their F8C, whatnot, and they have it. And then we release a patch, which we used to do every 3 or 4 months, and now we've been doing every month. So, as an unfortunate side effect of our change in our philosophy, we exasperated this cadence, and now it's a gamble. It's a crapshoot. Every time we release a patch, it's just who gets to keep it, who gets to lose it. Bing, 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 bing. What the heck is happening? What is happening, and what the hell are we doing about it?
All right, cool. LTP, right? is the famous
The
system we're
worst
talking about.
named thing in the world. No, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Well, let's go a bit into what LTP actually does, right? Because there's some misconception around it, and also a bit of misconception to the amount of effort to actually put on it. But so historically, if we go back to the 3.x era, I guess, I think it's in the 3.x era.
Yeah.
We developed the first LTP system, right? Which came a bit as a side request, right? Which was, we patched 4 times a year. It was a bit like, oh, there's some stuff players want to be able to persist, cross patch. We're still in development, so it's okay. We're wiping all the time, and we want to wipe because blah blah blah. There's other considerations, so let's build something. So we built a very small system initially to persist stuff, and the way that worked is that the game server would basically submit these commands to say, this guy picked up a gun, this guy dropped a gun, this guy has this. And so that was a solution that kind of worked at the scale of a single server kind of system. And we had a lot less items at the time. That solution was in no way scalable, right? But it kind of did work better overall than the current one, to be honest. Now come PES 3.18, come 4.0 dynamic server meshing. Now we persist everything else, right? So we need to kind of change how we deal with long-term persistence. And so let me describe a bit how this works currently. So when you acquire a ship from, let's say, the web platform, right? That ownership record lives on the web platform. It's in there, right? And every time you log into the game, we check, oh, this guy has this thing. Does he have that ship in the game? In his entitlements, right?
It's called an entitlement. That's an important term.
That's your entitlements.
That's
right?
the entitled in the,
so
loading
entitlement
menu.
records, I know people are going to make the joke of, oh yeah, we're all entitled. Yeah. So the
I wasn't going to make that joke.
No, we are thinking it. We are thinking it.
I'm preempting you. So
all right, I'm gonna go get my food.
We make sure you have an entitlement record.
Be done in the oven.
When you actually open up your ASOP terminal, right, and you view your list of ships, what you're actually viewing is your list of entitlements, right? These are not your ships. These are actually your entitlement records. Attached to your entitlement records is the insurance document that goes with it, which describe the loadout of the ship. We call this an entity class loadout, which describes what's in each port, right? And if there's no entity class loadout or insurance document with it, then it's the default loadout. So that is your entitlement records. That's what you see in ASOP. Then we also query for, is there an entity for this entitlement record at the moment, right? And that will look at the game database in this current moment. Let's call it the inventory database for now, right? So we cross-link the two. So for each row in your ASOP terminal, you'll see your entitlement record. You'll see the state of an entitlement record will allow you to see if you need to deliver it first. That means I have no entity in the game. So when you deliver it, now we create the entity in the game. And then if it's stowed in an inventory, then you can retrieve it, right? It starts from the entitlement record. And then if the ship is stowed, then you'll see its location is set, right? If it's left in space at a location, you'll see its location is set. If it's lost or destroyed, or I think there's a couple of different states, but one of them is destroyed, then you can claim the ship, right? And then that will use the insurance document to destroy whatever matches this entitlement. So we have a way to find entities that were created from a given entitlement, gets destroyed, and then we use the insurance document to give you a brand new ship, right, at the location where you're at. And so that's in-game. That's what you have in-game. That's the way the in-game part works, right? So let's do a clear example. I'm in New Babbage. I have a hawk in my list, and I deliver it. It gets created at that location. I retrieve it. It gets unstowed onto the pad. I use it around, blah, blah, blah. I fly out to another place. I lose the ship. I respawn in Fletcher. I could do my time. Then I go out to Grimex or whatever I respawn at. And now I'm at a different location. I see the hawk in my entitlement list, but the ship is nowhere to be found. I claim it. A new ship is created. It's put in there.
Yep.
Okay.
So before we go to the ones you get in game, which is just to reiterate this so everybody understands this before we move on to the next thing. Because people are always wondering, why do I always get the stuff I pay money for? real money for, but the stuff that I earn in games is different. That's what we're in the process of explaining right now.
Yes.
Because the stuff that you get, that you pay actual money for, or that you get awarded through like a subscription or a gift, like we gave the armor to Concierge a couple months ago and stuff like this. Those sit on the web platform. That every time you log into the game goes, hey, what am I entitled to? The platform says, these are the things you're entitled to, and it gives you back. It's why, remember the character reset back in the day and whatnot? That's all it did. It just refreshed those entitlements, and that's why you got those things back. That system is not simple. What Benoit described there was not simple in the least, but it's a pretty hefty system. It works. We know it works. It's why you are never in any risk of losing the things that you pledged for, and it's why sometimes certain items like the Race for Stanton stuff, trigger a thing that gives you a web platform entitlement, and those go into your My Hanger. You see them in your My Hanger, and that's why you get those, and you have that. That stuff is, for the most part, it's very stable. It's very stable. You can always rely on getting that stuff back. That's not how the in-game stuff works.
Correct.
Benoit.
So we went through the web platform stuff and how ASUP works, right? Let's go into, now I go to New Deal and I buy a ship with UEC, right? That will actually give you an entitlement, right? Because you can claim those ships, right? You can transfer those ships. So now, at that point, up to now, these will work identically, right? But when you log into the game, we don't reconcile from an outside source your list of purchased in-game ships. They are just entitlements in your account, right? And that's it. We keep them. Okay. Let's stay on ships for now, right? Before we get the items.
Let's stick with ships.
Now, the thing that's important to know here is that the actual ship you're playing with, the amount of possible states for that ship are almost infinite, right? You could leave the ship in space. You could leave it in your friend's hangar. For some reason, people are able to do that. You can stow it in inventory. It can be inside an Idris that's stowed in someone else's thing. All kinds of stuff can happen. And so there's multiple paths to update that specific state of that ship. Whereas your entitlement, once you have it, you have it. That's why your ASUP terminal always has it. Now, let's talk about how LTP works now. Now, this is within a game patch. When we release a new patch, inventory database, entitlement database, they're gone, right? We start from scratch. And now we're rebuilt. So you reconnect, you come in, your web purchases are being reconciled. We create new entitlements for them. And then when you get in game, you create new ships, and then you play with those ships and everything works. What is LTP? LTP is when you acquire things in game and you have ships that you own, right? The way LTP was designed, and maybe this is the part that, there's a mistake there, right? But still, I'll explain how it works. When you stow something in an inventory that you own, the systems will create what we call LTP records. These LTP records basically say they're close to what an entitlement is, right? But they say Jared owns a Hawk, right? And those are stored in another database, right? That is outside the game environment and lives cross patches, right? And so now when we wipe the entitlement database and we wipe the game database and we start fresh from a new patch, when we reconcile your account the first time, we're going to give you your web purchase for sure, and we're going to give you back your LTP records. And so that will create those entitlements. That's the intent. Now the problem is, right? We need to make sure that we always stow the stuff back into inventories that we own properly, and that those records actually save properly, right? And it turns out that there's a million goddamn ways in which stuff gets stowed in this game.
Oh, gee, really?
And so, for example, claiming a ship by insurance, then you get the ship, it gets stowed from another path. And in that path, the LTP wasn't correct. We've had cases where we tried to fix bugs related to the F7C turrets, for example, that got disconnected, that were a default loadout item that we didn't want to wipe when you claimed insurance on it. And that messed up the LTP records for it. And so this whole thing basically is very fragile. And so what we realize now is that the list of LTP records and the way we update them is not always a slam dunk. In fact, there are a bunch of cases where the record's not updated right. But we even had a case in 4.2.0 very recently where we realized 2 days after launching the patch that the way the recording was going for the ships, there was an issue where instead of giving you, I'm going to take your Wicklow Polaris as my example, just to make it super egregious. Your Wicklow Polaris that you stowed in your inventory by going at your hangar and storing it back in would actually persist as one of its components in LTP. So you would get like a cooler instead of the ship, like you'd get, and so that was obviously a very big issue, and we ran corrective programs to solve that. And so that's why, if you notice in 4.2.1, you didn't have much reports of people losing ships in 4.2.1, but now we're back at 4.3.0 and we've had reports of lost ships between patches. And so we're pretty certain at this point that we know that there's still cases where the LTP records are incorrect, either through certain game flows. There's also, unfortunately, a lot of signal to noise ratio issues, like people claiming they've lost ships. We investigate their accounts; they never had those ships. Yeah. We get a lot of that, right? And so at this point, we have to be very prudent. Yeah. But
I want to jump in here to make sure that this.
I lost like 2 idrises the other day, and they fell out of my back pocket.
So there's
two off the back of truck.
We need to step back and explain how the checkout and the stow works, because that's causing some confusion. We'll do that in a second. But this bug where first bug is things aren't getting stowed right. Things aren't getting stowed right, and so so when it comes time to entitle at the beginning of a new patch cycle, you don't get the thing. Sometimes it's not getting stowed at all. Sometimes it's getting stowed and being logged as a component part or something else, and that's why it's like, oh, I'm supposed to have a ship. I don't have my ship, but I have this cooler instead. That I don't think I own this cooler and whatnot. We were on a call, you and I, until, well, it was like 4 o'clock in the morning, my time, when we were investigating this and just giving you examples, and we were trying to figure out what's going. The man was literally inside the raw LTP database. We were checking individual items, like talking to backers on Twitter and Discord, and like, okay, when did you do this and what did you do this? Like working down at the most granular level in the middle of the night, trying to figure this out back, and I can't even remember what patch it was, to figure out that they were being stored as other items.
Yeah.
And so that you can write the SKU to fix that stuff. But all of this happens because of something that we haven't explained before, and that's the checkout and stow system. So talk to me about, and talk to me, be candid, it's okay, about how the checkout and stow on this LTP system works. And I'm gonna preface you people. I'm gonna preface this with something. We've admitted to a lot of peculiarities in the course of this show. Now we're
they're
about
actually
2.5 hours
telling
in.
us how deep the spaghetti goes.
Candid. We've been very forthright.
Delicious.
We've admitted to Benoit said the words, "Can't trust Dev with this" or whatnot. It's like this. A lot of things are being said in jest and whatnot. What I can't control what you take away from this conversation that we've had. My hope would be a recognition that we're human and that we're constantly trying and growing and striving to do better. If you choose to take other stuff from that, I can't do much to help that. But explain the checkout and stow system, because that's what's going to light the bulb for a whole lot of people of what the struggle is here.
Well, it's both Kraken and Privateer and my Pioneer. I can't find them in my hangar.
Right, where that stuff goes and
this is where I parked my car.
And the records for these, let's say you have a ship that you store you're at your hangar, there's a ship on the pad. That ship is unstowed. It actually lives in the game shard database and is actively being simulated on, meaning we're getting updates from the game server on this ship, its position, its location, the state of doors, thrusters, all that stuff, right? It's, multiple messages per second, right, on these things. So it's unstowed. Now you press the store button on your ASOP, right? Platform goes down, doors close. Now the system will stow that ship. What that means is it deletes the ship from the shard, removes it from the game world, and then moves it to the inventory system. So it gets stored into your inventory location, your location inventory, right? It gets stored in there. At that point, If you own the inventory where the ship is getting stored, we create an LTP record for it. Meaning that if we wipe the patch right at this second, and you come back in the new patch, we will give you back that ship for sure.
Yay.
Right. Now.
For
through the hangar, 100%, right? But there's other areas where we create ships when they're already stored, right? There are areas where we do repair and we modify stuff like that. Those are the areas where now the LTP record might not get created, or we might interpret it as a separate thing. The other thing is when we stow things into an inventory that you own, it's not just a ship, right? This is the bit that sometimes people oversimplify. It's the tree of the ship, right? So if the ship has a box container that has 32 SCU of boxes that have handguns in them, I'm going to give you the ship plus the handguns. Anything in that tree that is flagged for the long-term processing. So this is where designers look at items in the game and they say, we want to store cross-patch, right? There are things we do not want to store cross-patch. Ammo, consumables, stuff like this. We don't want to store this cross-patch, right? That's a design decision that we've taken in the past. And so there's this white list that comes into play that decides what items will create LTP records for and when those get processed. And so the process of taking something that you're storing and then creating LTP records from it is really about processing the whole tree. So when you store an address, we might be creating hundreds of LTP records for stuff that's in it, right? And so that gets to be an issue. Also, like if you have you can start thinking about the edge cases now, right? You have a Constellation. I don't even know if it fits actually. Let me take a smaller ship. You have a Gladius in the bay of an Idris, and you store the Idris in your inventory. Technically, you might get the LTP record for the Gladius in this case, right? Now it depends on ownership and how that's actually trickling, and so. These are all the cases we have to deal with this. And so
everybody's going to try to spawn other people's ships in their hangars right before a patch.
What does that mean, right? I'll give you a concrete example of where there would be a lost ship, right? Based on these parameters. Let's say there's no defect on the system, which we're not completely sure yet. I'm pretty certain there is a defect, but
and all of this would be there's no defect. Would seem to be an issue.
You play the
until we actually get the insurance and claiming system, because right now you can just claim anything that's in your inventory.
And now you respawn at
if you have to get an insurance for it, then yeah, you'll be able to dupe a ship, but you won't be able to claim it because an insurance
destroyed, right, or whatever. And now you have the claim button, right? And you're like, oh, cool, yeah, I'll do that later. And you leave the game, and then we patch. You don't have that ship because when you unstowed the ship to the game shard to play with it, we removed the LTP record for it. Right? That's the way the system is designed. Now.
It sucks, but that's just how it works.
We're going to change that because that's, there's too many paths in which stuff gets stowed that could lead to problems or that don't respect the rules properly. And that's what we've come to realize. And so without going into too much details about how we do this, right? But this is a bit part of our item imprint epic, right? So very large, approach there, because we always said item recovery tier 0 is just tier 0, so there's more item input work there. But part of this is a revamp of how we deal with long-term persistence. And we're going to take a very, I'm going to say, simple approach to this. We're going to persist your entitlements across patches. And so instead of trying to always reconcile all the data from the game state, which I just gave a couple of examples, but I could go on, right, of examples where the turducken example of like stuff, right? That and all these things can cause either the records to go to the wrong place or the wrong things being persisted. So instead of that, we're going to persist your entitlements. So that means that if you see a ship in your ASOP terminal, you're going to come back to the next patch. You're guaranteed to have the same list. There's no ifs, and or buts, because we're keeping that database cross-patch completely. And now the other questions people I've seen some comments. People are like, "Why don't you just persist the whole thing across patches?" Right? We cannot do that for reasons related to the data format. So
one's in Betamax
between 4.2 and 4.3.
DVD.
The Gladius
HD.
to play with is not the same Gladius. between
won't-
patches. It's completely
this won't
changed.
connect.
Its shape has changed. Its entity hierarchy has changed. The
Oh,
parameters.
but,
on
this
them
is a
have
good
changed.
point, actually.
The Gladius to play with is not the same Gladius between patches. It's completely changed. Its shape has changed. Its entity hierarchy has changed. The parameters on them have changed. The components that drive it have changed. And so we don't yet have the tools or the proper approach to version every single part of the game properly so that we could forward migrate the data, right? So that the Gladius that you've stored in 4.2, it's all tree, it's parameters, it's snapshots, it's variables, all that. So you come back in 4.3 and we're like, we migrated to the next one.
Yeah.
That's something we want to do.
That's a lot.
But we're completely not there yet. And so we
That's
need
a lot.
this LTP layer. So your entitlement records actually serves that purpose right now, because when you claim a ship from insurance, we will basically do the same exact thing, which is we persist the fact that you own this ship, and we allow you to obtain a recent version of that ship on the current patch. It'll be exactly the same mechanic.
So let me attempt to do Chris Hands here.
Hang on.
And say it another way. So
Hang on. What'd you type? I can't read. Calypto.
But between your way and my way, people will have an understanding. And you tell me if I ever mess up in this stuff. So,
all right, here we go.
You buy something on the website, it gets stored in a website version of this database where all these things are done. You log into the game. When you log into the game, it says, "Hey, I need my entitlements. What are the things that this person owns from this other thing?" It queries this other database that's on the platform, on the web, whatever, gets a list of things, pulls down, and that's why you have it. That system works. It's great. It's pretty robust. It's people don't have any trouble getting the stuff that they buy. That's why that's always there. That's great. Whew. All right. Everything else you buy in the game is super insanely plentiful, from giant spaceships made of all these components down to individual bullets and everything. And it's all physicalized and whatever. Maintaining all of that for every single player, every single version that gets left over and stuff is simply not possible. It's simply too big a thing. So we have to decide what to save and what not to save. LTP is a separate database, not the entitlement database over here, a separate database of the things that you have purchased, found, earned in game that gets locked to that. We make choices on what that is. Bullets, no. Med pens, no. A spaceship, yes. Armor, yes. And there's lots of areas in between, but we'll go with the extremes here. Med pens and spaceships. We'll use spaceships. We'll keep with spaceships as the example because it's the easiest way to explain this. So you've bought the spaceship, you've earned the spaceship, whatever. You land it in a hangar, you stow it, boom, it creates an LTP record. It doesn't create that LTP record until you've got it home, you stowed it, and boom, you've got it. The next time you try to fly it, you pull it up from the hangar. That coming up from the hangar elevator is more than just a nice visual. It is a representation of what's happening to your LTP record. It is pulling that out of LTP and moving it into the live server game database, the universe of the world, so that you can fly it around. It needs to do this in order to work for things like piracy and theft and prevent item duplication. It has to come out of there to go here. So that's how we prevent duplication. This is all in a perfectly working scenario. There are plenty of bugs that creep in here. People are like, wait, I didn't stow this and I came back to two versions of the ship. Those are bugs. We're talking about.
So does that mean the ships that still need their gold pass with their physicalized components, you will lose that ship if you bought in game since it's a new ship? No. They just he was explaining that was the reason why they can't do that. Why don't you just make all of it persistent, fully persistent all of the time? The reason they can't is because then you get into problems where when they do update a ship, then when they do give a gold pass to a ship, and then they give it to us in the next patch, it all works as properly because it's not trying to update all of the saved states from a previous generation of ship that no longer works in the patch. So, but yeah, they're going to solve all of this, it sounds like, but it's a tough, there's so many edge cases with all of this. It's just insane.
Take it out, you're flying, it's no longer in LTP, you're flying around. it's out there until you bring it back to a hangar, stow it, make it go down, and at which point it recreates the LTP record, puts it back in. If your ship is destroyed while you're out flying it, it doesn't create your new LTP record until you hit the claim button. You hit the claim button, and then it cleans that up, puts it into the LTP record. So that's not something we've ever been super great at communicating to people, and why sometimes it's like, well, why have I lost the ship? Why have I not lost the ship? We're explaining these things to help you better fight that fire until these new changes come in. That system has lots of bugs, lots of flaws, lots of issues here and there.
You'll know, trust me. You'll know
if you took anything from
when
Benoit's
the Kraken's here. Nobody will stop talking about it.
Demeanor, we fully recognize the limitations of it. Like many things in Star Citizen, it was a product of its time, and it needs to be revised and helped and bolstered as the game continues to grow and get more complex. Those are things you can do to help assuage that. Obviously, everybody knows the thing about landing and getting it back to the hangar. Don't forget to claim your things in the ASOP. It's not going to fix everything. There's still all the outlying bugs and issues and stuff, but it's another thing that you can do to help yourself in the meantime. That said, we have a new solution that we're going to put into effect, and I'm not going to say anything when I throw it back to Benoit, he can say what he wants to say about when. When you earn a ship, when you buy a ship and whatnot, it's yours. You've gone through the mission reward or the Wicklow thing or the buying. Not when you steal it from somebody else, but when you do one of the legitimate ways. We are going to create an entitlement record, not an LTP record, an entitlement record up in another database that's just like the one that we use for when you buy things. Yeah. And then from that point on, now that we've created that record over there in that database, not inside LTP, that means that no matter what happens, the next time you log in, you're going to have access to your ship. The next time we do a patch, you're going to have access to your ship with the same stability and the same reliability as the system we use to sell things and stuff like that. So that is what
you would hope
right now, so we don't have to wait for the
things that you bought online
to LTP in order to resolve this terrible issue of people losing the ships that they've bought with in-game money or earned through Wicklow rewards and stuff like that. How'd I do, Benoit?
You would think that, the ships that you bought in-game would operate just as good as the ones you bought online.
Actually pretty good. No. I mean, a couple of things that correct, but not even worth it. I think that's totally fine.
You want to tell anybody about when we might?
Well, we're actively working on this right now. So the big parts of the online team are dedicated to this. There's a few things that we need to solve in order to put this into full production, release it. Obviously, since those are backend systems, they have to be super robust and very well tested because you know what happens when they're not. But that's the approach. In the meantime, though, we're discussing mitigating options, right? So I'm not going to promise those here, but we did do a mitigation in 4.2.1 that actually kind of worked for ships, specifically ships, not all items, but for ships. And so we might actually use that again to ease up on some of the pressure before all the systems come in, because the reality is your entitlements is what you're actually driving at from the ASOP terminal. And so we can just ensure that you have all those entitlements again, right? And so that's the mitigation. And so we're probably going to be putting that into play just so that in the meantime, while we're developing the feature, there's not as much, ship loss and things like that.
Somebody in the chat was like, Jared, star-splaining again. Star-splaining again. Yeah. It's my grandfather
clear again in the window. My God,
he used to serve on the USS Tindy.
We've been here a while. And it was like a nice clear day, then it was all rainy, and now it's clear again.
And his job was to be the person that sat next to the captain.
I live in Texas.
And when the captain gave the order to repeat the order in the radio and whatnot, so that you heard the same thing from two different voices in two different ways, so that you understood. So that it reduced the amount of misunderstanding and whatnot. And what happens inevitably, because I guess we've been doing this for a while. Drink, everybody. Is you let one person say it and you only have one person say it, and then half the people get it, and that's great, and half the people don't get it because it's not delivered quite the way. So we've found over the years, much to the annoyance to some people who call it star-splaining, that when you say it two different ways. It helps both halves of the people in the community understand. There's usually somebody that gets it from one way and somebody that gets it from the other way, and we like to do both because that's our job here. So you can call it star-splaining if you want, but
I think you did a pretty good job, to be honest.
What else we got left, Benoit? That was pretty much all of our big ticket things.
I think so.
I know, folks. Before we let you go, I mean, we got 10 minutes left before we hit 3 hours. Let's go ahead and try. Recently,
let's go ahead and try.
There was some press and stuff like that. Turbulent, or some part of Turbulent is becoming what is it called? Cloud Imperium Games Montreal stuff. How's that going?
Very good, actually. I mean, we're coming up on the 2-year anniversary of the merger, right? Of Turbulent and CIG, and then, I mean, it's going really well. I think overall so we did want to do some adjustments though, because like, the Turbulent teams, even though they were fully working on Star Citizen, were still, under the Turbulent name, right? Which caused us a bunch of grief, to be honest, in like having to explain, when we're hiring people and we're bringing into the team, it's like, so what is there? It's Star Citizen, but it's Turbulent, but really we're the same. Like, it's okay. Like, that doesn't help, right? So we all wanted to make sure that this was kind of one good unified message, and so for the game teams over there, basically we kind of split the two businesses, because Turbulent still exists as a web company, right? And the web teams are fully inside CIG now, and so changing the name of the studio to Cloud Imperium Games Montreal made sense, right? To be able to leverage the outstanding talent in the city and build stable teams over there, and the team has grown quite a bit. And so this was really about clarifying stuff like this, and I think it's going well. I mean, the integration has been fantastic so far. I mean, the way the teams operate across the board at CIG are improving. I think that even though there's transatlantic, time zones, you can see a lot of the fruit of the collaborations between the teams show up right in the stuff that we've produced this year. The teams travel back and forth, the key leads are exchanging, and there's a really good gel between this. And so no, it's been, to be honest, really positive so far. So it's good.
Good. Glad to hear.
Well, that about does it for what I have for you, Benoit. Chat's been like, SCL stands for Star Citizen Long. Sometimes, at least when Benoit and I get together, and people are like, Star Citizen Long, or Star SCL longer than Citizencon Direct. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It will be longer than Citizencon Direct. Let's talk about that for a second.
All right.
Still got some time. So in case folks don't know, Citizencon Direct is coming. It's on October
Star Citizen
11th.
Citizencon Watch Party in Austin, Texas. You'll find me there with the VR Citizen experience and mobile VR cockpit. So if you guys are wanting to check it out live, well, I'll see you there in Austin, Texas. If you guys are wanting to help bring the experience there, well, check out the GoFundMe, the donations, all that stuff, Twitch Prime, subs, donation, all that stuff goes to the same place. It's all going to help move this unit to where it needs to be. So thank you all for the support wherever and whenever you're able to do it.
That's why I'm here in my office and not on the spaceship.
29 days till Citizencon, everyone.
A permanent filming location for Citizencon. Why is SCL longer than Citizencon Direct? Because this just takes me and Benoit. This just takes me and Benoit doing absolutely no prep, absolutely no prior discussion. Just like, hey, you want to chat for like 3 hours about all these things? I'm just going to ask you about a bunch of crap, and you're going to, tell the truth. I'm like, yeah, we can do that. And he goes, this is a relatively easy thing. Don't equate length with a difficulty.
Professional, high quality
still involves
event.
20, 30 different people all doing their part, and we got to work with all their schedules and stuff like that. And then there's editorial, there's editing it all together, because it's like 5 different cameras at 4K each. And then there's all the B-roll creation, which is the same a wonderful dedicated 6-person team that makes all the trailers and all that.
The B-roll team
so
is incredible.
Do that in between the win, and then
they're honestly like the
reviews and
MVPs.
reshoots and all that kind of stuff. So don't equate length with quality. Never said those words before. That was for him. He's laughing over there. You can't see him. I do want to say, if you are some more things about Citizencon Direct. If you're a subscriber to the Squadron 42 newsletter that went out, that just went out with.
I
with a
should
map
read
of
the
Odin
newsletter
system,
sometime too.
There was a note at the end there about the Squadron 42 team still being heads down and working on that. I want to second the information there, and I want to star explain. I'm going to star explain the information that was there. There will be no Squadron 42 presence at Citizencon Direct this year.
Unfortunate.
So just in case there was any kind of people were like, I didn't quite understand the message, or maybe the message wasn't fully clear and whatnot, and if it wasn't, maybe that was on us. That team is heads down. We drew a line in the sand when we said 2026. I don't know if we're going to make it. I just know that we're going to do every single thing possible to make it. And part of that is not taking time for the distraction of Citizencon. That's why we're not doing a larger event this year.
Summer 2026.
That's why we're doing a
Probably
smaller,
Christmas.
more focused thing. Even when we did digital Citizencon, those were still these big 6, 8, 10-hour things. We called that Citizencon. This is not Citizencon. It's Citizencon Direct. It's a much smaller, more focused thing, specifically on the work of the Star Citizen team and what they plan for the next year of development. We're not going to look at 1.0 stuff and so like this. It's just we're going to take a look at what the next year
12 months
of our
so
intention
no
is for that.
like
So it's a much smaller,
new
more
star
dedicated
systems
thing.
and blah
I
blah
think
blah.
you're still going to enjoy it. People who are working on it are doing a lot of really hard work to make it as entertaining and informative as possible. But again, just want to be real clear with the expectations management. No Squadron 42 presence at all. That's not a release date. That's not any of that stuff. We're letting those people stay.
Damn, no
focused.
release date either.
They're letting those people stay focused. We're on track. There's nothing to report. There's no mystery. There's no anything we're hiding or whatever. It's just like we said when we announced Star Citizen. Like we said when we announced Star Citizen Direct. We're trying to stay out of everybody's way and let them focus and let them do the work that they're here to do,
let them cook.
Just make the game. It's
There's
the
also
same.
a misconception that all the resources are in Squadron 42, right? Like the reality is there's two teams, right?
Yeah.
And we got to push both games, right? It's super important for that. Now, obviously, Squadron unfortunately has got to be under a bit more secrecy, right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, it's not a. So I can already see the chat. The chat's already like, oh, it means this, it means that. Folks, it means that when it's time for the game to come out, you're going to hear a lot more about it. It's always been different. We've always been all big yappy on Star Citizen and less yappy on Squadron. So it's just an extension of that. It's just as we get closer to our intended release date in
I think to their
2026,
detriment, they
we'll
don't
start
tell us
opening
stuff
up the
about it. I
doors,
know they
opening
want to
up
keep
the
it a surprise,
communications, start
but
seeing more of all that kind of stuff that you would expect in a proper go-to-market campaign. It's just, we're just doing this. We're staying out of everybody's. That's the same thing. That's why there's fewer ISCs this year. It's why there's fewer SCLs this year. We just want the people, as part of this change that we talked about for the first 30 minutes of this show, this reorganizational change, we want people's focus being on making the game. That's it. It's really no more complicated than that. So when the time is right, you'll see plenty of Squadron 42
oh,
stuff,
please
I
be soon.
promise. So
please be starting that in Christmas.
That's it. That's our show. 3 hours. Thank you, of course, to Benoit, who flew halfway around the world to sit in a room like
across the
100
office.
meters that way and take the time to sit on the show with us.
I even put my TDK shirt just for you.
I know, because I'm an astute collector of
That's right.
High quality audio cassette tapes. So thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for being respectful in chat to your fellow chatters. Saw a lot of folks with a lot of good conversation there. And thank you, as always, again. I did it already, but I'm going to do it again. Benoit, for agreeing to come. I don't know. I've worked a lot of places in my life, and I've been in a lot of studios, and I've never known a CTO to be this willing to come on and share this level of candor and insight with
That
people.
is pretty open for being a chief technical
It's
officer.
the DNA of our project, man. Got to do it.
You got to admit.
Take care, everybody.
Credit where credit's
you guys.
due.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, I think that's also going to be it for me. I'm going to try to keep this under like 5 hours or whatever. I think we got like under 3 hours 30. I didn't try to pause too much, but yeah. things are looking great. Obviously, we can't have everything we want, but they are, it seems from the outside that they are focusing and going in the right directions as far as fixing and troubleshooting and getting their shit together from internal sides of, you know, the engine or the databases or the server meshing. So glad to see that they are actively taking different approaches than they just, you know, well, just throw more crap on top of the pile approach that they have. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for doing the voodoo that you do. Remember, hit the GoFundMe links down below. We got the Citizencon watch party tickets and stuff, links for that down below. You guys are incredible, and thank you for doing the voodoo that you do and helping me get VR Citizen everywhere that we can take it. With that being said, till next time, stay safe, fly right. I'm Chachi Sanchez. Y'all have a good night. Next episode, VR Citizen. We're going to be playing PTU, Arena Commander, and looking at ballistic weaponry loadouts, because that's something I can do in VR. Apparently, they buffed all the ballistic damage by 20%. So, anyways, for you. And we're out. Boom. And we're done. Cool. All right, so what I think we'll do is I'm just going to raid somebody, and I think I'm going to go to bed and sleep and get some rest. I could and kind of possibly feel like, you know, maybe playing a bit of Path of Exile, checking out my new character and showing you guys them, but I think we'll do that at a different time. I need to get some rest. I'm a bit tired. And yeah, I think we're going to try to keep the Star Citizen streams nice and concise. So with that being said, we'll check y'all later. Till next time, stay safe and fly right out there. Thank you so much for all your support. Hope you guys enjoyed today, tonight, tomorrow, wherever you are. Have a good one.
Looks like you're on incursions then?
I have the overdrive.
Your mission status? We're gonna land at a mining area, you guys, and we're gonna grab some ground vehicles.
Hello there.
Dude, so thank you so much. I'm only a dad just trying to just do stuff while me lads in school, and yous make it all amazing. So nice one, thank you, and fucking thank you. And I am a cheesy bastard. I'm